we're going in. You okay, girl? Yes, sir. No problem. I'll be down in about 1 minute, sir. And I'm telling you, Joe, there's now a little pin, and all of a sudden, and you hear, wow, perfect landing that class. That's how good. It was so dark, you couldn't see a thing. There was no runway. You wouldn't know where. You're in the middle of it. And then I got out of the plane. I said, thank you, Captain. It's a great job. And then I got out of the plane, and I'm going out and I see a general and another general. And I see a staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, and a very nice, all central casting. Central casting. He said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, I don't want to rest. I want to figure out what the hell we're doing on the license. I'm hearing we can't. It's going to take years. No, sir, we can do it very quickly, sir. Anyway, we go into the room. Biden would have taken a nap for 4 days and we left without a minute. So we go into the room and they have these guys. I say, how long can you do it? How long? We can do it in a couple of weeks. So they told me 5 years. We can do it in, I don't know, like in no time. I said, why haven't you done it? Because the orders came in from Washington, sir, and they would come here and tell us what to do. Don't you challenge it? We're not allowed to do that, sir. That's not the military. They tell us what to do, and we have to respect them.
Do you think that it was incompetence? Why they didn't go after ISIS?
I think it's a bad system. When Maddox goes there or when Willie goes there, he's stupid, and they're telling these guys that are actually smart what to do. And the guys that are smart are saying we don't like what they're doing, but they're not allowed to, so they're countering. Plus, the guys that went there are arrogant. They're arrogant fools. They're like stupid fools. The way they pulled out of, the way they, as an example, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan with people falling off the plane. So
yes,
it was worse than Vietnam with the helicopters falling. It was so bad. There was no reason for it. Anyway, so we knocked them out. And we have great military. We have great people, but not the television guys. And I rebuilt the military, and then we gave it chunk of it. I have to say, as much as it is, it's a tiny little piece. Believe it or not, we have an unbelievable. I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt our nuclear, and in a way, I hated to redo it. One bomb, Israel was gone. Forget. One bomb could take out the entire East Coast. It's so bad. And I watched these poor fools talking about our oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years. We have people, we have countries. Right now you have 5 countries. And don't underestimate North Korea. If you take a look at North Korea, I was there. I was with Kim Jong. I had a great one. I got along great with him. The person she got along with. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. Obama thought we were going to go to war with North Korea. When I met with Obama just prior to the takeover, you meet, you have a sort of a ceremonial meeting. And it lasted a long time, not longer than it was supposed to last. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. By the time I finished, we had no problem about North Korea. We were really good. It was a little tough at the beginning, remember? He said, I have a red belt. Oh my gosh. I said, I have a red belt also. But mine's bigger than yours and mine works.
I like how you called him Little Rocket Man.
I said, got a little rocket. I said, Little Rocket Man, you're going to burn it, hell. And it was a rough.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so rough that people were worried. This is crazy. And then one day, I felt like a fight. I got a call. You said, and then all of a sudden, but I got a call. And it was from him, meaning his people, they wanted to meet. They wouldn't meet Obama. He tried to make, they wouldn't even talk to him about it. And I think he expected to go to war. He actually did. I believe he expected to. And we checked their nuclear stuff, but it is substantial. I said, you do it. Anybody. And I said, you ever do anything else? Why don't you go take it easy in your house? Go to the beach. You have beautiful beach. Nice beachfront property. Kidding. Right. You always go to nuclear. Just relax. You don't have to do it. It's less than condos and you shouldn't actually have gorgeous stuff. And he said, just have to do it because I need it for my safety. I got to know more. We had a really right president, a smart president. You're not going to have a problem. And I say, we have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within. And it drives them crazy when I use that term. But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. When you look at what's happening at our border, Joe, when you have people coming in that, when other countries are allowed to empty their prisons into our country with murderers, we had 13,099 murderers dropped in our country over the last 3 years.
I mean, 15,000 rapists convicted.
Rapists,
Yeah.
drug dealers, drug
And
lords,
that's just the ones that have been accounted for.
terrorists, correct. People from mental institutions.
What do you think the strategy
Hundreds of thousands of major criminals, tougher and worse than anybody we have.
Well, we're seeing in San Antonio, they've taken apartment buildings. In Aurora, Colorado, they've taken apartment buildings. These Venezuelan gangs.
Just the beginning.
What do you think the strategy is? You know, one of the things that they've said is that you stopped a bill from being passed. But didn't that bill also include amnesty for the people that are already here?
Yeah, this is years after the damage was already done.
But what was the bill?
Well, the bill was nothing. Around 2 million people. Yeah, they were going to get amnesty. It was a horrible bill. It didn't protect us at all.
But we should just tell people what the strategy is. So one of the things that's been very clear is that they've moved a large percentage of these migrants that are coming across the border illegally. They've moved to swing states. Like, this is what's going on with Springfield, Ohio, right?
They're in swing states. Well, that's not a swing state. I'm going to win Ohio by a lot. So that's what it's called Springfield, Ohio, to be clear.
Yeah.
Springfield, Ohio is this very nice community of 52,000 people that just had 32,000 migrants that don't speak the language dropped into their community. You can't get into a hospital. You can't get into a school. It's gone from a beautiful little place to a horror show. And the mayor is arrested. And the mayor says, we're looking for interpreters. But no, we've got to remove them and bring them back to the country. Mostly Haitians in this place. But they speak no language. They speak no English. In fact, even the language they do speak is, they can't get interpreters, they can't do anything. And the mayor's trying to be politically correct. They're all trying to be. In Aurora, you have the worst, probably the worst guy. MS-13 might even be, those two are the worst guys. These are Venezuela gangs. They have taken over apartment complexes, and they're going to want to take over the whole thing. Then you have a weak governor, a pathetic governor, who's a radical left Democrat. He doesn't know what the hell to do. But you have many other communities, but they don't like to talk about it because it's bad for the community to talk about it. These people have been let in here by this imbecile. She's a low IQ person. Low IQ.
Right, but it's obviously not just her. There's a strategy that's involved from letting these people in. Well, she's in charge of the board, but they utilize that app. The app that used to be used. It used to be used, I think, essentially, wasn't it for shipping? Wasn't it when people were in this country?
It was used for shipping, and now it's used to deal with the cartels. The cartel, heads of the cartel, rich people, by the way. These are loaded. These people have so much money. They would ask them where they should take their load of illegal migrants from the Congo. We have a lot from the Congo, prisons in the Congo. I made a little bit of sarcastic joke. A man named Dana White, who you love, I assume you love that. I think he's a class fighter.
He's probably the reason why you're here. He's one of the big ones.
He is the greatest guy. I always say, nobody's indispensable. Everybody can be replaced. Maybe you can't be. You might not be. But truly, I don't think. We sold it for $4 billion. I said, what the hell? Who the hell is going to pay $4 billion? And they made it like a great deal.
It's been
Because
a
of
long
him.
time, man.
Take him out, I think it's a little different.
No, he's the best.
And he's also
promoter of
the
all time.
greatest. He spoke at the whole thing with, I had just been shot, but he got up and he spoke so better than anybody. I mean, who would be better to introduce you? I asked of all the people, and I know there's biggest people in the world, and they all would have loved to have done. He said, Dana, would you do it? It was interesting. He was away. And he said to the people that, one of my guys said, I won't be able to do it. I just left with my wife and family. I said, he said, no, it was a little surprised, even though I knew he was very far away. He was in some place, and you deserved it with his family and all that. And then I said, all right, that's and I said, well, look at who again. And all of a sudden, she comes in, said, I just said he's going to do it, and he's coming back in tonight. He's taking it. The guy is just an incredible guy, and he's like a tough champion, but loyal. Yeah, he's got to be one of your favorite people. He's one of my favorite.
I've been friends with him for 23 years. I love him.
So would you have, because what you're doing here is incredible. I mean, everybody tells me, all I noticed today, you're a Joe Rogan, so people tell me like that. I say, how the hell do you know that? Like, it's sort of, what you've done here is amazing. Where would you be if you didn't do the UFC stuff? Would you have this show here?
Yeah, I would still be doing it for sure. Yeah.
Would it be at the same level? I don't know. But you would have.
It's hard to know. I think, one of the things that works for this show, I guess, is that I'm involved in so many different things. Stand-up comedy, UFC, and all the interests that I have that lead to the podcast.
Will you always want to do it? First of all, you love UFC.
I love it, yeah.
You love the fights. I mean, I watch
yeah.
you are loving it. They could pay you nothing. You'd be great.
They didn't pay me anything for the first 13 shows. I did it for free because they were hemorrhaging money. And I became friends with Dana, and my position was, you're going to give me the best seat in the house. I get to sit cage side for the fights. I'll do it, and I wanted to help. I was like, I think these are the guys that we would always meet before. In the early days of the sport, I started working with the company in 1997. I was before the UFC was purchased by Zuffa, which Dana was. So I was a part of the previous owners. And I only did it for a couple of years. It was just too much. I was losing money. And it was banned from cable because of Budweiser and John McCain. You can only get it on DirecTV. And so
then I came along and I gave him the sites.
And he loves you.
And he never forgot.
He loves you for that. He talks about it all the time.
Just to interrupt you once. So they couldn't get us because it was too dangerous.
Right.
Everybody was against it and they couldn't get a license. And I gave them the first 2 or 3 sites.
Yep.
And they were great. And by the way, I went to the first fight. I said, I never saw anything like this. It was crazy. It was so good. Take the best fight you've ever seen. It was like that fight, right? It was so good. Then I gave it to him again. And all of a sudden, they caught on. But when I wasn't involved, I've had time. You probably never had a time, but I had times when I wasn't exactly involved. Dana, they called him. He said, he's the greatest guy. There's nobody like him. He said, I'll never say anything bad about that guy. Because when I needed to, we were having a hard time at the beginning. They almost pulled the plug a couple of times, right? He said he stood up and he gave us stuff that nobody else gave us, and nobody wanted anything to do. And he said, I will never. And there was a time where it would have been very popular for him to say bad stuff about me. He said the greatest stuff about me. He said, you're going to try and get me to say bad stuff about you. I'll never do that.
No, he's an
unusual guy.
Very unusual guy.
He's a fantastic.
A perfect guy to be at the helm of something so controversial as the UFC.
That's controversial now.
Well, now it's huge. Yeah. Well, this was always the thing that I would hope that it would be. I always knew that it was unbelievably entertaining, but I just didn't know if maybe I was crazy. Maybe I loved it because I've had this long history of being involved in martial arts, and maybe other people just think it's too violent. But
can boxing make it?
Yeah, boxing's still a great sport. I love boxing,
but it seems to be so unimportant now by comparison to UFC, don't you?
I think, Dana is working with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're going to bring some morning boxing. And with Dana at the helm of it, I think boxing can return because the thing is they want to make fights that other people, maybe, promoters don't want to make because they want to protect their fighter. Controversial fights where it's dangerous. You don't know, this guy could lose. And so the Saudis, they're smart. They just offer a tremendous amount of money, and they're putting together fights that no one else can put together. They're doing that in boxing.
If Dana's involved, they'll probably make it big. The only amazing thing in fighting, no UFC fighter, they say, has ever died. And it looks to be much more violent. Many boxers. Isn't it interesting? Dana tells me because they take so many shots to the face.
Yes. And there's also no other options to preserve yourself, to protect yourself. So if you get hit in a UFC fight, you can clinch. You can try to take the fight to the ground. When you get knocked down, you're concussed. And generally, if a guy's really hurt, it can be finished on the ground and the fight's over. If it's boxing, you have 10 seconds to get up. You get up, your head kind of clears, but you're still in real bad trouble. And then you can kind of run away and survive until the bell rings. They're only 3-minute rounds, and then you start again. So you're getting repeated punishment to the head. And then there's also the issue of guys weight cutting, which is a problem with the UFC as well. But the weight cutting in boxing has led to, if you look at deaths in boxing, there's very few of them in the heavyweight division. Most of the deaths in boxing are in the lightweight divisions because when guys dehydrate themselves to lose weight, to make weight, their brain is the last thing that gets rehydrated. Like, it's very difficult to completely rehydrate your brain quickly. And you only have 24 hours between the weigh-in and the fight. And it used to be the weigh-ins were the day of the fight. Like when Boom Boom Mancini had a fight with Deku Kim and killed him in the ring, which is one of the last ones on television I've seen. That was a crazy event for people and heartbreaking, and it led to a bunch of different changes. One of them is day before weigh-ins to allow people to rehydrate better, and the other one is they dropped it from 15 rounds down to 12.
Look, they should do that. I'm not the fighter, but those 15-round fights were unbelievable.
They're unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, you go back to the golden age.
Yeah, in terms of entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Those were the championship rounds. Those were the greatest fights.
Those last 3 rounds are crazy. I mean, it's such a war of attrition. A lot of people think, like a 5-round UFC fight. That the UFC is 5-minute rounds. It's so much energy you're burning out. And those last couple of rounds, these 5-round fights, the 4th and the 5th round, unbelievably brutal.
Who's the greatest UFC fighter? Are you allowed to say, in your opinion? It's tough for you to say because you do this, but who do you think is the greatest of the fighters?
There's a lot of arguments for who's the greatest of all time. John Jones, most people would say is the greatest of all time, never lost. There's certainly a really good argument for that. There's another argument for George St. Pierre. I always leave in BJ Penn in his prime, Anderson Silva in his prime, Mighty Mouse. People forget about Mighty Mouse because, unfortunately, he's a smaller guy. He's 125 pounds, flyweight champion. He's one of the greatest expressions of mixed martial arts I've ever seen. I think to this day.
And Khabib?
Khabib's fantastic. But if you looked at the accomplishments in terms of championship fights, Khabib retired 29-0, but he didn't have as many world championship fights. He might have lost to Gleison Tibau. He might have lost to him. He might have lost a round. And that was a controversial fight where people think that Gleison Tibau could have even got the decision in that fight. I'd have to go back and watch again to make a decision. But
they're great athletes.
Oh, the best athletes in the world. And the most dangerous sport in terms of I always call it high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences. Yes. That's what fighting is.
I never forget. So there was a fighter named James Tony.
Oh, yeah, I love James Tony.
He fought as a light fighter, and he ended up as a heavyweight. This guy went to he was almost like a lightweight.
He went from middleweight all the way up to heavyweight. Yeah.
And I've never seen him. And he was a real fighter.
Oh, yeah.
So James Tony, and I think it was, George St. Pierre? St. Pierre. I think it was him. Who did he fight? James Tony?
No. James Tony didn't fight George St.
He fought a UFC fight.
Yeah, Randy Couture fought James Tony.
Was it?
That was like an easy fight. That was a very easy fight. Randy Couture just took him down.
He was the most, and he's half the size. And he just, once he got to the ankles, back to the he said, it's over.
Yeah, and he put him took him down, mounted him, strangled him.
And James said he was talking big because he was much bigger. He was a pretty big guy.
James just wanted to make some money.
You think so?
Yeah.
I never forgot it. It was over very quickly. Yeah. He was lying, sleeping on the bed. He was talking. He was doing the Muhammad Ali stuff, but it didn't work out. But I remember
the fight.
That was cut to a proper.
Yeah, it was good to work. George never fought a boxer in an MMA fight. If he did, he would kill him.
Was he one of the greatest?
Yes, unquestionably. That's the argument. There's like a handful of guys who can make the arguments the greatest of all time. People forget about Anderson Silva. In his prime, he was unstoppable. But that's the thing is, and then there's Fedor Emelianenko, who fought Pride in his prime, who's unstoppable. There's this.
And you have a couple now?
Yes. Oh, we have so many now. Alex Pereira. There's an argument he's
looking. He's unbelievable.
But it's like fighters can only compete at that level for so many years. And so, in my opinion, you have to judge them at their very peak. You can't judge them when they're hanging on instead of fighting. You can't judge them when they're coming up. You got to judge them in that championship peak. In that championship peak, there's a handful of guys that you would consider at the very top.
If they stopped a little bit sooner,
yeah,
some of them would have had. There are a couple of that you just mentioned without mentioning names. They stopped there perfect, they were unbelievable. And then at a certain age, they start getting knocked out, right?
Yes, it's unfortunate, but the thing is that same belief in themselves that lets them become a champion. It makes them think that they can do it long past the time that they actually can.
Well, Anderson Silva was essentially unbeatable. Mm-hmm. And then he lost a close one, and all of a sudden
he got knocked out. He got knocked out by Chris Weidman.
Right.
He was kind of clowning in that fight, famously. Chris Weidman had a vicious left hook, knocked him out. And then they fought a second time, and he broke his leg on Chris Weidman. Right. And after that fight, he was kind of never the same because that leg break injury, which Conor McGregor had, there's quite a few fighters. Weidman actually wound up having the same injury, ironically. There's only been like
you're never the same because you can't get.
Well, you can. Weidman is still kicking with that leg. You can, but psychologically, when you throw a kick and your leg snaps in half, and you're in agony for a year, right? You have to get surgery. You have to get bolts and plates to keep your leg together, and then it takes forever for it to heal.
It always amazes me how the kicker. I mean, you have those cases, but the kicker will do tremendous damage to somebody's leg, but their leg doesn't seem to get damaged. Isn't it?
It does get damaged. It hurts more than you. Yeah, but your shin. Your shin gets very numb after a while. And the guys that are really good kickers, they're kicking the thigh and they're kicking the calf, they're kicking the soft areas. And they're slamming this hard, numb shin. Their shin gets all these like micro fractures all over the shin, the calcified shin. It's crazy. Some guys can do 2 baseball. Someone will hold the baseball bat and then just kick right through it.
Because I want your enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why you do it. Nobody does this better. Without the enthusiasm, forget it.
Well, it has to be authentic. Like that. I mean, the only reason why I do MMA commentary is because I'm very interested in it. So,
and you love going into it after the fight and they're sweating all over you. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago with the guy with I never saw it. He more stuff came out of his nose.
Yes, it was pretty nasty, but no, I'm very used to it. I just wanted him to be able to express.
You've done a great job.
Thank you. So back to you. Back to what are you? And first of all, I love this idea of you teaming up with Robert Kennedy,
right?
And I love this Make America Healthy Again idea because there are chemicals and ingredients in our food that are illegal in other countries because they've been shown to be toxic. There's pesticides and herbicides, and there's a lot of shit that's been sprayed on our food that really is unnecessary. And there's a lot of health consequences that people are suffering from a lot of these things. And
this chart for you.
Beautiful.
Because I had a feeling that you asked me.
Look
at this chart. These are healthier countries. Look where the United States is. I'm going to send this to RFK Jr.
So this is, something along the, I was actually talking to RFK today. It will be that more than 70% of young men are ineligible for the military because of their health.
I could see it.
That's crazy.
A lot of it's obesity.
So here's the life expectancy versus health expenditure.
Same chart.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
USA.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He's
very good.
He's the best.
So but look at it. Look at the USA.
It's not good. And that's our food. That's our diet. That's sedentary lifestyle. That's our diet. That's the chemicals we ingest. That's what that is.
But RFK is going to be good. I think he's a great guy.
I love the fact that you guys teamed up.
Yeah.
And are you completely committed to have him a part of your administration?
Oh, yeah. But the only thing I want to be really careful about with him is the environment. Because, he doesn't like oil. I love oil and gas. I think it's to fight. So I'm going to sort of keep him out. I said, focus on health.
Yes.
You can do whatever you want. But I've got to be a little bit careful with the liquid gold.
I understand. But listen, there's plenty of good work that can be done if you focus on health.
Here's the one that my old time.
What is that?
See the arrow right here? That's what I love.
Do you have anyone that is pressuring you to not work with him? Have there been people that work with you? RFK Jr. Yes. Yes, I would imagine. Because financially, he could put it down.
I would say that, and I think in many ways they've done a good job, in many ways they've done a good job. But I would say that the big pharma wasn't thrilled when they heard that. I've actually always got along very well with him. I've known him a long time. He's a different kind of guy. He's very smart, great guy. I had a fortune on pesticides and all this stuff, and then you end up with that chart is a terrible chart. The one previous. It's such a big chart when you look at where we are compared to other countries that don't spend 10 cents.
Right.
So, and you save a lot of money. But yeah, I've had some people that aren't exactly thrilled. You can imagine, right?
Sure.
That's a good question.
Well, certainly if there
It doesn't
have been
affect.
some pharmaceutical drugs that have been prescribed that have negative RFK Jr., who spends an enormous amount of time highlighting those things, you could see how they've been very reluctant to have him support it. Stop that from getting in the way.
Well, look, they've come up with some amazing things. I mean, I don't know how you feel. I know you're against the vaccine. It was like a disaster. And they came up, Dr. Salk, and he came up with a vaccine, and there's no polio. Now, it's very interesting. There hasn't been polio, but now in the Gaza Strip, can you believe that? Have you heard that? There's been a big strain of polio coming up in the Gaza Strip.
Is it vaccine-derived polio? Because, there's a strain of polio that comes directly from the vaccine. Because unfortunately, sometimes we vaccinate people for polio. Yeah.
I mean, all I can do is I sit down and I listen to him, and I'll give it total. I would love him to be right, because if he's right, it's a lot less expensive generally.
There's two things that people point to when they point to the dangers of the pharmaceutical drug industry. One thing is when pharmaceutical drugs were allowed to advertise on television. We're only one of 2 countries in the world that allow pharmaceutical drugs to advertise on TV.
Mm-hmm.
The other one's New Zealand, but they're more restricted than we are.
But here's the answer: when you feel like you take a certain drug,
and then you hear all
and then you say it causes cancer and baldness, and
suicidal
and this and that and eyesight, and you can lose your vision.
Yeah.
And I just asked one of these, I would never take any because these things that are so bad. They go through a whole list. I guess they save some liability, but man, I said, does that affect the purchase of this thing? It really does. When there's something you have and you read, and then they go through the list of
side effects,
the potential side effects.
Yeah.
The potential side effects.
Right.
And then a lot of people just, I asked that question. People hear that. When I hear it, I'm going to take a guess. It says, may affect your vision, may cause blindness, may this.
Yes.
But
I know you're aware of Callan-Casey means, right?
Yes.
Well, one of the things that they pointed out, and this is a very important thing for people to understand, is what a lot of these drugs do is they act to somehow or another mitigate the effects of poor metabolic health.
Mm-hmm.
But most of these problems that these people are suffering from wouldn't exist if we put an emphasis on metabolic health. If people got healthier, they started eating nutritious food, taking vitamins, a whole host of these problems that people are having would go away. And the problem with that from the pharmaceutical drug standpoint is they wouldn't be able to sell drugs to these people. And this is
the pesticides and things like that on the plants. And what do you think of that?
Well, I think regenerative agriculture, unfortunately, is very difficult to scale to a point where you got a jack in the box on everything.
Well,
everybody wants food, and we have food deserts, and we have places like Los Angeles where no one's growing anything, and everything has to be shipped in. And it's very difficult to feed that many people. We've created this incredible society where we have these enormous cities, but it's very difficult to get food to these people. And then for a lot of these people in low-income areas, the only food that's available is cheap, unhealthy foods. And we could fix that. That's if we could send $175 billion to Ukraine, we could do something to fix a lot of the health problems that the United States has. And I think it would help us as a nation overall. Just if you just put it out there that, hey, as a nation, we're going to make a concerted effort to get people healthier. Just put it out there. If people start making better choices.
Well, when you look at that chart,
it's crazy.
They just gave me that chart because they said you may want to discuss this topic, which I know is a big topic. And when I looked at that chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation, that's a pretty big
How are
thing.
you so? Is it golf?
No, it's genetic. You know, I'm a big
Genetics
believer.
is a big factor.
I really, my father was.
Unfortunately, it is a big factor for health. Some people are just way more robust. Like you did play golf a lot, and that is exercise.
For me, it's good.
Fresh air.
It really is. It's fresh air on the outside.
Yeah.
Even mentally, you're focused on that 3-footer for
Yes.
some hours in there. Then I go quick, I play fast, real fast, and I'm in, I'm out. But you know, it gives me. I was never one that could like run on a treadmill. And I can do. You know, when passing a physical, they asked me to run on a treadmill, and then they make it steeper and steeper and steeper. And the doctor said it was at Walter Reed. I said, it's unbelievable. I'm telling you, I thought I could have got all day. But I said, Doc, I can do this all day long. I have no problem. But it's boring to me. Do you understand?
Right.
It's just boring.
Golf's exciting.
But I did it for so long. They couldn't believe it. I did it. And I never did, you know, I don't do it. I don't do it. You know, I have friends who run on this stuff all day. But I have no problem doing it. But it's really boring. So with golf or something, you know, or tennis or whatever.
Right.
Golf, as you get older, there's something really good about it. And you have competition.
Competition, concentration.
And it's a great handicap sport.
And it's also a thing, I think it cleans your mind because when you're looking at a shot, that's all you can think of when you're executing.
It gives you a couple of us. You know, it's interesting, like with tennis, if you're much better than somebody, you can't really play with somebody. You know, it doesn't work. You can give them sort of the equivalent of strokes, right? But it's not. With golf, you can play with a lousy guy and give him a stroke a hole or 2 strokes a hole. So, you know, it's a good handicap.
Right.
But it gives me a little exercise. But I haven't played a long time. I won a lot. I won 32 club championships.
Didn't you play right after you got shot?
No. What I did is I played with Bryson DeChambeau. You know Bryson?
Yes.
The pro.
Uh-huh.
He's a great player. And we played, it was a certain thing that we played, I guess called breaking 50 or something. 50 we play from a certain tee, and if you can break 50. And it got tremendous ratings. So like a crazy thing, it got he's a great guy.
It was a couple of years after you got shot.
I don't know. I know.
That was one of the funniest things you on the golf course.
I think I did, yeah, maybe I did. But you know, have you looked very interesting at learning the president of the United States? To me, it's such a big deal. It's so important.
It's the biggest deal in the free world.
It's 100 times bigger than the Super Bowl, and it's one person.
Yeah.
So you're down to 2 people. And we start off at 9 billion, because you have 9 billion, they say in the world, who knows what that means. But you get down to 350 million sales. No idea what we have in this country, but let's just say it's 345, 350. And you know, and when I took off yesterday, and she took off the day before, and she's going to take off tomorrow or the next day, I haven't taken a day off from 50. Six days. That's all. I haven't taken one day off. Golf is great, but this is too exciting. This is more exciting than anything you can do.
Also, it's a home stretch.
It's the home stretch. We would take a day off. So we have 11 days left. And I make speeches oftentimes, or sometimes not, but I make speeches. And when you make a speech, and my speeches last a long time because of the weave, and the weave stories into the. If you just read a teleprompter, nobody's going to be very excited. You've got to weave it on. So it's not so very important. Very few weavers around, but it's a big strain on them. You know, it's a lot of exaggeration goes within design. I said today, so I made a big one last in Arizona. Big one. I mean, they're open. Never been close. Never been close. They say jokes about process. Interesting. So they get crowds that are really big. I've never had a story talking about it a little bit with Oprah. Everybody loved me. I don't think I became president of the United States. I did great the second time. I did much better. I don't want to get you in any disputes. I won that second election, so I said, and not just because.
But let me get to that. I want to talk to you about that.
I did that, and now I got the nomination again. And don't forget to get these nominations. You go against very smart people. Ron DeSantis was I had to go through him. Nikki Haley was went through record time. I got 3 nominations in a row. Won the first time, did much better the second time. You know, I get millions of votes more the second time. And now I'm doing it the third time. And it's an incredible thing. You never get a good so I only get bad praise. Now I will say this. It's a lot easier if you're a Democrat. If I were a Democrat,
You get a lot of creepy corrupt, and the media, to a large extent, acts as a propaganda arm for the Democratic Party.
it's not even believable.
Yeah, it's bizarre to watch. And most young people, I think, are aware of it. I think most boomers still, unfortunately, read the newspapers and believe in CNN.
But it's getting
Yes.
It's getting us.
Yeah.
And,
But you know why?
I consider myself
It's the internet. It's because the internet's giving people information that they're not getting from anywhere else. And they like the very fine people, hoax, hoax, all these different things that they've done. They tried to pin on clear distortion. Yeah,
the auto industry.
Yes.
It's a blood because Japan and China are taking out. And I said, it's a blood because that's right. It's
So with proper and ultimately what they do is on credibility because people don't want to listen to them anymore because they see that they've done that and they recognize what's going on. Yeah.
son is very smart into it. And he knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are there, but yes. Like I said, who the hell is Ross? I didn't. Daddy's a great guy. I mean, guys that are doing it's a whole new world.
It's a different world.
And you know, I'm on TikTok.
Congratulations.
And I've done really well. No, but you know the crazy. Have you seen the numbers? Billions of hits. It's crazy.
I'm sure TikTok's a wild application.
And I've gone up 30 points. The Republican is always down 30 with young people. I'm plus 30. And I'm on TikTok.
I think young people are rejecting a lot of this woke bullshit. Young people are tired of being yelled at and scolded. They're tired of these people that they think are mentally ill. The moral standards of society should be today.
Even in a couple of years, I was shaking hands with people. They're young people.
The rebels are Republicans now. So like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to buck the system. You're a conservative. That's not crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking about regulating free speech. And they're regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas.
Well, I always say, you're not kidding, but I'm not kidding. I've investigated more than Alphonse Capone. Media stuff and more. He'd kill you in 2 seconds if you didn't like you, right? Under investigation more than Alphonse Capone. Only political authority stuff. And I think Florida and winning the other stuff. You win, but you know what they do? They do something that's only done in the blood. They came after their opponent.
Yeah. Not only that, but then they're weaponizing it by saying that that's what you were going to do once you get it. Right now.
It's crazy. No, that's what we do to him. Put us in.
That's what you're doing.
That's what you do to him. Say, will you do that? Will you do that to him? To them,
I respect that you did because what you said.
You can imagine you have, first of all, second of all, the United States of America going down. And if you know, when I'd say something, they all said, hey, I never said. They say, lock her up, lock her up. And I always go, take it easy, just relax, we're going to do this thing, take it easy, take it easy. And I'm telling you, I kept it down, just the opposite. I'm going to jail. They had more stuff on them. And Comey had it. Because when Comey got up, and he stupidly, because he's a stupid guy too, he goes, he's a stupid son. He got up, and instead of saying she's innocent, he went over each charge, and each charge was a killer. And he go, and as far as her doing this, she's innocent. And then, every time you heard these charges, they sounded so bad. They were bad. And all it was is you wanted more airtime. If you would have gone and said, I've thoroughly investigated her threat that she's done nothing that we feel is wrong, he's a hog. And he starts going through that. And you know what he had? They had a huge problem because FBI is great. The people there, not the top people, the people. The real people, the people that work there, it's like the real generals that I told you about, right. The different ISIS and record crime. The FBI guys are great. I'll give you 90%.
I bet that's right.
Underneath.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. So he goes with him, and instead of just saying, goes to each charge.
Right.
And even I was saying, man, those are bad charges.
Sounds terrible.
This is
associated
before I
her
got
charge
this is before I got. He was trying to protect her, but he went to service.
because he wanted attention. So I want to talk about 2020 because you said that you were wrong.
So,
How do you think you were wrong? Everybody always cuts you off.
well, they not come up with time, and I would bring in papers that you would not. There's so many papers. That election was so good. It
Okay, but give me some examples of that.
Well, let's start from the top of the easy. Get approval to do the things they did, and they didn't. In many cases, they didn't get anything.
Approval
Like
of-
for extension of voting, for voting earlier, just for all different things. By law, they had to get legislative appointments. You don't have to go any further than that. If you take a look at Rothschild, they wouldn't give access in certain areas to ballots because they weren't signed. They weren't originals. We could go into the ballots or we could go into the overall. I'll give you another one.
Are you going to present
Well,
this ever? Like, do you think like?
I'll just give you one
Okay, go
more
ahead.
before. 51 intelligence agents come up, but the laptop was from Russia. It turned out to be totally false.
51 former intelligence agents, right?
They say it meant much, but it doesn't matter. I won by like, I lost by like, anyways, but I lost, they say I lost by 22,000. That's the 1/10 of 1% less than any little thing. 22,000 was spread over, that's spread over this line. They lied. They lied. They knew it was Hunter's. It was from his bed. It was Hunter's laptop. They said it was created by Russia. Russia. It was the Russia hoax. The Russia hoax was a big hoax. It was all a big hoax. So
Well, that's clear. That's one example. That's a good
That's a big example. They say it made a 17-point difference. That's the example, but that's only one. And you can go into the ballots where they wouldn't give you access to the ballots. You could go into harvesting. You could go into $500 million for the lock boxes.
So just in terms of narrative, so there's two things, right? There's the Russia hoax. There's the collusion with Russia that was never proven, right? That's
Well,
one.
it was proven it didn't happen.
Right. But they talked about it on
But it
television.
took 2.5 years to prove.
But not only that, but it was a constant narrative on television. So
Sure.
just watch the news that you're in collusion with Russia. So that's intelligence agents that work with me on DMs. You cannot share that story. They swept it. It was not.
100%.
So that's two examples that are real examples. Now, anyone who can solve a legitimate objection to win, you would want people to not lie and you as this horrible threat to democracy. You kept saying you're going to be a dictator, ignoring the fact that you weren't a dictator for the 4 years.
The opposite. It was actually the opposite. I was a very straight cut. Look, those three things, you take those three things, each one of them by themselves is the result of it.
It does.
And then you can go into 100 other things. There's so many. We can't have corrupt elections, and we can't have open borders. You need to have a country. You need borders. You need fair elections. And I'll tell you the other thing you need is you need a free and fair press. One of the things I like about doing the show like this, can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine
She'd
her
be
doing the show.
laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might
She
still do
wasn't
it next
explaining
year.
it. I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor. She'd be They call in the.
I think you would have a conversation with her and hopefully get to know her as a human being. That was my goal, having her on, trying to get her to express herself just as a. I don't know if these. I don't think these formats are good. I don't think that I hate the idea of a time limitation on complex ideas. Also, you have to break.
I think you have to have the debates.
Right, but the way they do the debates, I think, is the wrong conversation. I think in common, you sit across the table with no one in the room but the two of you.
It may get
Hopefully it wouldn't, but that would be the way to do it.
They
And
used to
just
do it that way.
to put cameras on you with no one interfering with press with checking whether or not it's factual. It's clearly things that were inaccurate, right? So have two people just have a conversation with them without a time constraint. And also this idea that they cut off the microphone.
No crowd.
Of course,
I
you
would
would.
rather,
Good crowds.
but I had no. So they gave me an alternative. I don't think he wanted to.
Why did they want no crowd? What was the
I think they thought I wasn't accepted. So I believe what they wanted. I said, okay. Like the mob.
right?
I'll take it. I think they said, we'll debate Joe Biden. Had tremendous ratings. Too. That was crazy. But we'll debate Joe Biden. But, they also wanted to sit down.
Right.
You know, the others didn't sit down a little bit, but
He gets tired.
he got upset. And they agreed to it. It was a very tough thing. It almost killed him. They wanted to have like dead man's fear. I understand that. I thought it looked bad for like the public, but they said no crowd and cut off the mic. And I said, I can live with it. And then I can live with it. And they thought I was going to reject it. And then they would say he didn't want to debate Sleepy Joe.
Right.
That's
Right.
what they thought was.
Well, they tried to say that. Tried to say you didn't want to debate her as well.
No, but so I had like 10, 12 guys. So I was stupid. This was stupid, but not only. And all my guys said, you have to be able to do it. I said, why? I'm leaving by 74 points. The closest guy to me, I'm 60 points, 70 points away. I'm going to do this one.
Right.
I said, I'm not debating. And it was a very small thing because, you know, there was some with, I like debating. I think you have to debate. But I like debating. I like maybe crazy thing. That was a hell of a question, man. Because I didn't come up with an answer. Well, what it was is, you know, that was, we had 28,000 people. That was LeBron James, but he was a good school. You know, that was the, and I said, the place was crazy. And she kept talking. No, she had like 10 of them.
Yeah, well, Megan said you said it to other people and you admitted you did.
Lucky I did it because she was drowned. Well, she wasn't fit. That question, but she kept talking.
Right,
but you couldn't hear it.
And then
Well, how did I do with the outfit? I got very.
That was great. That was great. It was very funny. Very funny stuff. Very funny.
So, yes.
It's funny. That's a crazy one. She said that she was suffering from sleep deprivation when she picked up.
I was.
Hey, maybe take a nap.
So I was. Okay, let's see how that goes. I think we're going to win. I think we're way ahead now. I think we're way ahead. But
Can I bring you back to
if they
2020?
lose, I think they're going to look at the picture. And then she's going to say she'll look at this guy.
She shouldn't.
That guy's
Just the lying about Tiananmen Square.
Everything.
Yeah, the military record, assistant
She
coach
lied too.
versus
She
head
lied
coach.
too. I got a call from your friends at the years. They had did you know that? He was one of the.
It was funny.
He was a great guy, but this just hit. And I actually really didn't know about this stuff. I thought it was a throwaway. I didn't think our conversation was a throwaway, but I thought that was the friend. He owns like 56 of these McDonald's. And he said, do you want to use one? I said, yeah, I love it. So we went there, and the crowd was crazy. You know, they had 28,000 people around. The Secret Service was not exactly thrilled. I had no idea what that. But I went into the place, and I did the French fry thing. I thought it was like a quick throwaway. We're going to be there for 15 minutes. Then I said, she lied about McDonald's. And you know, it's McDonald's. Well, McDonald's has no information. She has no information. There's nobody there. No, she lied. She's a liar. You know what they did? they'll say the exact opposite of what I say. And it's the exact opposite. I came out immediately strongly in favor, and they glanced up against it. So she changed policies on 50. I've never seen a guy anybody change on more than one. Every single thing that she was for, the confiscation, she wants to confiscate. Now she's saying everybody should have it there. In fact, we're going to get her. I don't think people are buying it. I don't think people are buying it.
Well, some people tend to our population to vote Democrat no matter what you it's
left
is good, right is evil.
I don't understand. I built a lot of that, exactly the stuff. But you have a border from places unknown, like sometimes I say about a fighter, from parts unknown, right? Remember his sex, from parts. Yeah, the parts of the deal with those are the but you would want people to come in, pouring into our country. We don't know anything about it.
But that's high votes. Do you think they're just want cheap labor? Like, what's the idea?
If they hate our country, they're stupid, or they want to buy votes. It's one of those two things.
Yeah.
They are trying to get people registered who don't even know what the country is.
And they're trying to give people amnesty, people that live here, they're trying to give them
they want to give them citizenship, and they want to.
When you think about the amount of money that they've given them, the food stamps, the benefits that even our poor people aren't getting.
$200 billion. Just in New York is sort of always looking for money. They've spent $100 billion on this stuff. I don't know where they're not getting the money from the federal government. It's crazy. And because the mayor came out and said, we can't live like this.
They investigated him.
By the way, I called him. I said, he just got himself indicted. This group is...
So 2020 elections. You say you have all this evidence in a consumable...
Yeah.
And what?
Oh, I do. I have books on it. And by the way, books are a great writer. She wrote a book on it, but many books have been written on it. There are books that would say you don't have standing. They didn't rule on the merits. The merits never got there. The judges...
So let's talk about the potential vulnerabilities for elections and election fraud. One of them is mail-in ballots. The other one is if someone can break into voting machines. If someone can hack it.
Elon Musk. I think he said a couple. I hope he did because I wouldn't have with computers. So you'd say
he's one of the smartest people alive. Perfect. While he's doing Starlink, while he's talking to
he's an amazing guy.
Yeah.
He said to me that unless you have paper ballots, it can never be an honest election. That's a big statement.
It's a big statement.
We should go to paper ballots. France did. They went to mail-in voting, and it was just
what can
the amazing thing with the machines? So we have the machines. They cost 10 times what a paper ballot would cost 8%. And they make paper ballots through a watermark and everything else very sophisticated. But if you take a look, paper ballots, 8% the cost, and you're done by 9 o'clock in the evening. Now we have this sophisticated machine. It goes up to heaven. It goes all over the place and down and around. And they say, we'll need 2 weeks to figure out who the hell won the election.
Do you think that's by design?
Yeah, I think it's that's my opinion.
You're allowed to have an opinion. Let's say you win in November. What can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at at the level that the president has power?
Well, if I win, this will be my last election. But I think I owe it to the country. Yeah. But I think I owe it to the country. We have to have fair elections.
So how can we fix that?
Jimmy Carter was in charge of the commission, like many years ago. And they put him and Scoop Jackson and various senators, distinguished people who were retired. And they came up with a report. And the report's primary finding was you cannot have mail-in ballots. Because if it's a mail-in ballot, I went to the voting booth the last time in the house, and I walked in Palm Beach, and I walked in, and they know me. They said, Mr. President, could I see your identity? And here's this, here's that, everything. And then you said, they watch you sign it. There's not a lot you can do. I mean, if you wanted to be dishonest, it's sort of you.
Right.
If instead of that, I'm going to send them a ballot.
Right.
It has to go through the postal services. It has to go through a lot of people. They mail you the houses. The house was demolished and the people have left it. It's so bad. The one thing with Jimmy Carter, he had a very strong commission, no mail-in ballots. And we're the only one that does election system. They've gotten away from
And
it.
this is it ticked up in a big way after COVID. It used to be like soldiers starting
They use COVID to cheat.
Yeah. Well, they use COVID to certainly push this mail-in ballot. Another thing
But they use COVID to cheat.
But here's another.
And the last election was a little bit. You couldn't even get security guys, big strong guys to watch. You know what? They call it this. They were afraid to go. We had really the middle of COVID. We were in the middle of COVID, right smack in the middle, and they didn't want to catch you. It was like, in a way, it was like a ghost town, and the whole thing, mail-in ballots are bad.
That certainly is a problem. Mail-in ballots are a problem. Another problem is voter ID.
Yeah, voter ID.
Voter ID is the most bizarre argument that I've never seen anybody articulate in a way that's convincing.
Because
why we don't cheat voter. Well, it doesn't make sense any other way. I've tried to straw man it, or I've tried to steel man it. I've tried to look at it from a position why would you not? The ideas are just ridiculous. Gavin Newsom to get a driver's license.
Here's another one. Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the world. And I used to listen to that of him because he's just too, it's just a whole country. But Gavin Newsom, that you are not allowed to ask the person, even ask them whether or not they have voter ID.
Now, what could be a charitable reason why anybody
because they want to cheat?
But that would be the only thing that makes sense.
But that's taking it to the next level.
Right.
Now, you have that national convention where they had it the last time we saw person, where they live, how they live, who the hell their boyfriends are. Every single, it was on a big picture. That's for there. They have an ID, a big ID. It was hanging like you were a prisoner. They had these massive cards, everything. And yet when it comes to the vote, in theory, the most important thing we do, okay? When you go to a grocery store, you get an ID. But for a vote, it's supposed to be a sacred thing. It should be a sacred thing. No voter ID because they want to cheat.
Well, it doesn't make sense in any other way. I've tried to look at it.
There's no other way.
There's no argument that anybody's presented that makes any sense why.
The funny thing about the Democrats, the people, they all think you should have it. In other words, you should have it.
Yeah.
If you go to the people, Mrs. Schwartz, Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, sure. They say, of course, yeah. The Democrats, they say it's the politicians that don't want it. Like Schumer, these guys say, because they want to be able to cheat. But you know what? If they didn't have it, okay, who is going to vote for somebody who wants open borders? Who's going to vote for somebody who wants to have men playing in women's sports? I have never had one person come up to me and say, President, you've got to do something to allow men to play in women's sports. Have you ever? Just like I've never been called by a poster. I told you my theory on posters. Okay? I'm getting myself in trouble with some of these things, but I don't really care. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, we want to have men playing women's sports. And, I had a funny thing. At a property I own in California, I have a woman who's a very good athlete, and she works there as a manager. And Brian Urlacher, the big Chicago Bears, great player, 10-time All-Star, I guess, Hall of Fame, a great guy, big, strong guy. And she said, and I noticed she was the size of his leg. His leg was bigger than she was. And I put it out, should men play women's sports? The whole, it was just
A bizarre and polarizing ideas that's promoted by the left.
who wants it? Now, unless you're going to cheat in elections, you're not going to go. Nobody wants it.
Right.
I don't think anybody wants it. I've been told everything. Some people want this. I don't know of anybody that wants open borders. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, President, you got to let the world come into our country.
Right.
Now, if they want, so they have 21 million, I think it's much higher than that because you have gotaways, so they just walk in.
Right.
And the other thing you have is human traffickers. You have traffickers, and they're trafficking women, and they're going wild now. We used to, we have to look the trunk of cars. Can you believe it? They put women in trunks, like 3 women in a trunk. These people are savages. They're horrible. The worst people. And they're making the kind of money they make in drugs. They're almost making on trafficking. And the thing that's made it hot is the internet. That's what, but you think of it almost as an ancient thing, but it's the internet. But who would want to have these things? Who would want to have? There's so much the transgender operations. Child, when he goes to school and turn him into a male, female, without parental consent. Who wants this? Does anybody want this? I've never heard of anyone. And I can go into 10 different things. People is no voter ID. You can't have voter ID. They don't want any. They want to cheat. There's only one reason. Is the voter ID is so basic. It's the most basic.
Very basic.
Who would want this? They want it so they can cheat because they're very smart when it comes to that. They're very smart, although they're not smart in terms of politics. They're away because what do they have that people want? They really don't have. They give away a lot of health care, a lot of stuff, but for the most part, their policies are terrible. She's running, she's going to raise your taxes, and the people talk. But who is going to win with it? All my life, I grew up with politicians lower taxes. She's politicking that we are going to raise your taxes.
Well, they want to raise millionaires and billionaires are not paying their fair share.
But it doesn't work out.
It's a narrative, right? It's a narrative that appeals to people that are problems are these rich people are not paying taxes.
Well, the problem is the rich people are going to leave. They're going to come. Other people aren't going to have jobs. That's what happens.
It does happen in other countries.
But the whole, because you brought it up. I'll tell you what, we just done a very good job in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. So we have a case where they found thousands of illegal. A judge just ruled that they have to be able to vote. Just happened today, just before I walked in there. A judge just ruled that you have to keep those people in. They're illegal. They're illegal votes. Now, I think they'll be overturned at the next court. One thing I found, because I had a couple of things that they had overturned, the system, because the system, you have to hope that the appellate judges are honest. Otherwise, we don't have a country anymore. Very important. But the whole thing with illegal ballots has got to be looked at. You have to have voter ID, and you have to have additional ID. You have to have an ID that shows that you're a citizen of the country.
I agree.
They don't want that either.
I agree. One of the things that I want to talk about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was the quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened it partially. I was met with some good people, people that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one. He's a good person. They called me. They said, "Sir, after," and I did open it, but I was asked by some people not to open. There's a Martin Luther King file too, by the way, that we'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me. A lot of good people called me. People that that people find reasonable people, and they asked me not to do it. So I said, "Well, we'll close it for another time." But if I win, I'm going to open it up.
Why didn't you open it up the first time?
Because a lot of times,
the hesitation?
Addresses, people that are still living, there are people that are affected, and there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, "Would it be possible for us to do that at a different time?"
How much of it did you get into?
I think it's going to be just fine. I think it's fine. It's going to be fine. It's a cleansing. That's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office.
Well, the thing, if people look at it from the outside, and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Well, when they're living people, generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still
living people that formerly worked for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open up. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened to 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to get very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people from space.
Yes.
And then you're interested.
Oh, very interesting. How much did they tell you about that? Super top secret? Tell me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say what I can know. No, but I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing to interview. I've never been to a lot of people. Area 51 or whatever it is. I think it's the number one tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51 of us. You know that, right?
Sure, I know what it is.
So, but it's a big tourist thing. So, I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd like to have them.
I've had a couple in here. Commander David Fravor, I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very, very good thing. Visual video evidence, radar evidence, Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. Great pilots. And they saw things that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane. And it was round, which is in theory a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations about? Was this your personal interest?
It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life. Because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there. This is a speculation about Mars. That Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But the universe is
been a big thing. When I look at what China did to this, they would have never done anything where they put the balloon up. A lot of people thought for a little while that was one of these things.
So that's a lot of the speculation too. That some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones, and they're not UFOs.
They could be absolutely silent. Let's say 3 or 4 days. And with tremendous interest, what the hell is your children? Solid, beautiful people. They should serve. There's something. They do conspiracy.
Well, I mean, just the Commander David thing in 2004 off the coast of San Diego, they clocked that thing from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second. They don't know what it is. Yeah, they got video evidence of this thing, visual evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, radar evidence, whatever the hell it is. It moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if you're inside of it. The G-force, no one would survive. So what is that? And we don't. It doesn't have a heat signature. They don't know what their propulsion system was. But
when you fly in some of these pilots have to be in great shape.
Oh yeah, I flew with the Blue Angels.
Yeah,
I got to fly. I guess those are older. And those
are older machines.
In their rings.
When you fly,
these things that these people are encountering are far superior to what we know of.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there's some military or government program that you weren't, that they didn't tell you?
I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought if the election was different, I would have fired all of them. But most of them, I think, he should have had a lot of fun. If you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at the bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to bomb, they'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that he's been wrong too, because they who said they made the decision together, but Israel didn't follow his advice. And I think it was a very, the Middle East is rapidly changing. There are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. Weapons today, they're so scary. When you look,
the podcast is the largest podcast in the world.
And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons. And we have other weapons too that are devastating, but the nuclear weapons, the biggest threat we have in the world today, and that's why de-escalation, de-escalate, and be careful. It's really tricky playing with that. Because they say we're going to do it, and they're not doing it, maybe. It's with the first two, it's a curse. It's China's.
Let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course in Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very expression in the sense that the times change, every day changes. Who's winning? Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds and you speak to people like you'll tell you. It's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what's happening. You look at what's happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
Well, what could you do now? You get into office and change.
Right now, you would get both of them. I know both of them. And again, I do not want to tell you the five people that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, all I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin and I would meet with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each one of them. And I believe that.
So I can't watch the news, Mr. Mark? You need to pay attention to yourself. I'm another moderator in here. Someone else.
I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got Macron the phrase. Good guy's like a friend of mine. But he's a wise guy. A person that likes him said he was going to tax our companies. I said all the smartest guys, I said, and Nietzsche and later failed me. And I said, I'll do it myself, and I couldn't. And I said, you're taxing on right to do that. You borrowed a camera too. I don't think I can do it for the cost. I said, and you do that. Your wines and champagnes are coming to the United States, and you're going to regret at the end of the day. That's not fair. Anyway, within about 2 minutes, he dropped the whole thing. There was massive amounts of money against American companies. I have to protect American companies.
So why doesn't the Biden administration do this?
Because they're in conflict. They don't know how to talk. Look, they met in Alaska with the Chinese, and the Chinese lectured them about how badly they did. Okay? I mean, think of it. You remember that? It was like in America. They didn't talk to them about that. They respected me. They respected me. They don't respect my country. They don't respect Biden. They don't respect her. They're dreaming about her because she's incompetent. She's not a smart person. Look, she can't put two sentences very smooth in they're very scrupulous, and they're very tricky and evil and dangerous. And if she becomes the president of the United States, which I can't believe can happen, I don't think this country is going to make it. I don't. I think bad, just really bad things will happen to our country. And you know what? I look at the outside forces in this thing. They can all be handled because we have a pot of gold. But we're not going to have that. You know, it's a great negotiating thing. I told you, I knocked out this massive car company, but it take all of our car business from Detroit. I knocked it out just by my
How do you even know you can't even hear us?
They'll never tariff until they're 2,000%. They're never going to build that plant.
Is it possible to apply that same thing to the electronics that we use? One of the things that disturbs me greatly is that all of our phones are made overseas, and then some of our phones are made in places like and the chips, and some of our phones are made in places like nets around the building to keep people from jumping off the roof because they have so many suicides. Like, wouldn't it be? You know, people are paid good wages, they have health insurance, they take care of, they can live a good life. Where you're not buying something in a horrible way that's not even legal in the United States. It's not even legal to have them.
But let me just say, that chip deals. We put up billions of dollars for rich companies to come and borrow the money, build chip companies here. And they're not going to give us the good companies anyway. All you had to do is charge them tariffs. If you would have put a tariff on the chips coming in, you would have been able to, just like the auto companies, no different, more sophisticated, but no different. You know, Taiwan, they stole our chip business. Okay? They want us to protect, and they want protection. They don't pay us money for the protection. You know? The mob makes you pay money. But with these countries that we protect, I got hundreds of millions of dollars from NATO countries that will never pay us. And my biggest one, Director General, as the Secretary General, a good guy. He said, Bush came and made a speech, Obama came and made a speech, and they said, will you protect us from Russia? They said, millions of dollars going to NATO. But I still pay a lot of money to check. It's the way. You didn't have to put up 10 cents. You could have sold what you tariff it so high that they will come and build their chip companies for nothing. In other words, you put a big tariff on the chips coming in. I said, you don't have to pay the tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. We didn't have to give them the money to build the plant. Besides that, these chip companies, they stole 95% of our business. It's in Taiwan right now. We lost the chip business, and now we think we're going to pay. You can't build it that way. You have to make them spend their money in the United States, and those plants would open up all over, and they'll fund it. We don't have to. And I am in the public for you. I got to make a speech. I will do it again. I want to do it again with you. You are something. I said, how long will this last? Anyway, an hour to 3 How long would you do? Again, I thought it was great. I think it was great as well. You are a fascinating guy, and you've done a great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
It's been an honor.
I'm going to make a great speech, and I'm going to off tonight. Anyway, it's a great honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good job. Experience.
Showing my day, so I can podcast my day. All day. You up? Exciting times.
Exciting times.
It's a good time to be a conspiracy theorist.
It's a good time to be a conspiracy theorist. It's a great time to be a comedian. These are the good days. The all or nothing days.
Yeah, these are the good days. This thing that the Biden administration pushed through, this new martial law thing.
Yeah.
This is very disturbing. Jamie, please Google this so we can find out what the actual law states. But it's DOD Directive 520 lethal force to kill Americans on U.S. soil who protest government policies.
What are they expecting?
Is that what it is? Did I tell you what it is? I'm sorry. 5240.01. DOD directive. This is from RFK Jr. Posted this on Twitter, and I'm finding out about it because people are blowing me up. That's terrifying. That is a terrifying thing to push through for the first time in U.S. history.
That's crazy too. And it's interesting because with the Smith Modernization Act and stuff like that, in a weird way, just make it legal what they're already doing. It's just not the Smith Modernization Act. The Smith Modernization Act that Obama pushed through, which based against citizens, which they were already doing in different ways through CIA and all that stuff. So it sounds like we can legally do it. You can't sue us now.
How crazy is it? It's legal law.
How crazy is that?
Government to not just legally lie, but they can just if they decide that it's in the best interest of national security or whatever,
to just manipulate energy in your mind and all that stuff to get you to believe.
Well, they have no. It's not gonna work. You can't bring back shame to this people.
Yeah. They can't feel anything. It's in their reptilian brains, which is there's some weird going on right now.
It's weird because I don't think they're really lizard people. I don't think they're really shaped, but they do behave in a reptilian way, like a corporation does, like a psychopath.
I think going on that they are a group of people because they're all related, which is very weird. If you you go back far enough, all related. Like if you study Obama and Bush, right? It's like, change. It's going to be change. And then you start studying like the Bushes and the Obamas, and their first ancestor, their common ancestor, is a Hinckley dude, right? And you go,
like John Hinckley, try to kill
100%. What? Yes, their common ancestor is a Hinckley, and when you realize that
Hinckley was related to Obama and Bush,
and related to the Bushes had dinner with the Hinckley's the night before Reagan got shot. And here's the thing.
What?
Yeah. Is that crazy?
Do you think? Okay, I always thought he was a lone nut that was infatuated with Jodie Foster. What?
So, no, dude. And he actually interviews, dude, where he said, Uncle George told me to do that. Okay.
Didn't they just let him out?
Plain and coffee beans because he's put on the album.
Barack Obama's cousin once removed Bush. Samuel Hinckley. Holy shit.
It's so crazy.
I never believed the guy who killed or shot, rather, Ray. What was his deal? Was he
like
MK Ultra?
Yeah, it was a little off. It was like the one family member that was a little off.
Wow.
Here's the cream mentally not capable of defending myself. I'm too mentally ill. What's the law where you can
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So because right around then, John Lennon was also getting assassinated, and his killer tried to use that. I'm not mentally capable to kill. was it, dude? And I watched that whole story.
Is there a rabbit hole?
There's 2 eras of like assassinations where like everybody was getting assassinated,
Or they were Chapman.
Yeah.
David Chapman shot and killed Lane. Now, is he an MK Ultra guy too?
bro. So he had that. What book did he have? On the Rye. What's it called?
Catcher in the Rye.
Catcher in the Rye. That's some MK Ultra shit. Were they
Still
all
alive?
Is he still alive?
69 years old, getting fucked in jail.
Yeah. MK Ultra shit just left him alive, dude.
The second gunman, not Mark David Chapman.
Yeah, nobody
They
talked
shot
about
John
that.
Lennon. Arthur Jones. Oh. Those authors.
Well, you know, the door guy at his hotel, his apartment building was like a CIA, FBI spoof. She just loaded up. When it's meant to happen, you don't get out of it. There's layers upon layers upon layers. It's that's why when you talk about any of these things, that even like when you talk about the Trump assassination, there's a lot of stuff. I go, that's a little weird. Like it's a really weird situation right there. Because if you study these high impact events, they're like it's kind of like that John Wick, like the hit goes out on him and he's in the plaza. And now every assassin there's a phone. Suddenly they're all on flip phones, and it's like boom, take out impact event, like layers upon layers upon layers, where you're not getting out of it.
Election of 32.
Which one was 72? Was that McGovern? I think that was when Hunter S. Thompson wrote Fear and Loathing in the Campaign Trail. Yeah. Yeah. That was the one where Nixon won by the largest margin in history because McGovern's running mate, turns out he was cuckoo and had gotten elected. You ever see the press conference where they announced that, bro, dude looks like he just got out of the pool. Like, you thought Tim Walsh was a bad VP. This guy. They're like, no.
Assassination. The guy who is giving him mouth to mouth is a New York police officer. Police didn't know about it. It was this crazy, like, secret group within the. They didn't even go through like getting their badges and anything like that. They were like separated early and then infiltrated organizations. Like the guys who shot him were working with the FBI. The guy who's giving him CPR is a
Really excited must it be to be an undercover dude.
To be like deep. Imagine being an IDF soldier who's in Hamas.
Dude, that's crazy. You're in Hamas. Yeah.
You're in there. You're so deep that no one even knows what your actual job is. And there's like, Israel doesn't play.
Israel don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck. They have a bunch of those dudes. Like infiltrated Hezbollah.
Everywhere.
Got guys in everywhere.
The
That's how
US
they got everybody up with those pagers.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That pager thing is one of the most gangster moves in the history of espionage.
And it's like, you guys, yeah, 100%.
What do you call it?
Yeah, it's not
This episode of the Joe Rogan Experience is brought to you by Call of Duty. When a new Call of Duty drops, everyone's trying to find a way to squeeze in those extra hours of gameplay. I get it. Life is busy, but sometimes it just...
Hey Joe, it's the replacer. Yeah. Oh, you. Hey, I'm gonna take it from here so you can enjoy some Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Great. Now listen up, folks. Life can be chaotic, but you shouldn't have to miss out on the latest Call of Duty just because you got, I don't know, to the boring stuff like work, chores, even podcast ads. So you can dive right into the fight. So dive in because I've got your back. Remember, I replace you play. It's not simple.
Man, this is your time to jump in. over to callofduty.com/Black Ops 6 to get in the game. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 available now. Fucking wild move, man. What a wild move.
Maybe a study where like they could get any, like they could have this thing listening to us. It's that. Yeah, the dude is listening to us. His coffee's. That's where it's.
Now they have Wi-Fi and the ability with Wi-Fi to see everything in the room. Not only does Wi-Fi see you, it knows what position you're in, it sees you moving around, everything.
You know, even these phones, like
they never shut off.
Who was I talking to? I was talking to some people last night at your club, and they were talking about how like your phone knows exactly like what time it is and what you can look at that time. So when you flip it up, those are the apps that come up. They have you down on lockdown. Everything. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like I've been studying this stuff a lot, and this is the weirdest thing. Is where everybody thinks I'm a crazy person. Thank you. Finally, somebody gets me. It got really lonely there for a while.
You were out there at the end of the year. What's Sam doing?
He's scary,
like, guys. Yeah.
What? We need to stand. And now they still think I'm crazy, but at least they're like, okay, it's right about everything.
Well,
right?
it was fascinating to watch that he had put up, the blinders that he had put up all his life.
And it's like, so if I get a text from you're right about everything.
Yeah.
Where do you get your news from? I'm like, the streets, bro.
Bro, Khaled is so hard to convince. He and I, we had this long-ass conversation in Utah a couple of weeks ago when I was there for the UFC. And just a long-ass conversation where I was laying some things out for him and then showing him. He's like, no way. I was like, yeah, read it. He's like,
Super highly educated. Brian Callen is a sweetheart. Realize that. He's almost to a point, he's a people pleaser where he just wants to make sure everybody's happy. At the end of the day, he has a good heart.
he's a great guy. I've been friends with Brian for 30 years.
Yeah, he's the best.
We're real good friends.
And
I
he
like him to death.
And he wants to have hope.
He wants to believe that the government is good.
Yeah.
And I think the government is mostly good.
Yeah.
That's what I think about people. I think people are mostly good. I think most people are great. But I think the reason the Second Amendment exists is some people are not great.
Yeah.
Some people are really bad, and you want to protect the great people from the people that are really bad. And that's a reality, unfortunate reality. I would like that to go away. I would like there to be need for guns because everyone's amazing. And that would be the best. 100%. But pretending that everyone's the best without fixing all the problems that make people fucked up in the first place while trying to remove guns so only outlaws have guns is the dumbest fucking strategy. Every city that pulls that off, like Chicago or Detroit or any of these places that try that shit, it's a disaster and a fucking war zone. You know, I mean, there's more people get murdered in Chicago every weekend than probably any city in the country.
The places with the strictest gun.
You have to look at the actions. Don't look at the actions. Look at what causes the actions. Extreme poverty, despair, gang-ridden, crime-ridden neighborhoods. If you don't fix them, you're going to keep getting the same kind of people that come out of there. So that is where we spent $175 billion on Ukraine. We could have easily fixed all of our inner city problems. We could have set up community centers, given people nutritious food. We could have completely renovated the schools, fixed the schools, brought in athletes and musicians and people to do seminars and show people how they can get out of things, teach people trades, life skills, teach people things that you can use and apply, you can get jobs, show them how to get jobs. You know, there's a lot of people that are fucked now. They're fucked, and they have no one reaching a hand to try to help them out. And we could have done that.
Scarcity, dude. scarcity.
But is that on purpose? Yeah, I don't think it is. I think they're acting in their industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, and then all the people that give them money keep getting more money from them and ignore all the other people. This is what I think they're doing. And this is what I think they're doing with voting as well. And giving them money and putting them up in hotels and then asking for amnesty. We're not having enough babies. We need people to come into this country. Sure, 15,000 of them are rapists. 14,000 of them are murderers.
Party, and you're like, wow, there's not a lot of people there. Sounds like I'll invite a bunch of people. You're like, don't you study a lot of this stuff? And it just gets into like, I think like this kind of like dark energy stuff, man. It's like, if you study like what they did to the same playbook over and over again, which is take, like if you study the natives, right? They killed all the buffalo, which means took away all the jobs from the guys.
That's a little more complicated. That the Native American story is a little more complicated.
But it's
in that regard, because the buffalo thing, there's some evidence that some people were killing the buffalo to deprive the Native Americans of food, but most of it was just wanton and destructive recklessness and just like greed, just horrible greed.
Yeah.
You know what they were doing it for? Pickled tongues. That was the primary thing they were getting. Before they were even getting skins from buffalo, they were getting tongues. Tongues was like one of the big things because you could take them, you could pickle them, you could send them back east. They're worth a lot of money. It's because the buffalo tongue like that big.
Yeah.
So they were shooting this 1,800-pound animal for a fucking 10-pound tongue.
It's nuts. And then, you know, the guys didn't have, the men didn't have jobs. And the women always had jobs because they had children, and that was their job. And then you look at the black community, they did that exact same thing with the crack epidemic. They took away all the jobs, they flooded it with drugs, they locked up all the men, destroyed the community. And now you see that kind of happening in the bigger cities now, where it's like, I was flying on this one airline, I forget what it is, and they were like, we're training only women to be pilots. And I'm like, is that the best idea right here?
I would train the best humans.
100%.
Women, great. Yeah, if they're not women, don't hire them.
So you're taking
Hire
away,
the best people.
taking away from jobs from guys. And like, as men,
You know that's all that DEI stuff, where they have to, like, in order to get funding, in order to, like, there's a financial incentive to meet DEI quotas. A lot of companies are abandoning that.
yeah, 100.
All of it happened during the Obama administration.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen, we showed it yesterday on the podcast, was it yesterday? The spike in racism and all these things on social media. All of it comes up in 2012. It just starts in 2011 and just spikes. Thousands and thousands of
The articles, the mentions,
it all mentions on social media. All of a sudden became a big thing. And then you have all your race hustlers who are taking advantage of these DEI quotas, provide seminars for exorbitant rates. The Al Sharpton hustle, the Jesse Jackson hustle. All those, there's a lot of those guys that capitalize on white guilt and got in with a fucking nice fucking paycheck. Really care, making big money. I want a shrimp cocktail in the green room. You know, like, for diversity. You know, hook me up with some Dom Perignon. And they pulled it off. And that's what you're always going to have. You're always going to have people that take advantage of any kind of a situation like that. And I think with that one seems to be, I don't think they realized the impact it was going to have. I think they were just trying to push a narrative that people were racist and like we should not be racist. And it was like a good talking point for the Obama administration. But then it spread to transphobia and homophobia. It just went wide.
Yeah, they're just looking for stuff. I think there's a bigger play, and it's divide and conquer. And these are playbooks, plays in the playbook that they run to do this. And it's like, for me, it's like, study the Cultural Revolution of China, study the Bolshevik Revolution of Russia, and I'm sorry about people being crazy, but what the Nazis did to Germany. It's like these are playbooks to destroy these giant, powerful countries that you can't just invade because you get your dick kicked in. So you have to kind of destroy it from inside. And I think everything you're talking about right now is out of a playbook of cultural Marxism. That this is how you destroy it from the inside. And like that Yuri Bevanov or whatever his last name is. Dude, I just saw another video he did
where like, and the guy ruined it by putting up all these stupid pictures, and it made it way more weaponized than it needed to be. But man, he breaks down how you break down society. There's a couple videos, one of him sitting down, and then there's one where he's giving a seminar, and bro, he breaks down every single step. Mm-hmm. And you go, that's happening right now, that's happening right now.
And it destroyed the confidence that people have in America. It destroyed the faith in America. People think the American flag is racist.
It's so crazy.
It's so crazy. Schools will kick you out if you come in with an American flag t-shirt. Like, this is bananas.
It is
but yet,
crazy.
pride flags are mandatory.
It's so crazy to me. And I'm working on this bit right now because, like, everything in television is like Civil War. There's gonna be a Civil War, or movies, and I'm like, between who? Like the right and the left? That kind of sounds like a curb stomping to me. It's like you're gonna have like the rednecks versus the furries, and like who's fighting here, dude? It's like ridiculous. And because like it's gotten so crazy that like, you know, if you called somebody a fascist, that meant they were like taking away your rights. Now it's just your dad who watches Fox News. Right. It's like so stupid. Racist. Called race. It doesn't. It's almost like a badge of honor at this point to be called these terms because it's just by annoying people who I don't like, anyways. Right. So it's destroyed this kind of fabric between relationships between everybody.
It's destroyed the meaning of words, and it really opens the door for real racists. But if you only have one word, the word is racist, and you apply that word to anyone. Every anyone who disagrees, like they applied to Graham Hancock, the archaeologist, who literally wrote things implying that Graham Hancock's work empowers white supremacy. And I asked him about it. He was like trying to skid around, dance around it, but I'm saying, and this is a guy, Graham Hancock, who's talking about ancient cultures. He's literally saying, we're talking about the like Egypt. No one's saying that like white people built the pyramids. Yeah, they're saying that they've been there longer than people think. That's it. By the same fucking people. No one's saying white people. There's no white people back. I mean, especially in that area. What are you talking about? But yet you can say racist, and everyone's like, "Oh my god." Dude. It's not the case real. There's an archaeologist, an amateur archaeologist, racist because he's like trying to say like, hey, maybe this stuff is older than we think. Racists? What are those?
And what does this mean? Like, oh, this is white supremacy. What's that mean? Is he for? Is that what they're saying?
Like, they're trying to take and construct this, but no one's saying. Like, he even doesn't think aliens built it. No, they're misrepresenting the argument, and the argument is a fascinating. And it's backed by actual science. And the argument is there's a thing called the Younger dry skin bacteria that happened around 11,000 years ago. Documented, proven, 100% real event. They know the dates that it happens because it happens every year. Is it November and June? Is that when the mini meteor shower is over? So there's a comet shower that we pass through twice a year. And every now and then a big chunk, like the Tunguska event. The Tunguska event in the early 1900s, which flattened like 1 million acres in Siberia, is the exact same time period where we passed through the shower. So they believe that at 11,800 years ago, this impact, and this is proven by core samples that show high levels of iridium, high levels of this nuclear glass that happens on impacts, and they find this stuff all in the same area, 11,800 BC, and then another one that's somewhere around 11,800 years ago, rather, and another one that's like 10,000 plus years ago. So they think there's like multiple events that took place over a few thousand years, which totally makes sense. If you pass through this fucking shower all the time and it nuked a giant chunk of Siberia in the early 1900s. So all he's saying, all Graham Hancock is saying is we are a species with amnesia. And even erase it. It's the whole thing.
Nuts. I love it, dude. And like, if you, I think the world before that event was crazy. It was like, I think it's like Game of Thrones meets like Harry Potter. Like, it was the craziest thing ever. Everything, like, even if you study like the stuff that happened in the Bible and all these crazy things they say people did, I think all that stuff was possible before that, and it just wiped out this incredible civilization. It was so advanced, and they could manipulate energy, and they could do all this. Who built the pyramids? Maybe Nephilim. Who knows? Dude, giants just lifting logs and giant
Civilization.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense when you compare the rest of the world. The rest of the world at 2500 BC, which is the conventional date. Let's say that's correct. Just the conventional date. Graham Hancock thinks it was probably much earlier. But let's say the conventional date. No one else was doing anything like that, 2500 BC. Not even close. So what was going on there? How did they just have resources? Did they have so much food and water and they existed for thousands of years? We were talking about how if you go back literally 120 years ago, you have now 120 years later, you have Elon Musk and Starship X catching rockets on a fucking. You look at it, it's fucking impossible. Have this same sort of situation where they have an established civilization, established culture, plenty of food, plenty of resources, brilliant people, no more. And then they just start figuring stuff out, but on a different pathway. Instead of with like engines and internal combustion and electronics, they go a different way. And we don't know what that way is. But it's totally possible that that way exists.
Yeah, there's a lot of great YouTube channels that break this stuff down, like on my lunch break and Analog. I had him on my show, and he was telling me this story about how like they were drilling low, and then they got to this, and there was this giant like cavern, and they found like a civilization down there that was empty. And he talked about one time where they just kept drilling, and they just would find civilization on top of civilization, and they got low enough that they found like in America, they found like Chinese writing low enough. Where is this? Yeah, if you study these guys, they have these YouTube channels. It's on my lunch break and Analog, and they just break down kind of like something I talked about last time I was on here, which was like it's lost civilizations. How our timeline is completely fucked. It's not even real. There's people think we're millions of years old, and we have these giant events that kind of come and reset us. But they dig deep enough. There's like civilizations keep digging. There's another civilization over and over and over. We're just on top of giants, dude.
Well, that's the case with Egypt. There's old kingdom and then there's new kingdom stuff. And when you go deeper into the sand, you find more complex buildings. Just not bigger stones, like crazy stuff. That old kingdom Egypt stuff is a specific style. And so, maybe that was 11,800 years ago, and then maybe 10,000 years ago is the other one. Like, we don't know. We don't know how old that stuff is.
Well, it's almost like the Egyptians would just kind of move. And they're like, these are pyramids. And
the
like,
Egyptians of Cleopatra's age.
Yeah.
But someone, long ass time ago had knowledge of constellations, had an understanding of how to point something perfect, do north, south, east, and west. The calculations that have to be involved in getting 2,300,000 stones to come to the perfect point. Crazy. But that's insane. And then some of them, they're moving these stones from 500 miles from the mountains. And then they have stones that are like 80 tons, and they're lifting them 300 feet onto the ceiling. Like, can you tell me how they're doing this? How the fuck? How would we do that?
Towns, you just go in there, like any state. You go into a small town, their city hall is like the most beautiful building you've ever seen, surrounded by trailers. And you're like, who was here? Who made that? Why'd they make that, and where they go. And you see that all over the place.
But you know, the thing is, like, craftsmen, for like, if you go into like old houses, old churches, the craftsmanship is that incredible. St. Peter's Basilica is fucking mind blowing. You walk around, it's spectacular. When you walk around, your jaw's just hanging out. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know how tall the ceiling is. It's fucking crazy tall. But it's like everywhere you look is incredible, ornate crap.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that, man.
The detail. Oh,
Dude,
my God.
in how long? What was the motivation? How did you get the money? Who did you steal all that money from? Click on that other one, Joe. What? Yeah. Look at that. And then the one to the left of that, too. Look at that. Fuck, dude. And when you walk around there, I mean, photos barely good justice. So you like go to one there in the lower right-hand side chamber with all the people in it, right next to that to the right. Yeah, right there. Look at that one. So that gives you an understanding of the scale. You see all these people rolling around in that. It's fucking amazing. And it was a skill that was taught in school. You know, like how many sculptors are there today? It's probably a dying thing. It's probably very few actual sculptors. But back then, it was a real craft that you can get into it. And especially, you know, you're doing all this stuff by hand. Like, they didn't even have power tools. Okay? So that whole thing was built without table saws, no band saws. It was all planers and hand chisels and hand saws.
Something, dude, you don't know. I mean, like, we don't know the technology.
We know the dates of that. We know the people that did it. That's all doable. It's especially doable over hundreds and hundreds of years of working on it, which is what we know that they did. When you get to things like the pyramid, all definitions kind of fall apart because there's too many stones. I think they said that, you know, they gave a timeline of something in the neighborhood of 20 years, the Pharaoh Khufu, his lifetime. And that in order to build that pyramid just within his lifetime, within his reign, which is like 20 years, you would have to place a stone every 30 seconds or something crazy like that. You have to cut, place, measure, and it would take 30 seconds per stone. And you have to round the clock.
It's so crazy. Like, they're building that. And I drive through this country doing stand-up, and you see, like, churches are in, like, strip malls now, right?
Right.
It's like you got church right next to a Jamba Juice.
Right.
There's nobody's building these amazing buildings anymore.
Right.
It's super sad. And it's also like, is it done on purpose?
That's where you and I part ways.
That's
I don't
fine.
think it's
I'll go my way.
You get Joel Olstein's who are in a way to get tax exempt status, and you can be a baller. You could be that Kenneth Copeland guy with fucking flying around on Tyler Perry's jet.
That guy's crazy. Yeah.
Fucking vicious, man.
I feel bad for Jesus. All the people in his name are like real retards.
Yeah, that guy's not in Jesus. That's the thing is, like, there's some scams that are legal. And televangelist is the best scam that's legal. Because it's legal.
Start your own church.
It's legal. You don't have to be a real righteous person. You don't have to be following the Bible. A lot of them are gay. They're fucking people left and right. Like, remember Tammy Faye Baker and Chip Baker?
Just cuckings.
And Jessica Hahn. Remember that scandal?
Well, was it the thing that he liked to just watch his wife get railed? Wasn't that the whole story? Was that
I don't know.
The doc at the end, or the mini series on them was like he just loved to watch her get railed?
Maybe.
It's crazy.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I mean,
But
he was rich getting the weird shit.
Jessica Hahn, who went up banging Sam Kinison, which is hilarious.
Places you will go, the people you will see.
I remember one time Sam Kinison was on Howard Stern, and Jessica Hahn was calling in, "You're a piece of shit." Like, fuck you.
This lady, it's so gorgeous.
And back then, those were national stories. Those were huge national stories. When a preacher like with Jimmy Swagger got called bookers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's crying.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, because like I grew up in that era, and all that stuff kind of made me like question the church. and then question God, and then I just kind of go, oh, because I've been spending some time with my friends. We kind of listen to Johnny Cash read the Bible. It's the best.
How old was he?
I don't know how old he was, but it's like very soothing, and it's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like I'm on this journey right now, but I've never sat down and read the Bible.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
You can say on a journey.
I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm going for a walk. No, it's fine. Okay. I'm just trying to learn. I'm trying to get into the higher vibration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm studying this shit.
Cash reading the New Testament. Also, he was old. He was old, Johnny Cash, 1990. Okay, not too old.
It's the
Not
best.
too old. Oh wow, that's fucking brilliant.
And you just listen to him, and like I never sat down and read the Bible. I've never actually read this. I've been always told those things. I never read it. And not here to actually read, which technically I'm not reading it, I'm listening, but you know, it's like it's really interesting.
I tried to say I read a book to Don Wellness. I told him I read it on. I listened to an audio. He goes, "So you didn't read it?" I was like, "I absorbed the information, but you did not read it."
That's
Yeah,
Brian
right.
Callen too.
Right.
I read this book. You listen to it, which is fine
I've read a book in a long time
because you're busy.
I read articles. I read science papers, but I don't read very many books. Most books I get on the in the sauna or get on the water.
Yeah, I love it. I love because I can retain knowledge better listening than I can actually reading it because I just go, what did I just read? And I have to go back, and I'm the worst.
It's a skill. You have to learn how to absorb information. So it's like everything else. Like if you're talking to someone but you're drifting, you know, you're not really thinking about that. You're like, oh, I got the laundry. Then you start thinking stuff. Then you're not paying attention
to what they're saying.
Yeah,
You're just looking
what?
for
Especially if you're talking to someone who's just talking at you. People that talk at you are so brutal because they're not them. They just have a thing and they're pressing play.
You just happen to be there.
You happen to be there.
And they're just drive by shooting you.
And they just want you to smile and make them look good. It's kind of weird. Like they don't really give a fuck what your opinions are. But if you're talking to one of those people, it's super easy to drift.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
You just start thinking about shit you gotta do, or I want to go here. I'm gonna tell it.
Well, I'm a crazy person, so my brain is thinking about 1,000 things at one time.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, I'm like an iPhone. I'm multitasking, doing a bunch of stuff.
We were trying to have a conversation about this in the green room the other day. You know, like all the different people, they're all. I go, listen, anybody doing this job is out of fucking mind.
Crazy, dude.
Which is fine. It's okay to be out of your mind. My favorite people are out of their fucking mind.
Yeah.
Just be a good person. Be out of your mind, but be nice. Be out of your mind, but be nice. Be generous. Be charitable. It's okay to be out of your mind. But you should also probably figure out a way to manage. You know, my way to manage my mind: cold plunges, workouts, brutalize myself, meditate. That way, when I do such difficult shit on my own. But the regular life, the difficulties of regular life are pretty passive. They're not that big. It's not like 3 minutes and 30.
You go through
You
it
know,
to get to it.
It's not a kettlebell out. You fucking think you're gonna throw up. It's, you know, like regular life is easier. That's why like being on the couch is bad. Being on the couch is bad, not because it's not great to be on the couch. I love being on the couch, binge watching. It's fucking awesome. But it's too comfortable. And when that becomes your baseline, then anything that's uncomfortable becomes difficult to handle because most of your day is like relaxation and sedentary lifestyle. That's not good for you. It's not good for your brain. Forget about your body. Forget about vanity. It's not good for the brain. The brain you need voluntary adversity so that life's adversity becomes normal. Like I'm sure you know military guys. Yeah. I have a lot of friends that have been in war. And those guys that have been in war have a completely different reaction to regular bullshit. I'm sure regular bullshit is not that big a deal to those guys. They're just like, this is just regular bullshit. This is easy day. You know, because war is fucking crazy. And it's like, how much have you seen? How much have you had to deal with? And that's why rich kids and spoiled kids, they have such a hard time navigating life. What are you talking about? I agree. You're not a poor bastard. Yeah. You know, if that guy was your dad, if your was a fucking vice president. He was never home. He'd probably be doing coke too. Yeah. He'd probably be in Vietnam, smoking crack with street hookers, taking pictures of your dick. Yeah. Why not? That guy's got huge dicks. They're always on coke. It's like he doesn't get coke yet. It's unbelievable. It's a fucking hog for a dude on crack. A copy of the entire laptop. Just if you want to. Why do you want that? Not want that. I don't want to be in possession of that. Yeah. But also, like, isn't it illegal? Like, that's not yours. There's things on there. I'm sure there's activities that's illegal, but isn't it illegal to be in possession of someone's private? You don't want that. Yeah. So when they inject child porn into someone's laptop, they do that one all the time. Yeah. They do that all the time. Yeah. They just did that to the brother. No, it's not true. Let me say this. What you don't know how many people they do that to, but they have done it. Someone in some intelligence agency has dropped child porn into a person's computer. That's a fact. It's a real strategy. People talk about it openly. People have been caught on tape talking about it. But people get busted, and you're like, oh, how convenient. Yeah, but this guy got caught with child porn. Now, everything he says, you'll never listen to again. One of the guy that got caught with child porn was the brother of the guy who went to the golf course to try to kill Trump. Also, the brother of the guy who was blamed for the Vegas shooting. Same playbook. Crazy. What a coincidence. Yeah, both of their brothers happen to be child abuse. Yeah, it's crazy. And they just put it on your computer, and then they rage you, and then there's nothing to do. Hey, if that is the one most unforgivable thing of all time, you have that on your fucking computer, everybody agrees you should be dead. Trying to make the term minor attractive person outside everybody. Everybody. I'll fight them all. I'll touch a lady. It's so crazy. Because, the weird thing about that is there was this whole push, about queens. I've been to drag shows. They're great. Personally, I don't be reading at kindergarten. So that's just my personal opinion, right? And now they all get busted for weird paths, right? And the reason I do that is like whether it's the child sex changes and all that stuff, it's like most of the people pushing that stuff, okay, are in therapy for trauma that occurred to them as children. Children with weird ass shit. Like, to me, like, kindergarten should be A's, B's, C's, adding up, it shouldn't be games, football. Yeah, like drag queens seem like algebra to me, like really advanced shit that most adults don't even quite understand. Why would you ever push anything sexual to people that haven't even come close to puberty? Yeah, that makes no sense. It's gross. It's not just gross; it's disturbing, and we're also ignoring the fact that human beings are extremely malleable. You can convince people of all sorts of things. You can influence people to do all sorts of things. We know that. That's why cults exist, right? That's why why do you think they get little kids to become suicide bombers? Because they don't know any better. Try getting a 55-year-old guy with a wife and kids and a job to be a suicide bomber. You're like, what? Try getting some fucking guy in New Jersey that takes the train into Manhattan every day. Try to get that guy to be a suicide bomber. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to pay my mortgage. Right. I'm going to my kids' recital tonight. 100%. I'm not blowing myself up. For what? They have people that rely on them, and kids just have nothing, and they're very trusting adults too. And they really believe that they're going to go to heaven. They really believe that they're going to be martyrs. And then they have framed photographs. I remember there was this documentary where there was this school in the Middle East, and they were talking about today's students are tomorrow's holy martyrs, and it was printed on the wall, and in it they had photographs of various children that had blown themselves up, and they were wearing the vests. It's fucking bananas. But that's the playbook. The playbook is to get young people that don't know any better because they're easily influenced. So in the guise of all this woke shit, people put aside what's fundamental about human nature. There's a reason why you don't let children get tattoos, because they make poor decisions. So why are you letting them get their dick cut off?
I couldn't agree more. It's like, what insane world are we okay with children cutting their dick? It just makes no
Cutting their breasts off, or taking hormone blockers. Oh, did you see the latest one? New York Times wrote about this. They did a study on hormone blockers for children, and they decided to not release the study because the study would empower people who would get. Go to J.K. Rowling and tweet about this, because she had the perfect response to this. Her response to this was so perfect. The whole thing is completely insane. If you're going to do a study that proves that hormone blockers are good for children, and you find out it's not, the correct thing to do is say, hey, we just found something out. You shouldn't give hormone blockers to kids. No, forget about this. This is just for like a happiness thing. We must not publish a study that says we're harming children, because people who say we're harming children use the study as evidence that we're harming children, which might make it difficult for us to continue to harming children.
so sad and tragic.
Yo,
U.S. study on
they're kicking me out of this fucking server, dog. What is it? It's discriminatory against cool people.
And that the findings might be weaponized by opponents of the
Now, this person has on a controversial subject. Dog,
Also,
the motherfucker is the president,
you could just,
or
like,
very
reverse
close
them
to it.
anytime. That's not true. You're using them during the developmental cycle of a child. During the developmental cycle of a child, it determines like
Controversial.
what their penis size is gonna be. Like, some of these kids do it, and then they try to get gender transition.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got.
They can turn
I'm
into a
still
vagina,
Jenny
so they
from the
start
block.
using their
Used to have a little,
reproductive
now I
tissue.
have a lot.
So then
No
their
matter where I go,
artificial
I know where I
vagina
came
smells
from.
like shit, literally, 'cause it's made out of
Really?
tissue. And so there's all these online forums of people talking about the malodorous fake vaginas that they got from these operations, and then you have to keep it dilated.
It's basically a wound that you got to put in, and at some point that wound's gonna not start smelling good.
Oh,
because it's
dog.
not meant
Is
to
that
be
is
there.
that a real thing?
Maybe-
Oh, that sounds
maybe you could- If
disgusting.
it was made out of a dick, maybe you can keep it from.
It's not.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Rabbi from the block. Used to have a little, still have a little.
Because people who say we're
No
harming
matter
children,
where I
we
come and
use
know
this
where I
as
come
evidence that
from.
we're harming children, which
So
might
sorry.
make it difficult for us to continue to harming children.
So sad and tragic.
That unbelievable.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. No matter where I come, I know where I come from.
Distress, and that the findings might be weaponized by opponents of the care, and it should be, because they're not. Not only that, there's severe health consequences. Also, there's the other bullshit that you could just like reverse them at any time. That's not true. You're using them during the developmental cycle of a child. During the developmental cycle of a child, it determines like what their penis size is going to be. Like some of these kids, if they do it to, and then they try to have gender transition surgery, they don't have a penis. They can turn into a vagina, so they start using their rectal tissue. So then their artificial vagina smells like shit, literally, because it's made out of rectal tissue. And so there's all these online forums of people talking about the malodorous fake vaginas that they got from these operations, and then you have to keep it dilated.
It's basically a wound that you got to put in, and at some point that wound's gonna not start smelling good because it's not meant to be there.
Well, I mean, maybe you could, if it was made out of a dick, maybe you could keep it from smelling like anything other than dick. It's gonna smell dick.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But it's like earrings. Like if you have a pierced ear, sometimes those holes seal up, right? So you have to keep a peg in there. You have to keep an earring in there in order to keep the hole open. Right. Otherwise it'll close up, and you have to reopen it. They have to do that with their fake vaginas. They'll heal up.
I just don't understand as a parent how you can't go, no, we're not going to do this. I don't understand why you would allow the thing that is the most beautiful thing in the world, your child, to go through that. I don't understand that, because my whole thing is protect my children at all costs. As much as I can, I protect them from as much as I can. And to allow this to happen at that age, be like, yeah, just do it. Major surgery at 5. How early is it? 10, 12, 13? Like,
Crazy.
what kind of parent is that?
And it's a decision that's going to haunt them for the rest of their life if they don't agree with it.
if they're unhappy with it, and there's a lot of deep transitioners, a lot. And they get shamed on that. It's so crazy. Imagine someone that's been coerced into doing something horrible, they'll never have children again, ruin their life. They get older and they realize, like, oh, I'm just a gay man. Now I don't have a dick. Or, oh, I'm just a girl with autism who is confused. Now my breasts are removed and I have a deep voice. Forever. You have children forever. Your life is ruined in the name of woke, and not just that, but also in the name of money. This is where it gets fucked. Because when you look at the amount of money that's generated by this, like, if you go back to like gender transition surgery places, like gender affirming care centers in like 2007, there's a couple. There's a few, because there's always been transgender. There's always been people that have gender dysphoria, and then there's people that have autogynephilia. And the autogynephilia people are the people that are sexually aroused by the idea of dressing up like a woman, but they like women. And those are the fucking creeps that walk around women's bathrooms.
Yeah, that was a swimmer that said that they had that.
I'm sure there's been a bunch of them like that. They get aroused by the idea of dressing up like a woman, but they're heterosexual. And so they're protected under the same banner. So you've empowered perverts and molesters to go into women's rooms and stare at women while they're peeing with their dicks out. Yeah. You know, it's crazy. They get a kink out of walking around women's locker rooms with their hard-ons. And this is, or their dicks out, but this is just one aspect of it. And then there's people that really do have a mind of a woman. They're trapped in a man's body, and maybe gender transition is a thing for them. But they should be like protected from making a poor decision while they're young.
Yeah. At 18, light yourself up like a Christmas tree. You shouldn't be. Or 21, 24,
whatever it is, whatever age we figure out. Yeah. But people make, especially men, the frontal cortex in a man doesn't even really fully evolve until they're like 25 years old.
I think mine is 50.
I think mine was 50.
Yeah. But it's interesting because it's this thing we kind of see in society right now in our culture where they're trying to make outlaw shit mainstream. Like when I was growing up, there was always that story that there was a city in Colorado where everyone went to get transitioned, and you went out there and that's where you did it. You didn't see it in like centers everywhere. Yeah, for a long time, Colorado was the place where I always heard you went to go get your dick cut off and stuff like that, right? Which is fine. Again, live your life. When I was growing up in a small town, I don't think we had any trans. I think we had maybe one, and they lived their life, and they lived that outlaw lifestyle. Same thing with adult film stars, right? Like when I did an audio show, I interviewed all these adult film stars. That was way before OnlyFans, and now like your secretary is an OnlyFans, and they don't understand the lifestyle that comes with being an outlaw, right? Which is like. There's a reason why porn stars live, like the average age is like 38 years old, their lifespan, right? There's like, if you go and like, there's people on YouTube that put together like these in memoriam of adult film stars. They're all super young, and it's all like OD suicide, murder. It's not an easy lifestyle. There's certain people that are built for that, and it comes from trauma as a childhood. That they can't
imagine the people that you're associating with every day. The men who are pimping you out.
Yeah, it's an outlaw lifestyle. It's the same thing with the trans stuff. They're trying to make it so the normies are doing it. It's like they're not built for that. There's a certain kind of person built for that certain lifestyle.
That business got wiped out by the internet. Remember how there was all these like bailouts of businesses? Isn't it funny that no one bailed out porn?
Yeah, it's so crazy.
It's so crazy, dude. I used to live in this gated community, real nice neighborhood, and there was a dude who lived down the street. He actually did jiu-jitsu with me, and he was a porn star. I know. Yeah. And he made porn films, and so he was loaded. This dude had a fucking fat Mercedes and a beautiful house, and his house is probably like just a playground. Like this, he was just ball right out of control and producing porn. And when the internet came along, and bang, house got repossessed, lost everything. Everybody went broke. They went from making millions every year to making $0.
Yeah,
because all the porn was legal. It was all online.
And it's too. And you go into why is that a thing? Why is this porn all free? Why is that a suggestion bar over there suggesting some weird shit to me? Like it just brings you deeper and deeper into the web.
You keep clicking on links. Links put ads. There's banging out ad revenue left and right.
They're getting some straight like horrible ads too, like a Ford truck I once saw on Pornhub, which was like a really weird commercial before you're about to watch
interracial gangbang. It's
I
like
bet all that's done in a sneaky way. I bet all that's probably done in a sneaky way. I bet the companies don't even know what they're advertising for. You know, I bet it's like a block that goes to like some conglomerate. I mean, you got to think of how much money must be involved in those streaming sites now.
and how many views they're getting. If you go to a video and get 3 million views, why is that any different than watching a stand-up special that has 3 million
Because
views?
you're not paying attention to the fucking ads on the right hand side because you're going full screen every time.
Yeah, it's really good. But the game changed. Right? I always think this is like kind of
Here it is, right here. In 2006, pornography industry generated $12 billion in annual revenue, which is more than the combined annual revenues of ABC, NBC, and CBS. In 2023, the pornographic website market in the US is projected to be valued at $1 billion. So they lost $11 billion. That's with all the rebounding. That's the rebounding, right? So there was a complete devastation from 2006, which is right about the time that this fucking dude lost his house. I think he lost his house like 2008 or something like that. So they just, once the U-porn and all that shit came along, it just took the fucking legs off of it.
Yeah, 2023.
Oh yeah, that's got nothing charged.
yeah, that is
That's not
crazy
right.
too, and that's an
But
interesting
here's the
thing.
thing: that is the most empowering way for porn stars, right? Because they
Get rid of the pimp.
they get rid of the pimp, they get rid of the producers, they make their own revenue, and a lot of it is like boyfriends and girlfriends decide to film, you know, like fucking amateur stuff. People love that stuff, and that is like an insane amount of money, and they're making all of it, which that's the most
Some of
reasonable.
them. I think there's this big thing where they're like, this chick made $1 million, and then you study like what the average person makes. It's like $100. I saw this great meme where it's like you started OnlyFans, you made $10, but now everybody your town knows you have pepperoni nipples.
Yeah, there's definitely that. It's not always successful. That's for sure.
Don't
The median
be
income for
fooled by the
OnlyFans
rocks that I
creators is
got. I'm still Rabbi from the
$4,995
block.
per year. According
Used
Keith
to have a
Tax
little,
Box,
now I have a
$100
lot.
worth of cover. It is likely
No
some
matter
creators
where I
make a
come,
lot of
no,
money, where others
still
make
have
none
a
at
little.
all. So for the median,
Rabbi
before
Rothschild.
9.9, you mean some girls are making $20.
Don't
Yeah.
be fooled by the rocks that I got.
So what was my point? My point was
The point is, it used to be an organized kind of like a real industry, and now it's not that, and it's Wild West, and everybody's doing these. You know what's really weird, dude, is how similar comedians and porn stars' business models are. They're almost exactly the same if you study it, right? It's like we have podcasts, they have OnlyFans, right?
we put clips up on Twitter,
Yeah,
which is wild. But Twitter during all the censorship, still full on hardcore porn always on Twitter, which is really crazy that nobody pushed back against that. That never went away.
and then now and so it's so crazy to me.
That's Instagram's a lot. I watched a guy today get stomped to death. That same video, the guy got stomped to death by the elephant. I had to watch it again. Fuck, man.
Dude, it is crazy. My algorithm on Instagram, I hate it, dude. I hate it. It's all buttholes, dude.
So many people
I
die.
can't get away from it.
Red Band got me turned on to ladies who find the loophole to show their tits.
Oh, with the
By breastfeeding fake babies. So they have this big juicy tit, and they pull this hot girl in a sundress, pulls out this big juicy tit, and sticks it in the mouth of a rubber baby, and you're like, hey.
I was at the airport flying here, and like, I love children. Like, especially now I have kids, I realize how magical they are. And like, you go to airports, you don't see kids like you used to when I was coming up. It's just nobody's having kids anymore. At least that's what they're telling us. But so I'm
That's
there.
why we need to. That's why we need to keep the borders open.
I see that. Dude, even like,
We need to give them money.
even Mexico's birth rate's going down. It's like Mexicans aren't having kids now, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, like, dude, I saw this chart which stated like the birth rates of all these countries. It is not the only place that's only down 20%. Jamaica. They're still dropping dead. Nobody else is.
Don't have a lot of plastic over there. But part of it is reproductive cycles are being devastated by plastic.
Dude, we're entering our church. Face, dude. I'm telling you, bro.
Maybe.
No,
Remember that
that's
movie?
kids.
It was like ridiculous. Everybody's like, that's crazy.
Yeah, now like everything's militarized and nobody's having kids.
Well, I mean, it's going to get to a point where abortion rights are going to be moot. Like It's not really important because nobody can have kids.
Nobody's. Yeah, it's really sad, dude.
It's weird because this is what happens in industrialized civilizations anyway. So whenever you have like cities, what happens is women enter the workforce, so they have children later. And then men want to have children later as well, because everybody's focusing on the career. And then you have IVF centers and everything, because people are too old to have kids. They're late 30s, like, oh my God, we have to do something to have a kid. We don't have any time, freeze the embryos, do whatever we got to do. And so it's normal for third world countries to have more kids. You know, that's always been the case, because you need children, to help you work. You know, if you work on a farm or a ranch, you need kids. And then you get to cities and people are like, well, the wife wants a career as well. And, you know, birth rates always drop. But you get to places like Japan or South Korea.
It's crazy.
They're catastrophic.
Everyone's watching eel porn. Nobody wants to hook up with the bitches.
Well, it's not even that. It's work. It's work. You know, especially in South Korea. You know, they're very hard working. It's a very hard work ethic. And the population drop is so bad. It's something crazy. Like 1 out of 100 people today will have grandchildren. Something bananas.
That is so nuts to me. And you know what else is kind of crazy? Like what feminism has done. And I think we're in big trouble. Our gene pool's in big trouble. Like, especially if you take a look at like how many. There's like so many OnlyFans. It's unbelievable, right? And that lifestyle, when you're a gorgeous woman like that. That lifestyle, when you start to go into OnlyFans, that kind of like shuts certain doors in your life. And one thing that it's going to happen is like high value males probably don't want an adult film star as the mother of their children. Right. And these are like Viking bitches, right? These big old juicy titties and all that stuff. They should be putting out super soldier kids. Right. But because these high value males don't want that, that gene pool. And then you look at college and you have these smart, or I'll say intelligent women don't want to have kids. So now you got the smart ones not having kids and the super built ones not having kids. It's going to be like super devastating to the gene pool. It's going to get really weird, man. I think we lived through the best times, and I know every generation says that about the next generation, but I think we had it great. Like,
well, isn't like OnlyFans almost kind of like hitting the lottery plus shame? Right? It's like you got money that's coming out of nowhere, so you're gonna burn through it. Likely, probably not gonna be the best business person. Maybe you are. Maybe you're investing it. Maybe you know how to change your identity.
I'd like to be a financial consultant to the strippers. Like I always wanted to do that. Like help them invest. Stripper money. Put a call on this. Put on that.
Right?
Oh, what, dude? It's like. 30% of Miami is OnlyFans. What? Yeah, it's like some crazy number.
What were you saying, Jane? I've seen OnlyFans creators say that like if some of the strippers only have enough self-confidence to know that they could just be on OnlyFans instead of going to strip clubs.
Perhaps.
Google what Sam said about OnlyFans Miami.
That's like some crazy high number.
That seems bonkers. 30%.
Yeah, I mean, but everybody's hot in Miami. I went to Dunkin' Donuts. I saw a chick working there. I was ready to leave everyone I loved for, dude. It's really like, I will abandon everybody for those.
I would say you should have a passport for Miami. Yeah, that's not America. That is a very wild country.
It's the Latino San Diego, and then San Diego is the white Miami. That's how it goes, dude. You go to Miami, you're like, you go to San Diego, you're like, you're so gorgeous, and you're happy. What is going on here?
Right, because they're not in the show business.
100%.
That's like Texas ladies.
Yeah.
There's beautiful women out here, and they don't need any attention.
I love Texas.
They're not trying to get famous.
Trying to
just being normal people. They want to.
They're just normal people.
Yeah. That was one of the main things that was appealing to me when I first started looking at Austin. When I would come here, I'm like, these people are so nice. They're nice. They're just nice people. They're ideal.
They're just living their life.
A way of behaving and thinking. It's all wrapped around narcissists. It's all wrapped around the entertainment business, and it's all wrapped around these people that dictate whether or not you work. You know, these overseers of the industry.
I get asked to audition for stuff all the time. I'm like, I'm done. I'm tired of going in there auditioning for someone who probably couldn't do the role anyway. So I'm trying to impress them, and I can't act. I'm a horrible actor. I'm functionally illiterate. Can't write.
I can only do one thing, it's talk man shit, and that's it. I'm lucky to have a career doing that. Thank God. At the right time, I just started podcasting on your tire shop. Oh my God, we'd be fucking doomed. We would just be making each other laugh, and we'd be constantly getting fired.
I love 6th Street Energy. I love going there and just feeling the energy. It reminds me, dude, of remember Hollywood, Sunset Boulevard in like 98, when like Kobe and Shaq were crushing it with the Lakers, and it was just chaos. And we didn't know how good we had it, and it was so much fun. Now it's all gone.
Well, also, we were undercover, right? Because even though I was on TV, nobody knew who the fuck I was in 98.
Yeah.
Like, we were just kids. We were just young guys, like, in this wild business. And we couldn't believe we were working in Hollywood, working at the Comedy Store. You know, and then all these celebrities come by, Tarantino there, Dr. Dre there. You're like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Couldn't even believe it was real. Dice Clay's there, like, what?
My favorite, listen, there was 2 times at the Comedy Store that I loved. Obviously, when you came back, it was just fire. It was like every show was selling out instantly. But there was also that dead period at the store where it was like we could just go up and bomb with dignity and nobody cared. Nobody in the war. You were just eating a dick and you felt great about yourself because it was like towards the end of Mitzi's, like she was still in control, but she wasn't like
that was 2007 to 14.
Yeah, it was just.
Yeah,
it was,
when I was gone.
Yeah, no, it was right before you left too. You were I loved you. You were the only one putting your name on the marquee still, and you know you'd have these guys popping in doing an hour, and your name went on the marquee. It was chaos, man.
But the reason why they did that is because they had this erroneous idea that you wouldn't sell tickets in LA if your name was at the Comedy Store. People knew they could see you at the Comedy Store. Why would they go see you at the Forum?
Yeah,
and I was always like, who says who?
Yeah.
Says who?
Yeah.
Says who?
So I always appreciate you putting your name on the marquee because we got to perform in front of like packed crowds. But during the week, every night I'd walk up. Steve Renazizi still working at the cash register, and he's like, "Should I get a new job?" You look in, there's like 10 people in the OR.
That was like 94 to like 2003.
Yes, and I got in 98, and it was. I always said it's the purest comedy ever was because the inmates were running the asylum.
Oh yeah,
and you could just be crazy. You could go do a set, you blow over there, have a great time, live your life. And it was such a blessing because everybody that was there during that time has gone on to do amazing things. They're all over Netflix, their podcasts with you because we were allowed to just bomb with dignity.
We were allowed to experiment.
Yeah,
which is so important for creative comedy. You got to take chances and you got to try things. And if you're just trying to kill all the time, you're going to do your best material always. And the store kind of got to be that for a while. Like 2004, 14 on, the problem was it was packed every night. When I came back, all of a sudden it was like a new gold rush. And it was every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 2 shows, 3 shows, sold out. Everything was sold out.
2 shows in the main room, sold out.
Amazing crowds. Enthusiastic comedy fans. It was because they were internet comedy fans. It became like a different thing. Because it was before, it's like, let's go see comedy. They didn't give a fuck about comedy. So if you got a laugh, you earn that fucking laugh.
Yeah,
you know? So the way I always say is the store goes through these different eras, right? So I went through the Richard Pryor era. When Richard Pryor was filming Live in the Sunset Strip in like the early 80s, and this was like the thing. Like you go see Richard Pryor at the Comedy Store. And I'm sure the Comedy Store, from everybody that like Dom Herrera, was hot. And then it was the Guinness era. And then Kinnison, I think around 88, got banned from the store. And something happened, and I don't know what he did. Probably shot somebody or something. I know he shot one of the signs.
Oh, yeah.
In the back.
Yeah, they replaced sign like so sad. It's like, dude, there was a bullet hole from Kinnison. Leave it there.
So then after that, there was this giant drop-off. That's when I came along. I came along in 94. There was no one there. It was like, I had heard about the Comedy Store was Mecca. When I lived in Boston, everybody was like, Comedy Store.
Yeah.
Richard Pryor, Sam Kinison, Dave Letterman, Bill Hicks, Comedy Store. He was like this magnet you had to get to. I got to get to the Comedy Store. And then when I got there, I was like, what? It was like Kodaks. It was like the leftovers, the people that were around in the 70s and the 80s, but never, they were lazy, they were fucked up, they never got their shit together, and they had these terrible acts. And I remember being in, I was like non-existent. No one was there. I was like, wow, this is the film store. And it was like that for a couple of years. Many years. When you came in 98, it was like that in 98. So it was 94 till around the internet. And then the internet started getting the Comedy Store packed again because we were all on like not OnlyFans, but MySpace. Yeah, we were all advertising shows on MySpace, and that got the Dane Cook led that, right? Dane Cook changed the game. I always say that was like 2002-ish, somewhere around then, 2002, 3. That's when it really fucking kicked in. And then Fear Factor was huge. So then my name was on the marquee back then. So then it was packed again, and then it was internet fans. So it was a totally different vibe. It was like a really fucking good time. But then 2007, I left, and I'm like, fuck this place, and it dropped off again. It dropped off again. And I remember when you came back, I remember I wasn't in town. It was a big event. And everyone was so excited. And it's just changing. It just became just overnight. But I only tell whether you or Joey Diaz was on the lineup, because when you weren't on iTunes, we're going to war. We're going to lose some soldiers. Well, you know, if you threw Joey up on the show, first of all, whoever goes on with Joey's in real trouble. But also, like, you learn a lot about yourself. Oh, yeah. It's an education. Oh, yeah. Especially Joey in the OR. Joey in the OR was almost impossible to follow. And then on top of that, like, all the taboos have been destroyed. Yeah. He just did 15 minutes on eating ass and shoving his nose and stuff like that. Doing the picture. And destroyed the room. Like, people couldn't breathe. They were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. People were knocking drinks on the table, falling onto the ground. It was normal to see people fall on the ground when Joey was on stage. So, but the thing is like all the taboos were shattered, and you could just have fun. You know, you could just do anything. You could just have a good time. I felt like that in the club last night. Oh yeah, I felt like that. Like it was so funny because I came out and I did Kill Tony 2 weeks ago, and you know, I took Tony on his first road gig. You can actually watch. There's a video on YouTube where I used to do something called before and after. And I would interview, like, I take tour guys on the road. I'd interview them before the show, and then I would interview them after the show because I know it's going to be chaos. And you see Tony's first gig. He ever did on the road was on the internet. And now, you know, and I did like, Kill Tony super early. So, you know, that's kind of how I thought the show was, how it was when it first started. So, I called Red Band. I hit up Red Band and told him, like, hey, man, my special job, can I come and do the show? He's like, yeah, come on. So I'd be telling people, like, hey, you do Kill Tony. It's like I'm having a kid. Like, I'm going to have a new child come into the world. People are like, that's so happy for you. You deserve it. You're doing great. You deserve yourself. I'm like, I didn't realize what I was walking into, bro. But you should come to this regard. When you see, I don't know why they do. It's like, why do you like a Kill Tony? We could have done that. We could have gone. I didn't even think about it. Kill Tony and Madison Square Garden was so insane. So for me, it was so emotional. Like, I had to do that because I was there when he was doing it in front of 18 comics in the belly room. There was no audience. No audience. I was a frequent guest, and it was just fun. It's just the thing we would do, we'd fuck around, and I thought it was a great workshop for comedy. I thought it was a great way for these amateurs, these people that are doing 1 minute, to kind of get feedback from guys like Dom Herrera and to, like, kind of figure out how to do comedy. It's like, it's a little bit of a training wheel for doing comedy. Also, tremendous pressure, even back then. But imagine, like, someone went up in Madison Square Garden. It was their first time on stage. Where do you go from there? You don't. The bombing was horrendous. But 16,000 people and rabid Kill Tony fans in front of this amazing band. And you got Dice Clay's there, Shane Gillis is there, Mark Norton. It was fucking bananas. It was bananas. David Powell. It was incredible. I didn't go. All my friends were there. I saw Ari and Aziz. Yeah, I should have went. It was fucking amazing. But I'm there, right? I'm there. And I do Kill Tony, and like I just feel this freedom I haven't felt in a long time. Yeah. There's a shadow in the cave in Hollywood of cancel culture, and people are just afraid.
I mean, they're just afraid.
And they're also afraid of not getting gigs. So the problem with LA is that even the comics that were really good at one point in time, they started getting TV gigs.
Yes.
And then they backed off. They backed off what they did. And I felt that. When I was on news radio, the producer said this to me, he goes, "Why are you still doing comedy? You're an actor." And I was like, "Oh no." My immediate thought was like, "Oh no, like I could get stuck here doing this." I was just doing this for money. I was doing this because I couldn't believe someone would pay me $25,000 a week. I was like, "What are you talking about? That's insanity." I was like, "Oh my God, I'm a baller." It was 1994.
Young Joe.
I'm 26 years old, but I'm making this insane amount of money. Like, this is nuts. And so I went from that to this realization that this could be a trap. And I was like, "Oh no, I'm doubling down. I'm going to get after it. I'm going to really, really get after comedy. I'm going to do the same kind of comedy." And I thought about that during the Fear Factor days too. And I'm like, if I lose Fear Factor because of comedy, so be it. But I am not.
Dude, that's why I love you. You're such a wordsmith. You love the art. I've always felt that from you. You've always loved the art. I've always totally respected that in you because you criticize, and I know you fucking like you take a notepad and you write and you work those bits and you listen to yourself and you always like fine tune it, and that's why when you're special and you did live, which is fucking bananas, I loved it, dude. I'm so happy for you because I know how much time you put into it.
It's also doing it live. It's like scary.
It's great.
Which is why I wanted to do it live. I was like, fuck it. Let's do it live.
It was great.
Let's do it like fucking Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
It's so nuts because most people don't notice about specials is most people record multiple shows so they can edit it together so they get the best representation.
Yeah.
To go up there and like last night I did the smaller room in your club, and there was a couple moments where I flubbed some words, and I was like, don't crash the plane, don't crash the plane. Stay the pocket, dude, you just wrote a couple words. It's okay. And then you write it, and then you go. Like, to do it live is crazy.
But you know what it made me realize? That I could do more in regular comedy. Like, I could work more. I could work harder. You remember the movie No Moped Blue? Yeah, love that movie. One of the things I loved about that movie was like the discipline that Denzel Washington's character had. Like his girlfriend's trying to fuck. I was like, no, I gotta practice. I'm like, I don't even practice. I was thinking that, like, I hardly practice. I hardly write. I write occasionally. I would write, back then especially. I write a lot more now, but I would write occasionally. I sit down and write. When I got ready for the special, I was writing every day. And I was going over my bits every day. I was listening to them. I was writing them down. I was writing them out the day of the show. I've done them thousands of times. But I was writing them out the day of the show. I was listening to recordings. I watched the film of the recording. I was like, I'm going to be dialed the fuck in. And then when I did it, I was like, why do I do this all the time? Like, if I did that all the time, everything would be so much better.
How do you have time, bro? How do you keep all this stuff going? I know I got in yesterday and I wanted to text you, but I'm like, oh, dude, he's so busy. I'm just going to let him do his thing. My phone's constantly blowing up, and I'm not even close to it. I don't know how you keep everything going. And not, like, it's amazing to me because I'm constantly like on the verge of like, I'm just going to fake my own death and disappear.
Well, one day I'll probably disappear. But what I'm doing is exactly the amount I can do. So I have it in a good situation, right? So my situation is I work out in the morning when my kids are at school. I come here, I do the podcast, and then I do stand-up at night when everybody's going to bed. And that's what I did in LA too. Like a lot of those shows that I did, like Joe Rogan and Friends show, I did in the main room. I did it at 10 o'clock. The reason I did it at 10 o'clock is my kids are already in bed. So it's perfect. I have dinner, hang out with family, go, and then I write late at night because that's when I'm the most juicy. When I come home from a show, and my brain's fired up, and I sit in front of that computer. Maybe I said one thing that I think could be something, and I'll just listen to that thing and I'll start writing. And I've gotten so much out of that, and it made me angry that I didn't do it more often. Because like some of the best bits that I've come up with over the last couple of years have all been stuff that I actually wrote. Not just ideas that came to me that I fleshed out on stage. I've had some of those that became bangers, but sitting down and writing things out and trying to get my perspective, and some lines that were just We lost a lot of people during COVID, but most of them are still alive.
I love that.
I wrote that. I was like, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. We lost those people. But that came out of writing. A lot of these things that I was writing out, like that, I took chunks of them, and that became the bits. And it's like, God damn, I got this. So doing that live special really lit a fire in my ass.
It's so insane, dude. People have no clue how hard that is. And anyone who's ever shot a special has to be like, that's insanity, dude, to do that, because most people don't have the ability to do that. And I respect you, and I've always done that because you do have the discipline. And, you know, now that I've gotten sober, like, that's what I work on is discipline. You know, the, like, getting into a routine of go and work out, get this done. And now, I'm going to be honest with you, I always was a stage writer. I mostly just wrote on stage, tagged it, and could remember it and get the beats down in my head. But now that, like, in November, I'll be doing stand-up for 30 years. Most people are retiring from whatever they're doing at that time. I still absolutely love stand-up comedy. But now I've kind of talked about all the things. I really used to get downloads, dude. Like, I would get downloads of jokes. Jokes would come to me fully formed, and I would just go on stage and do them. Like, I remember one day I'm sleeping, I just wake up, I'm like, the 7 stages of grief of shitting your pants, right? I just had the joke, like, right there, and it's like this I did on my special. It's a great bit, you know. But now I've kind of tapped into everything, and I heard Doug Stanhope talk about this one time, where he's like, I talked about everything I cared about.
Yeah, but you know what Doug told me? Edibles changed my life.
I don't know.
I'm like, yeah, dude, that's the steroids of comedy.
I'm thinking about, I would love, I mean, December 9th will be 4 years. I'm so thankful for my sobriety. I do want to microdose during jiu-jitsu, but that's about it. That's one thing.
Listen, you don't have to. You don't have to do drugs. You can.
I don't want to.
You can stay on this path and be incredibly creative without drugs. It's just some people drugs are not good for. Just like some people should eat peanuts.
Well, it's like it's just the point is like now I'm sitting down and writing, and I'm like sitting down, and I'm like, my goal is at night to do like 30 minutes of stretching, 30 minutes of writing, and then 30 minutes free. You know,
that's 30 more minutes than you would have done if you did. Yeah, add that up. That's fucking hours in a week. And you add that up to jokes. You have 10 minutes here, 5 minutes there.
If you get one good bit a week, that's about 5 minutes. By the end of the year, you're going to be, or like 5 good minutes a month. You just got to get 5 good minutes a month.
5 good minutes a month is amazing. And then you have a whole hour at the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And then if you do that for 2 years, you go from 120 minutes down to a murder 60.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm working on that. But like,
think about that. If you have 5 good minutes a month, you have 12 months out of the year. You know, you're going to have 50 fucking minutes. Maybe, you know, when you trim it down, maybe a little less. But that's pretty fucking good. That's pretty goddamn good.
And I'm trying right now to really work on, like, taking my experiences and turning them into jokes. Instead of just doing observations, which is fine. But I'm trying to take experiences that I feel to make it as authentic as I can, to who I am. And you know, but sometimes I could wander into some stuff where I'm like, I'm sure somebody already said that, but I'm just like, you know what? It's authentic to me. Like I almost OD'd on like a gas station boner pill one time. This is like a true story. You know, I was just one day. I don't know why. I was at a gas station. I saw final 55,000. I'm like, give it to me. And I was up for 3 days straight, rock hard. And I'm like, I'm gonna die. I don't know, bro.
Steroids.
I was up there, and I had jiu-jitsu in the morning. I'm like, this is not good. Probably not. But I'm probably like, I'm sure somebody might have talked about this, but I don't care because this is my experience.
Yeah.
And I am just going to write about my experience.
I'm sure people, I mean, Rabbi has talked about gas station boy pills forever. He was the guinea pig. He would get the different ones. He'd be mad when the gas station ran out of them. And he was telling me the scam, how what would happen is they would test these things, they'd find out there's Viagra in them and a bunch of other shit, and so then they'd pull them off the market, and then they would just come up with a new, some of the same shit. And it was like, instead of rhino, it was steel rhino, iron rhino, and golden rhino.
But they're so powerful.
That was a thing for a long time. This gas station boner pill.
They're still there, dude.
I never touched them.
I did.
I thought about it. There was a couple of times.
I loved it,
you know,
But I like them. I was in a weak state of mind. I saw that stack there. Well, buy it back and go. Nope, I'm not gonna do it. You know what I'm scared? I'm scared. I love it. And I want to do them all the time because you really were taking a risk. You didn't know what was in. Yeah. Let's find this out. How many people died from gas station boner pills? Because it's not zero. It's not zero. There has to be some guys who died. That has to suck.
That has to be long right up there with the guy who died in Mr. Hands. Like, I had to go to that funeral.
I got fucked more than 100 times for that one horse kill. Isn't that crazy?
It's going to eventually get catch up with.
In the video, Mr. Hands, that's not the one who died. He died in a different video.
What?
That video was successful.
That was the good time?
That was a good time. Yeah, with that horse and nuts in his ass. And you look at that thing going up into his body cavity, and you're like, where's it going? It's in his throat. The dick was my arm. Probably longer than my arm. That was a giant dick. But apparently, dudes are fisting, and they're really getting up in there. That's another Instagram rabbit hole I went down to.
How many guys? Hold on. They got Instagram? It's showing up?
Oh, okay. Talking about like, how far they get in there and how they couldn't believe it, like until they met the right queen. They really get in there. How many people have died from gas station boner? Let's guess. I'm saying 1,200.
Really?
Yeah, 1,200 gas station boner pills all time.
I'm going to bid $1 only because I think that
People are like, it's not telling me.
So who's actually probably Pfizer.
Pfizer's like,
probably
don't take
say,
our shit.
which is probably thing to do.
I'm going to go 26 people.
26.
26. Can we find out, James?
Information I'm getting is going to be tough to get to because you'd probably back from heart attacks. I'm not going to say it was, the gas station water for that. I found nothing that's linked anybody to death. Not that that's not true, but
that's like COVID vaccine. What other drugs? No one.
That's so crazy.
People just died.
it's so crazy. Gas station water is enough to kill you. That's,
Right. You might be a wild boy.
I'm
I'm a wild boy.
They call it gas station heroin. Have you heard of that?
Well,
That's what they call boner pills.
The drug that the warning gets the off. They call it gas station heroin.
It's a new one? Is that like bath salts? Remember the bath salts?
Oh, yeah.
I've never even heard this. It looks like
John McAfee, the guy who invented antivirus.
Oh, yeah.
He was cooking up his own meth. Allegedly, I say this with all due respect, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Guest in the podcast one day, by the way. Craig. When he was running from the law, he was a guest in the podcast and called in. It was a fascinating conversation. But John McAfee allegedly had a lab in his backyard, like a very sophisticated lab, because he's a genius, and had an online forum that he was posting at, detailing how he was making all this with photographs, and showed the lab and everything. And then later, I think they caught him that it was actually him, and he was saying, "Don't you understand parody? This is a joke. I don't know. Come on, guys." But he seemed like he was doing that.
Dude, he wiped up a hooker. God bless him.
He what? He wiped up a
Yeah.
I've never heard of
product recall announcement. Neptune Resources. Elixir. Okay, what is it?
the drug called Neptune.
Huh.
That's the last time it's gas station.
Neptune.
And
Well-
let's kratom in gas station water pills.
Let's find out whatever that kratom stuff is fucking sketchy.
Yeah, it's just like that pink cocaine where they're just like, it's just literally an everything bagel of drugs.
Oh, an antidepressant. Interesting. Sold under the brand names Stablon, Tatinol, and Coaxil, among others. Atypical tricyclic antidepressant, which uses mainly in the treatment of major depressive disorder, although it may be used to treat anxiety, asthma, and irritable bowel syndrome. Oh, you're farting a lot? Have some heroin. Station heroin. So this stuff, it's an opioid agonist with opioid agonist effects.
What does that mean? For the elderly?
49 hours. Jesus Louises. So people are just drinking this stuff from gas station heroin. Here are 8 things to know. God, this is a new thing. But they have pills too? Described before it became available as gas station heroin, tineptine, Tianeptine was prescribed to treat depression in dozens of countries. Now, U.S. poison control centers are reporting a dramatic spike in cases involving it, a drug that isn't FDA approved and one that authorities warn possesses overdose and dependency risk. Well, that kratom stuff definitely has overdose and dependency issues. I have a buddy of mine who's in treatment. He's in recovery. He was taking kratom, and they were actually, they had this one company, and it's in person. He gives me some. So it's great. It's great for pain relief, and when you have low doses, it actually acts as a stimulant, and higher doses it does different things. And so I tried. I was like, wow, this stuff's weird. This is interesting.
What was that high?
It's a weird high. It's interesting. But it's not much. It's not much. It's like a little pick-me-up for like a couple of days. And so then I go, he tells me he takes it before he works out. I go, how many do you take? 10. What? I go, you take 10. I go, okay, what's that like? I'll try 10. So I take 10. I was high as a kite. I was like, you are not in recovery. You are high. This isn't coffee. Because 2 was like a mild stimulant. I was like, oh, this is interesting. 10 was like, but it was interesting because I didn't lose any motor control function. So I worked out when I took the 10, and I went and hit the bag. I was like, that way I'll know. Like if my motor function's off, not at all. Nothing was off. So hand-eye coordination was perfect. Everything was the same. No, it wasn't drunk. It wasn't high where you're like, oh man, I'm not. It was like, what is this? Some completely different pathway, but didn't affect my motor skills, which I thought was really interesting. Because like I worked out, but I was like, I'm high as a kite. And I called him up like, bro, you are not in recovery. I'm like, you are high. Yeah, that's so weird. You're so high. This is so, whatever that is. I don't know what the dose was with Kennedy's fucking pills. I was really high.
I did with that. Somebody gave me a 6 zine. Is that Zen?
Zen, yeah.
They gave me a 6. I was drunk driving, dude. I had to pull over, be like, just calm down. Because they thought it'd be funny. I'm like, I don't feel anything. As I'm walking, I'm like, ooh. And
that's interesting. You felt like you lost your motor control.
Dude, I would, if everyone in AA didn't do zines or zins, I would say I relapsed. That's how like all over the place I felt when I took this.
That's a big jump.
On a 6?
Yeah. Bro, Lucy's have 12s. And this is what is this one? Oh, it's a 12. Want 12?
No. I mean, am I going to get really? Is it tobacco? Just tobacco?
No, it's just nicotine. Straight nicotine. But here's a company called Pablo, and they have a 50. Here's a 12. I'm going to pop a 12.
You're going to pop a 12? Dude, I'll be throwing up in the corner.
I'm not kidding. I'm not going to throw up. But there's a company called Pablo's. And
you have a 3, right? No, you don't have no pussy 3s?
Welcome. Now you live in Iron Oxide.
No, he's a...
What's good, Ted? Oh, that's nice. I love it with Iron Oxide.
These
Guys,
are,
you remember the good time when
these are great. This is the perfect amount, in my opinion, to stimulate your mind, like before writing, before you go on stage.
Oh, you're telling me.
I'm not scared.
Okay. So if
I'm
I
not
just
scared.
end up drooling by the end of this and you all hate me?
You'll be fine.
But drug I was looking up, the nicotine is also sold as nootropics, so be very careful with that.
Oh, interesting. Antidepressant.
When you're selling it to France, they said they didn't know how it worked antidepressantly. It's not SSRI.
Ooh.
And it does overdose can be very, very bad. And it's sold as a sodium, so like time to it.
Whoa. Yeah, that sounds bad. Callan found that company that Kevin James recommended. You know that company, Trinity Gold. Trinity Gold has acetaminophen in it and 2 other pain relievers that are banned. Yeah, Callan made a big video about it because he contacted me. So this is interesting. Kevin James told me about it because Chris Weidman told him about it. Chris Weidman, the UFC fighter, said, I'm using this. It's great. And it's all natural. Yeah. Don't take this stuff. Trinity Gold contains, scroll up, so read that. Hidden drug ingredients. Food and Drug Administration is advising consumers not to purchase or use product promoted
and sold for joint and muscle pain. FDA laboratory analysis confirmed the traded gold contains acetylene, diclofenac, and phenylbutazone. So diclofenac and butazone are banned, and they're fucking very dangerous. So here it is. Diclofenac is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, may cause decreased use of cardiovascular events, such as, increased risk of cardiovascular events, such as heart attack and stroke, as well as serious gastrointestinal damage, including bleeding, ulceration, and fatal perforation of the stomach and intestines. The hidden drug ingredients may also interact with other medications and significantly increase the risk of adverse events, particularly when consumers use multiple non-steroidal anti-inflammatory containing products. So phenylbutazone is another non-steroidal anti-inflammatory that was discontinued for human use in the United States due to the risk of serious and life-threatening injuries. The most serious and life-threatening injury associated with phenylbutazone treatment is bone marrow toxicity, which occurs when the body does not produce enough red blood cells, white blood cells, and or platelets. Certain types of bone marrow toxicity are reversible. However, in rare circumstances, it can lead to death. And so, why would you take this? So, Chris Weidman was under the impression that all the stuff in this was natural. He got it from this other guy, the guy who manufactures it, and he's in business with this guy, out doing independent studies on his own to try to send other sabotage his product to the FDA and having the FDA tested. But another possibility is that this guy gets you so resolved. It'll be resolved. We'll find out. But in the meantime, Kevin James was taking it. As soon as Brian texted me, I texted Kevin. I go, hey, the stuff you're talking about, look, this is what's in there. He's like, holy shit. And I feel bad for fighters because that probably happens more than we probably know, where they take a supplement, they've been told it's fine, and then they get for steroids or for something. That's awful. Yeah, it's terrible, especially when Khalil Roundtree. It was DHEA, which isn't even a performance enhancing supplement. It's just a natural supplement, but it's banned. So he got popped for that. He turned himself in because he found out that the substance was in a supplement they were giving him, and he was like, "Hey, idiots, this shit's banned." So he only got a temporary couple of months because it was clear that A, he was not going to have a performance enhancing effect, but B, he was very transparent, and in fact, he reported. But there's a lot of guys who get popped because they'll buy some shit from, GNC, and they think it's, it's fucking muscle builder, steroids. It's almost like it was so bad for those guys. Well, when we were first making Alpha Pro, we were making it, what happens is you have a bunch of ingredients. You have a proprietary blend that is your supplement, whatever you make. And so all these ingredients in Alpha Brain were shown to enhance cognitive function. And so we combined them, we did a bunch of different versions of it, came up with one double-blind, placebo-controlled test at the Boston Center for Memory, finds out where we spent a lot of money to make sure this is legit. Right. But the company makes a bunch of other stuff.
It's doing
and so we started doing third-party testing of our own products. We're finding vitamins in there, creatine shit.
This is some of the most athletic.
It was just in there because they didn't clean it.
Let me just put it like
so
this.
They make steroids and one thing, and
you and John Madden.
They're making gas station dick.
Well, you got the bench going over here, and you got Tubactin connected here, and you got whatever happened to
So she can't even go anywhere near that stuff, even if they cook it. They can't cook it somewhere else because you never know how clean the plate is or whatever. The peanut out is so dangerous. You don't even have to do peanuts on things anymore because the dust. Peanuts gets in the air. Can you believe they used to? I remember when they were smoking on it.
Look how athletic
which was hilarious because that kind of gets into with the COVID stuff. Like the plane has the greatest air filter system out there. It literally smoked
in the history of mankind,
it didn't affect really
very
far.
few people Everything's so much
I
better.
remember being stuck seats in the smoking section back when I did smoke on planes. Yeah, it was in the back. The back was the smoking section where the toilet. So you smell shit and cigarettes. Yeah, no, that thing didn't. I mean, maybe the ventilation. There's smoke everywhere. Yeah.
Athletics.
Photo on an airplane
About
in like the 1980s.
I was playing a club called Riddles in Chicago, just outside of I forget what city outside Chicago. But it's one of the last places you can smoke inside. And then the stage was so high. So you would literally be like
Smoking.
it's so like when they always announce it's a non-smoking flight, like smoking flights.
I remember we getting planes even in the 90s. We were still ashtrays. That was time traveler. I'm a fucking time traveler. That's how I was jumping that. Look at those people smoking. Crazy. Smoking single plane. It looks fairly smoke free. They probably had some ventilation back then. So this is 84 in Miami. Is this when this guy smoking? They're interviewing him on the plane. Is this? Yeah, probably. This looks like a conversation. When did they ban it? When did they ban in-flight smoking? Oh, let's take a guess. I'm gonna say 94. What do you say?
I think it's way before.
87. Yeah, for 7 years. Congressional action in 1987 led to a ban on in-flight smoking. 88 airlines based in the United States banned smoking on domestic flights of less than 2 hours. So more than 2 hours you can smoke, which is extended to domestic flights of less than 6 hours in 1990 and to all domestic and international flights in 2000. International flights, 2000. Pilots were allowed to continue smoking after the 1990 ban due to concerns over potential flight safety issues caused by nicotine withdrawal in chronic smokers. Yo! Due to prohibition of smoking. Yeah, give them a fucking patch. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration regulations mandate that functioning ashtrays be conspicuously located on the doors of all airplane bathrooms. This is because there must be a safe place to dispose of a lit cigarette if someone violates the no smoking rule. That's why. 1990, Air Canada adopted non-smoking policy on all of its routes. 94, Canada was the first country to ban smoking on all flights operated by Canadian carriers, which also covered charter flights, but not foreign airlines flying to Canada. Wow. So basically 2000, they wrapped it all up, which I'm happy about. Yeah. Wow. I remember the Addison Improv used to still have smoking. We'd come from LA, and in the early days, the comedy store, they had smoking. That's great. 90s, smoking doors. And I remember Drew Carey, of all people, Barney's Beanery, they put a ban on smoking. All restaurants in Los Angeles. And Drew Carey. And the idea was that I know, right? He was one of the people. The idea was that like you're in business, and you're gonna also freedom. Like people know you can smoke there. If you don't want to go to a place that's smoky, don't go there. Yeah. But the thing you have to think about is you can smoke weed in there. 1980, 98. Yeah. I remember Drew Carey was like a outspoken guy about all this. Smoking at Barney's Beanery. I guess I didn't know. Yeah. They were like, hey, yeah, those people died because of second smoke. The second this line does the we get in the midst because you like just black figures moving in. This high room was filled with weed smoke to the point where you literally could barely see. Like you weren't breathing air, breathing. You were contact high the stage. You were guys who didn't smoke pot. Guys who didn't smoke pot would go there and be obliterated. Like by the time they did their set, they couldn't remember their jokes. They were scared. Toronto's got a great comedy scene right now. I just did a gig up there, and it reminded me a lot of your club. Dude, those kids don't care, bro. They'll say everything to anybody all the time. I'm like, how is this possible? Well, I think Canada is experiencing a lot of people that are rebelling against the tyrannical government. The government is so bad now in Canada, you can't push links to stories. So they did it in a very sneaky way, saying that these social media companies have to compensate the media outlets that have the thing. Like, a lot of them are just links. You can't even post a link to a story in the New York Times. How is anybody okay with that? How are people in the far left, right? The progressive left, which is like the last, I'd say like 10% of the population, right? Right. How are they okay with being censored? Like, why would you even, no matter what your stance is, I think anyway, saying that this is corporations who are suffering. That is true. Like, there's the reason why they have to make ads, the reason why editors put clickbait, because they just need people to click on the links. They're fucking just fired a bunch of people that, like, so my question to you is, like, you don't think it has anything to do with cinema? My point was, the premise of it seems whatever the fuck it is, to get their information. They shouldn't be going to Twitter or Facebook. And so, sites to get their news. We're going to stop all of these things in stuff. But what you're really doing is you're filtering out or be a fucking real nut to get into the Kennedy assassination. Right. You got to be a real nut. You got to be reading books. Yeah. You got to be meeting in basements. Tell you about there was no internet, so it didn't exist. So you would have to get a physical newspaper to read it, and most people just go on Yemen. And then once you get past that, you get the sports, you read the comics or whatever. And that was how we were so uninformed. We were grossly uninformed because most people are naive. Right, very. And now, most of the news I get is from links. Most of the news I get is, you'll send me a link, someone will, Alex Jones will send me something, someone will send me something. You know, Michael Malice will send me something. I get stuff from Dave Smith. I get stuff, resources. Yes, I get stuff from people sending me something, and then I go to Twitter and I find things and I send it to them. So we'll send each other stuff. And this has greatly increased people's awareness of things like this fucking martial law bill that they passed through. Who fucking would have known about that? Who would have known that the government would make lethal force from the military something they can use on citizens?
There's a long story about how this has maybe been misinterpreted over the last.
This is the martial law thing.
Mm-hmm. It's been on in 2007. It was taken down offline for a while, reposted, and that's why they're saying that this is what they call it.
The issue, Department of Defense Directive, that documents procedures around when there's potential use of lethal force, as rumors allege, directed to be suspiciously timed with the coming election. Yet myriad and evolving rumors rely on speculation of motivations behind the changes to the DoD directive and perceive this new document and existing. Sounds a little bit like they're trying to minimize this. The line is, this is for the first time in history, and it is happening during an election, and it is a thing where they're now saying you can use lethal force on protesters. So this is a huge deal, and like this kind of could be a bunch of
I saw the funny and Ari's like
What is
Spider-Man.
this?
Oh yeah. That's some autistic fuck, right? And then you get into so they took that guy who's running that FBI program and moved him over to January 6th, and he was in charge of that. Yeah. So it's like I think those two events were to try to drum up support for terrorism, in which they can label a U.S. citizen a domestic terrorist, which means all your civil rights go away. Right. And that's about within the government to be able to take away your civil rights, which if there are domestic movements to stop domestic terrorism, but when you have agent provocateurs who infiltrate these organizations and then know that they can go in and shut these protesters get dirty, and that seems like that's what happened. Or even pushing the whatever event they want to happen, kind of convincing, hey guys, maybe we should go try to do this. These governors causing some great. We're working with the FBI. 12 out of 14, these two losers who got roped into it. And then there's kid with a 19-year-old kid who they talked into detonating that fake bomb. You know that kid? Yeah. I believe that was in Dallas. So they take this young stupid kid and they as him, and then they give him a cell phone and tell him press these buttons and that bomb will go off. They give him the fake bomb. Bomb doesn't work. He does your idea. 100%. Do you guys remember that really weird case that either Utah or New Mexico where they found that compound? And then they were like, they basically, according to the guy running the compound, any school shooters. And yes. And it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. What was this? How long ago was this? This was like a couple. So this place was trained New Mexico compounds, and prosecutor said 2018. What? And then they just dismissed the case, so the case just went away. Five suspects accused of abusing 11 children to be released from custody. A substantial likelihood defendant may commit document said. The filings did not provide further details about the alleged training. The makeshift compound appeared to have a shooting range on the property, authorities said. A foster parent of one of the children also said in preparation for future school shootings. Wow. And so what happened with this? The case gets like either dismissed or something like that. It's really weird. It's really weird. But if you as a part of this, scroll up a little bit. Wahaj's father, Imam Siraj Wahaj. I said Wahaj. Dude, if you can't say it, I can't say it. He has no knowledge of the alleged training, said spokesman Imam Abdur Rashid. Imam is the first Muslim to offer an opening prayer before the U.S. Muslim Alliance in North America. The Muslim Alliance in North America said there's also a character witness for a mastermind, Omar Abdel Rahman. This is what I'm saying. It's an intelligence trick, dude. Well, there's certainly a lot of reluctant on evidence, but if you go, I took it out already. Took it out. Yeah, I like it. Rocks you up a little bit. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Every now and then. I just never got into it. The only time I ever smoked anything
that would be my end. Oh, hey, and I would just start slinging right. But I never really got yeah.
Cigarettes are loud. If someone's willing to smoke,
It is weird. But it is something I'm not into. Like, women can almost do anything, and I find it odd. Smoking is like what I'm just.
It's bad choice. Federal jury convicts 4 New Mexico compound defendants in connection with kidnapping and terrorism.
Is this the same one?
Kidnapping and terrorism.
Oh yeah.
According to court records, publicly available court records, in December, Serene abducted his 3-year-old son from his wife in Alabama, Layville.
I think that sounds right.
And the defendant, the child, was her son and was possessed by demons. The group took the child to depriving him of his medication and the loving care of his mother and subjected him to an exhausting regimen of daily. The child died fewer than 2 weeks after. So there's a lot of wild shit going on in this place. Armed with 11 firearms, including AR-15, Bushmaster, assault rifle, high-capacity magazines, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. The group conducted weapons and tactical training and required some of the children to believe as they did. They spoke of waging jihad and becoming more fun. I wonder how many of them are snuck in through the border, kids.
These poor kids, man, born into it. Oh, shit. Oh, that sucks. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
And this is just like, but you know, this level stuff at the beginning was like, yeah. If there wasn't this apex predator class manipulating energy and manipulating people, like how much chaos would be happening? It seems to be like, if you dig deeper, okay, there's an intelligence agent somewhere involved in that. And, well, money.
This is back from the wars of Iraq. It's nothing but
Yeah.
the thing that he wrote in the 1930s. After it was all over, he realized like this entire
Nation. And he said, no, I won't do it. Like corporations wanted to assassinate I think it was FDR. I'm not quite sure which doing a banker coup on the government, and he said he wouldn't do it.
It's just fucking terrifying. But this is just like what happens whenever people are in power, especially unchecked power. And you know this. Okay, you have elected officials. Elected officials have to get elected, but massive access to money and power and power. And they don't want to leave that position. The Butch, how do you say that? Butch, Bush,
Whatever you attempt is good to me.
Overthrow the government. President Franklin D. Roosevelt installed Smedley Butler as dictator. Testified under oath that wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist veterans organization with him as Roosevelt. In 1934, Butler testified under oath before the United States House of Representatives Special Committee on Unimmigrants, the McCormick Dickstein Committee on these revelations. Although no one was prosecuted, the Congressional Committee final report said there is no questions were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
right? And it's so crazy to me because like just hearing that is like if you actually study Wall Street public, like he very much doing their bit, and he had a lot that people it's super interesting to me that when he's seen as a puppet of Wall Street, they're also trying back then. There was no access to information, so they could do all this stuff and completely cover them. There was no one had a chance. No one had a chance, and anybody was dead. Anybody that opened their mouth wound up dying in suspicious circumstances.
Well, yeah. So I just did an episode with a guy called the Dark Church. That's what it goes by, and
His mind. He was telling me you think we're involved in the assassination of JF intelligence agency, multiple intelligence agencies. A bunch of people. One group that I never heard of was basically like the people who ran the space were involved in it because Kennedy wanted to share all the information they had on like UFOs and technology. He didn't want to think if they saw something weird in the sky, it was the U.S. spent. He was involved in the space station over, we discussed last time. Yeah, I don't think the Nazis lost, but we took all the good ones that were engineers and scientists. What pushback I have on that is that if it's somebody changes their names, like everybody didn't have to sneak them over. They were brought under. No, if they were Nazis, there was no information. Yeah, but Von had his name, and he was like on trial. Everyone's like, Nazi over here. Simon Wiesenthal Center said they're charging crimes against him. Yeah, they hung the 5 Berlin to motivate people to work harder. So crazy. So if you think about the Nazi, and he wanted to share all the information with the Russians, and they did not like that at all. And here's the crazy thing. I've had people on my show talking about this. Like, there is a belief out there that head of the power pyramid of intelligence agencies. Because if you think about this, one thing that everybody wants to work together on, like we're in a standoff with Russians, but somehow, some way, we're all working on that and Antarctica are the two things where everyone like, what's their thing? There is this real belief that the head of the snake, which is like Mossad, CIA, MI station, is the NASA positive, absolute real, and you have to protect that information. Yeah. Even on Antarctica, it's like they're all in on this creed, and everyone's claiming a piece of Antarctica. And they all just work together, even though they don't want to even though they may not get along and all that shit. 100%. Antigot sorcerer. Okay, I'm not even kidding. Sorcerers around the world, we're better than sorcery. And at the highest levels, all the new next generation weaponry is just hardwired in. It's like they've been working on this shit for years and years and years and years. Like, not just like years, we're talking centuries, if not. Take a look at weather manipulation, direct energy weapons. This reading my mind, wipe your whole mind of like thoughts. It's all sorcery, dude. We are literally in Tully Berry's character in Marvel Universe. We're doing that stuff, Doctor Strange stuff. I mean, stuff that we think is amazing in Marvel Comics. Our government has that. Puts out these robots. How you do? I think that's the phone of robots right now. What DARPA has is 40, 50 years in the future with their work. So the thing about DARPA is DARPA is a publicly traded company. Yeah, and they is it? But the thing is, they show all their innovations, and they show all the new stuff they're working on. They're working on keeps getting better and better and better. To the point where, like, when are they going to start showing us like those ninja courses now? Yeah, I think what DARPA has, the real stuff, is really good. Their stuff is really that's good. What I believe. Yeah, 100. Like, you know, you look at it, Area 50. Is that big mountain? Yeah, that's where Bob Lazar was working on back engineering flying saucers. He did. Isn't it crazy? Yeah. Wild boy, living in Vegas. He's a wild boy. Also, this is the guy that put a jet engine in the back of his Honda. You know, he was kind of a crazy person. The area that's worked first is like these science is supposed to work. Is you get a bunch of people and they collaborate on something. And you right. So the other scientists, they were doing it. Everything was compartmentalized because it was so top secret. They couldn't let other science doing it. And other scientists progress. So what they would have is bring in completely new scientists every few years with new eyes. They didn't even tell them what it is. When Lazar had dinner with Lazar, he's very me and Andrew Schultz had dinner with Lazar and Jeremy Corbell. Lazar is very compelling. And what he thinks he was saying was that when he got, it was like, hours.
One time in 1852, was around somebody who saved someone who might have
reprinted of some unknown owl. There's no controls. What the fuck is going on? And then there's some theoretical element in a stable form that manipulates gravity. Yeah. And so he's what? So what's that called when you go back engineer? Back engineer. Yeah. So that was what his job was. Completely top secret level of information. To the point where when you're at that, so he couldn't even tell us why fly you out of Vegas. So they give you a call. 11 p.m. Go to Vegas. What are you doing, sir? To work. And so she was like phoning a flight instructor. She's taking flight lessons. She begged in an emotionally unstable position if his wife was having an affair. He loses his top secret clearance and they have to relieve him. He can't work there. So then he starts telling his friends, I can't believe it, I was working there. You have this area where you can go to this plateau and you could look at the sky, them piloting these crafts. So he goes there with his friends on multiple, and once he gets arrested, then he goes, oh, I think they might going to come clean and I'm going to tell my story. So then he likes George Knapp, who's an investigative journalist. The first ones that he does, the first interview he does, he's got his face blacked out. You can't see it. He's like, you know what, to save my life, I probably should be like full public with this. The only way they don't fucking kill me. So they're threatening him and, you know, very mysterious shit. So then he tells the whole story. Hasn't been at all in more than 30 years.
What do you think of disclosure? Do you think there's some bad? I think, and I think this sometimes probably use people thought that. He thought that they gave him documents. So he would go out and tell people. Yeah, he connected with a bunch of shit. Like he connected to Bigfoot. Connect like Skinwalker Ranch. You make it seem kooky, and then people just dismiss all of it. And we are in possession of things that are not of this top secret. But as you noticed with all this disclosure, nothing real. It's just talk. Yes. And so this is what gives me like all my spinal bullshit. Nothing's really happening. Right. Nothing's happening. Jeremy Corbell's convinced that new disclosures are right around the corner. These balls down. Okay, maybe, but I'm not seeing anything. What I'm seeing is a bunch of people talking about these things. That doesn't mean anything. It's interesting. Do you think they give people information hoping they'll put it out? 100%. I think there's also people that are still in the government that say they're whistleblowers and they give false information. I am on my show about his dad worked at this handyman place. He fixed stuff. Right, and then one day he gets a call, and he goes, "Okay, I'm going down." So it goes all the way down. It's in this weird, just a weird floor. It's like weird. Energy. He starts walking down the hall. Later on, he doesn't have much time left at this point, so he tells him this story, and he's a weird thing with a horse, so he keeps walking. He's like, "What is going on here?" Far enough, right? A giant craft, and he's like in awe of this craft, and Trevor's dad tells him, "I see something in there, and it's like gray. I don't know what it is." And then all of a sudden, this tiny gray thing is like walking on the outside of this craft. And he goes, "What the fuck is that?" Somebody bang, guns are on him. It's security. "What are you doing here?" It's like, "I just work here. I was sent down here to just fix something." They're like, "Get out of here." And they're like, "What are we going to do?" So he says that he has to agree never to tell anybody that, right? But as his dad tells Trevor, every time he travels, he'll go to a random country somewhere, he'll get pulled in security, he gets put in a room, and these men in black come and sit down and go, "Did you tell anybody? Did you tell anybody?" And he's like, "I haven't told anybody anything." And this would happen to him multiple times. And Trevor said his dad's not that creative, never would come up with crazy stuff like this. Told him towards the end of his life when he was coming to an end. So my question is, do they have him come down hoping that he'll start talking about this with people? Because part of this will be known. If it's real, it's probably incompetence. Probably some incompetent person told him to go down there. Some arrogant, incompetent person that thought they had complete control over the scenario, and they needed someone to go down there and do something. Just send him down there. So maybe they trusted him. Maybe. But it's also like, if he's working on anything top secret, they're listening to all phone calls. Well, he wasn't. He was like a maintenance guy that worked upstairs. I guarantee after that, he was. They knew where he's traveling. They would show up with these men in black. They probably listened to everything he did too, just to make sure that he wasn't flapping his gums. So this whole thing with the men in black too, there's this belief right now that maybe it's like because you see videos of them walking through walls that they're just astral projections. But have you ever seen videos where men in black just kind of show up anywhere, walk through? No, where do you get these videos? The streets, dog. The streets. I get seeing all this stuff. They might be bullshit. Possible. Yeah. Or it's like, well, if you were going to be an alien and you're going to blend in with human beings, dressing up in a suit would be the best way to do it. Get a person in a suit, wear sunglasses, stand to your eyes, and just move around like a normal person. If you can come here from another planet, you don't think you can disguise yourself as a different life form? Possibly, of course. Do you think aliens are from other planets? I think they might be angels and demons. I'm not opposed to that idea.
I think there's definitely dimensions that we don't have. Like Brian Cox was here yesterday, as I was saying, he was trying to explain to me quantum computing and how quickly quantum computing works. Like that a problem that would literally take the entire amount of time that the Earth has existed to solve by a regular computer can be solved in a second by a quantum computer. And this quantum computer is literally somehow or another accessing other universes come to its conclusion. To do these calculations, it's not only operating in this universe, it's operating in other dimensions simultaneously and instantaneously. The way he said it was like, and by the way, this is Brian Cox, who's like, like a serious physicist. Yeah. He's a professor, he's a genius, and he's literally explaining the mechanisms of quantum computing and explaining that quantum computing, even though they can't even figure out how to program it yet, is already showing that wormholes are possible.
That's so crazy.
So these wormholes are being used somehow in the quantum computing process.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm butchering this. Brian, if you're listening, I'm sorry.
One of my favorite things to do on YouTube, I go down weird rabbit holes. Like, I like to watch weird shit on YouTube. I love watching black people with their haircuts. I fucking love that shit. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just entertaining. But one of my favorite things to do is watch a long form math.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know why, because I'm like,
So I'm watching in English.
yeah, so like I watched this one video where it was like 17 lines of math. And then they get to the conclusion, and all I wrote was like, I've never done this in my real life. Ever in my life. I've never had to use any of this stuff. Because it's so smart.
Right.
And I love to just like be like, this isn't how you do it in real life.
Well, all that is rudimentary in comparison to this quantum computing idea. And what's fascinating with the quantum computing idea is that if there are, it's this theory of many worlds. So if this theory is accurate, and there are an infinite number of universes, let's say, that it's entirely within the realm of possibility to think of that being a real thing, that something can transport itself from those other dimensions to where we are. So it might not be a metal craft that comes from Venus. It might not be something so simple. Like that's probably too simple for our stupid little minds might put it into that category. And also, that might be how they present themselves to us to make themselves seem at least tangible, instead of what they really are, which is probably outside of our ability to grasp.
I understand it.
Yeah.
Minds can't do it.
So whatever these things are, I bet they're from multiple sources. I bet there are actual physical things that come from somewhere. But do they come from other planets? Do they come from other dimensions? Is it both? Are some of them interstellar travelers and some of them interdimensional travelers? Maybe. I mean, I think we're basically beings. We're these like very rudimentary things that, as far as we know, we're the most complex thing in the universe. And I think if you scale that, this is one of the things Brian and I were talking about, but if you take artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and you imagine sentient life form that relies on quantum computing instead of regular, and it has access to like nuclear power plants to power it, you essentially create a god. You get to the point where something is so powerful that it literally can control all the elements in the known universe, and then have access to other universes. And that this might be what we're dealing with. That we might be dealing with these beings that have always been here, and they come and go, and they observe, or they intervene, or one of the things that Czar talked about, one of the most bizarre things that said they had this very thick document that was all about religion, and that essentially what these life forms use us as is containers. And he didn't understand what that meant by that, like what in like containers for what. He's like, I don't know, but they think of us as containers. And you would think maybe containers for souls, if the soul's a real thing, and look, the concept of the soul has existed forever. Very unusual for the concept of something to exist for a long time with no basis in reality. That's why I'm interested in dragons. Like, why is every civilization, why do they all have dragons?
They mention dragons in the Bible a bunch of times. They don't mention dinosaurs.
Well, I think because people weren't alive, and dinosaurs were alive, but I bet they were alive when dragons were alive. I bet dragons were real thing. And in fact, Forrest Galante, who's a wildlife biologist, believes there's a real possibility that dragons are an actual animal. But if you have an animal that has bones that are similar to like bird bones, and something that we like, how many of them would you find? What would you find that's left of that? Most things don't fossilize.
I think dinosaurs are dragons. That's what I think they were.
Well, it's possible that there was some form of look. Birds survived this impact in the Yucatan. Whatever killed the dinosaurs did not kill the chickens, right? Because chickens are literal dinosaurs. Yeah, they're literal dinosaurs. And if you ever see a chicken eat a mouse, it's fucking wild. They're the most ruthless, ferocious little animals. Raptors, birds, those are all eagles. American eagles are goddamn dinosaurs. That's what it is. Dinosaurs that live. In fact, some of the more recent models of what dinosaurs look like, they've updated to have feathers. When I was in, what is that? The dinosaur's preserved tail and ambush. Look at that, feathers. Feathers in a dinosaur's tail. So there's a museum in Bozeman, Montana. And this museum has one side of this raptor. They have a velociraptor, and on one side of it, they have, it's a real size velociraptor. One side, they have it with like dinosaur skin, like we like to think, but the other side, they have this theoretical version of it that's covered in feathers. And that's probably what dinosaurs have. So dinosaurs died during the impact, but not all. The birds lived, and they're small. There was no food. Okay, so like a big Tyrannosaurus Rex, there's nothing to eat. You're gonna starve to death. Those things died off, but the little ones lived, and it's so possible that something that flew like a pterodactyl, like we think of pterodactyls as being like bat wings. Yes. Maybe they had feathers. Maybe that was a gigantic fucking predatory bird. And maybe some of those fucking things look like dragons. Maybe the images that, think of all these different cultures. Ancient, medieval Europe, China, Japan.
Oh, yeah, China for sure.
All of them had dragons.
There's a dragon.
There's so many dragons. Like, it might have been a real thing. I think most of them didn't have dragons that spit fire either. I think that was like a fucking Hollywood movie.
Yeah, for sure. Well, do you think the alligator is a dinosaur?
Predates dinosaurs. Crocodiles, crocodilian species predate dinosaurs.
Really?
Yeah. So what's the yeah, there was crocodiles and crocodile species, enormous ones by the way, that predated the dinosaur. And I think modern alligators, they go back really, sharks predate trees.
Really?
Predate trees. There were sharks on Earth before there were trees.
Maybe we're all underwater.
Well, life definitely existed underwater a long older than trees. Jesus Christ.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, so those are dinosaurs. When you see a giant Nile crocodile, those are dinosaurs. That's the type of reptile.
They scare me.
They should.
I drive, I'll be in Florida. We'll be driving those. So there'll be like a dead crocodile ran the side of the road. I'm like,
most of Florida.
they're all the same. They scare the shit out of me.
They should. They're fucking
people walking their dogs. They just come up and grab them, and the guy jumps in there and like trying to save the dog. Florida people don't get caught.
Yeah, they're not that wise. That's one of the crazy stories I heard. This guy was running from the cops, gets to a bridge, jumps off a bridge right onto an alligator. Alligator eats him.
No
right
way. How about that guy who tried to save the shark? You see that video where he tried to save the shark on the beach and he drags it in and the shark just turns around and kills him. Oh, God. You watch that video. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
That one video in Egypt where they're at a resort and this kid is swimming and screaming for his father as he's getting slaughtered.
Oh, no, I can't watch that.
Oh, he's screaming, Papa, Papa. He's getting fucking murdered by the shark. Look. His legs go up in the air. Water turns red. Still tries to scream. Yeah. Fuck sharks.
What would you do if that was your kid?
What can you do? You can't help them. There's nothing you can do. The kid's hundreds of yards into the water. By the time you get there, he's already dead.
Yeah.
And you're going to be dead too. Most likely, it's a feeding frenzy at this point. You go out there, it's a suicide mission. You can't. You just have to live with a nightmare for the rest of your life.
Like
What's up, Jamie? What do you got?
fucking sick.
What do you holy shit? Oh, don't watch it. Don't watch it.
No. I don't want to see this guy get killed.
Or how about that kid that jumped off his cruise into the water and it was shark filled? It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, there's a reason why, sadly, natural selection. People end up stupid ideas, they don't make it. That's always been the case.
It's just, it's always crazy. And just social media has allowed us to see it in real time.
Well, it's super crazy today because we have more capability, right? Because now we have guns and nuclear weapons. And, back in the day, people were super crazy, but they killed everybody with arrows.
Yeah.
And catapults. I mean, you just listen.
There's more hands-on.
Yeah. Just think about all the shit that humans did back when there was no written history. We had horrific, horrible things. Wiped out. The Mongols killed somewhere in the neighborhood during Genghis Khan's lifetime, 50 to 70 million people.
Crazy.
They killed 10% of the population of Earth. Yeah, so people have always been.
And his DNA is in like half of the people on planet Earth. He's just slitting throats and dropping dead.
Oh, he's dropping dead all the place, taking everybody's wife, air quotes, wife is not wife. But it's like humans have always been crazy. We're probably less violent now, but more capability and more awareness of all the chaos in the world because it's like
makes me sad. Having to watch all of it, and then watching like the parties kind of, you got these liberals now that are pro-war. It's like the weirdest thing ever, dude.
We have to win. We have to win in Ukraine. What are you talking about? Russia has nukes. They've threatened to use them. Are you fucking serious? Like,
I tried to start change.org, right, to get us to help the Ukraine get their own Federal Reserve so that they can print their own money and we don't have to send them any more money. And I couldn't get anyone to sign it. It's like, change.org. Let's have them print their own fake money so they can load up our money. Why do they need our fake printed up money?
Well, it's because it's a big scam. It's a big manufacturer scam. The money is not just going straight to Ukraine. It's going to weapons manufacturers.
Yeah.
And they're giving Ukraine in aid. They're giving them tanks and weapons. And the craziest one is the Taliban in Afghanistan. When we leave behind billions of dollars of high-tech war equipment. And then they put parades on where they drive down the street with tanks and flying Black Hawks.
That's so crazy just to leave that open. Billion.
And empower the Taliban with modern weapons. These guys are living in fucking caves, fucking goats all day. And then all of a sudden they have Black Hawks. So
crazy. That whole area is crazy.
Oh my God, you don't even know the half of it. I have a buddy who served over there in multiple deployments in Afghanistan, and he told me it's insane. So just the male rape, men raping each other and raping boys, he said it's fucking rampant.
It's called Man Loves Thursdays.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
It ain't just happening on Thursday.
Well, Brian and I went on a tour. We did it with Steve Byrne and Doug Davidoff, and they told us about that. That like the Afghanis, they see women for procreation, men for pleasure. And
how do you fix that? Like, imagine trying to install a democratic government into a place that has child rape as a normal thing. He said that they would have parades where guys would have their harem of boys, and the most amount of boys would make you a pimp, and so it was cool to show all the boys that you're fucking. It's just like down the street, like on Main Street,
and then it just becomes generational. What's done to you, you do to the next year, which is so tragic.
He said they had this guy who was like this mentally handicapped guy that was working in his kitchen, and they would all take turns raping this guy, and he caught him raping this guy. And the guy would just take it. It was just normal. It was normal. And they did it to each other. They said they were going to the barracks and all be fucking each other. And like, Jesus Christ. Don't you think that that's probably how human beings behaved back in like the Spartan days?
Yeah. Like not taking it if somebody doesn't want it is like a new thing, right? Like way back in the day. Yeah, consent is a prohibited westernized thing. It's like sarcasm and consent are just westernized things that most people
full-on savagery.
And you're never going to get these. Like I just had this guy on my show, his name's Jay Dyer, and he came on and he was talking about how basically British intelligence made all the borders of the Middle East. Like they just created borders. Like these borders that we see, so this Saudi Arabia, this is this is that. Those were made up by British intelligence. They just basically went in based on tribes. They said, okay, here. Because most of these people are just tribes. Like if you study like the history of Saudi Arabia, it is so nuts. It is so crazy. Because basically they were just nomads. And they discovered oil there. So the banking of oil comes in and goes, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set up an apparatus to extract this. And they just have to have all these terms made it up. If you study, I don't want to go too super deep, but if you read the show, holy shit! Like people, you've had guests on here talking about how the British Empire didn't really end. That is the most true shit ever. They become bankers. They became bankers, and really, dude, I think America and Britain, our relationship really is master blaster. You know, we're just a big dumb monkey, and they're just a that. And that's really what's happening, man. If you study how, like, the British intelligence infiltrated Islam, it's like all crazy stuff, dude. They're everywhere, man. So, you know, even when they go in like 9/11, where they're like the Saudis were involved, that's really British intelligence. It wasn't the whole idea of suicide bombers and jihad. Didn't they do that when the Soviet Union had taken over Afghanistan? Yeah. They did it to try to like fight against it. And also demoralize them by getting them all hooked on heroin. Mm-hmm. Nobody comes out of Afghanistan the same. You go in there and try to tame that, you just can't do it. Nobody's tamed it. It's all just warlords. It's crazy. And then did you ever see we had Jason Everman on the podcast who was in Nirvana and also in Soundgarden and then went over to become a Special Forces soldier. After that? Wow. Yeah, after that. And really fucking interesting guy. But he said that there's ancient Greek, like, construction that looks like the Parthenon in Afghanistan. Yes. And find some of that stuff. They have photographs of the stuff, but you can't get archaeologists out there to study it because it's too fucking dangerous. That's run by the Taliban. Back to the sorcery, dude. I think a lot of this war that we see happening is about just erasing our history. Like, you remember when the Taliban were just shooting these giant, beautiful statues and destroying them? Erase. Yep. A lot of people think there's something, not a lot, but some people think that the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq is a portal. It's not really about a bomb. Yes. It's a real weapon of mass destruction. When they go in, where do they go? The first thing they do, you ask anybody, they go right into the museums. They start taking all the old artifacts from everything. They're wiping out. So there's a lot of talk, like this whole thing with, like, you know, like, what are the plans after October 7th and all this stuff? I think the old gods are coming back, dog. I think the old gods want to come back and reign. And I think a lot of this is about bringing back, like, the Anunnaki. No, I'm thinking like the Zoroastrianism and stuff like that. If you study Zoroaster, like if you study, dude, the weirdest thing, if you study like Statue, Statue of Liberty is an old Zoroastrianism god called Mithras, and you get into, if you study it, you can even study like the old one at a time. First of all, images of ancient Greece and Afghanistan. Let's pick those first. Okay. I don't want to lose this. Okay. I don't want to lose this. And then we're going to go to Statue of Liberty. So look at this stuff. So crazy. Like a model of what it look like. That's a model of what it look like. But they do have some images of the actual ruins. Look at that. So ancient Greek ruins in Afghanistan. Look at that. Fucking bananas. And no archaeology being done. Look at, this is fucking insanity. And the stuff that Everman showed you is actually a little more even complex photos that he took of these ruins. What about, well, I can't believe that mosaic. Look at the tiles and look at these Greek statues. This is all from Alexander Green. Okay, now go to Statue of Liberty. I want to see what the Statue of Liberty looks like. This is true. The Statue of Liberty, look on that, is modeled after the Persian god Mithra. Yes, first both the original Iranic god Mithra. Well, I don't believe any of these fact checkers anymore. But let's look at the Statue of Liberty. Give me a good image of the Statue of Liberty. It's a dude. It's a drag queen. Sure. Yeah. Trust me. There it is, like Mithras. It's the face. That's it right there. That's Mithras. The top one, that's Mithras. Look at the jaw. Yeah. It doesn't.
Babies.
So if you study, like, you know, who gave the Statue of Liberty? France, right?
Go to the photograph of the Statue of Liberty's face again. Scroll, make that one in the center big. That does look like that. It looks like a Greek god.
Yeah, that's a dude in drag.
And
And
I don't know how thick the neck is.
yeah, thick neck, dude.
Look at that. That's like a god. Look at that one, that image too. What says up in the top right hand corner? That looks like a god. Look at the arm. It does not look like a feminine arm. Look at the hand.
Old pagan.
Look at the hands.
Whoa. Coming back.
Whoa. See if you get a better image of the statue. That one there, it says flicker in the middle, in the bottom in the middle. Yeah. What else can you do? Holy shit, Sam Tripoli. Statue of Liberty's a fucking dude.
So if you study
Like
like
back to that image of them posting it, there's an image you just got up in the bottom, yeah, the scaffolding. Look at that. That's a god.
so if you
That looks
study,
like an avatar, dude.
if you study the French Olympics,
Look at the arm, right? Look at the hand. That's not a
yeah, dude, that's a thick wrist.
wow, Statue of Liberty's a god. Holy shit, man. Does he have breasts?
Yeah, this guy came on my podcast and for news.
Where's the breasts? There's no breasts.
Yeah.
Statue of Liberty does not have breasts. Wow. It's a fucking god. Kinda. I'll probably add that later. That's Photoshop. Let me see. I don't see boobs.
I see a god.
But that's my pecs. Look, see? If
You
I'm
look
standing,
shredded.
look, if I'm standing here like this,
Yeah, yeah.
that's it.
I definitely have tits. I'm trying.
Statue of Liberty breasts. Uh-oh, you're gonna get to a weird porn site.
Yeah. Yeah, and on
Statue of Liberty gets stuck
Instagram
in the
it does breastfeeding videos. That fat tit right there.
But those ones are different. That's fake. That's a big juicy titty one. That's she's got silicones. And those aren't real. That way, look, you get to a porn site. All right, Sam. So please bring these home.
Okay, here we go.
Sam, you're fine.
Thank you, buddy. I love you so
I love you
much.
too. It's always great to see you.
You show me so much love over the years, and I'm so appreciative of you. So thank you.
Appreciate you as well. You're awesome. You go hard.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you.
that.
I appreciate it.
You're special.
I have a special. It's dropping everywhere. I might put it on YouTube, but I gotta beat the shit out of it because we go pretty hard on this. But if you go to like Twitter, Sam Tripoli, you go to twitter.com/Sam Tripoli, or you go to Rumble. Rumble's been very nice to me. They featured my
Rumble's great.
Rumble.
Rumble's one of the real free speech platforms that's around.
Twitter's great too, man.
Twitter's great.
I got I got 3 million views on one long time ago, but I
Yeah.
never did that.
They're not suppressed anymore. When Elon took over Twitter, I gained like 7 million followers in like a couple of months.
Yes,
Like that.
dude, they suppress.
They suppressed the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
I'm suppressed on Instagram. I'm almost positive of it.
Oh, dude,
I'm
you don't
stuck
even.
at 19.3 million. I know that's a lot, but I'm stuck there for like quite a while.
I have 124,000 followers, and I've had that for 5 years. Okay, can't go above it. I post get 25 likes.
Yeah, suppression.
It's crazy. And you can also go to samtripoli.com. You can also find all my podcasts there. My Broken Simulation, Conspiracy Social Club, Cash Daddies, and what's my other one? I just can't stop, won't stop. And go to my tour dates. I'm touring, working on a new hour.
All right.
Yeah, I'm very.
Appreciate you, brother.
I love you,
I
buddy.
love you
Thank
too.
you so
I love
much.
you too. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, buddy.
Experience.
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you again. How's things in the world of the discovery of the universe?
Exciting.
Yes, very good.
I've been doing some work on black holes recently, which I hadn't started on science stuff, actually. So I got interested. And the amount of the progress that's been made in trying to understand how they work. And a question that was posed by Stephen Hawking a long time ago,
really 1970s, the early 1980s, which is what happens to stuff that falls in. The simplest question you could possibly ask. Right, there's progress being made on that now, which I think is profound and exciting.
How is the progress being made? Like, how do we study a black hole?
It's mainly theoretical, although we have now got photographs of it. So we have two photographs, which are radio telescopes. Right. One of the one in the centre of our galaxy, which is a little one. I'll say it's a little supermassive black hole. So it's about 6 million times the mass of the sun, which makes it a little supermassive. And then there's another one, the first photo I was taken, it's a collaboration called Event Horizon. And they took a photo of one in the galaxy M87, 55 million light years away. That thing is around 6 billion times the mass of the sun. Can you imagine that? 6,000 million times more mass of the sun.
Is that the largest black hole we've ever discovered?
No, there are bigger ones than that, but that's the scale of it. It's a big issue. But you think about it. I mean, so there's a number, it's called the Schwarzschild radius. So if you took our star, which you can fit 1 million Earths inside, and collapsed it down to make a black hole, it would form a black hole, and it shrunk within a radius of 3 kilometers, like 2 miles. So you've got to take this thing, which is like actually converted to miles down. That's okay. Just 700,000 kilometers. So it's about 500,000 miles radius or something like that. So you squash it down to it's about 2 miles, and then that would form a black hole. 6 billion times the mass of the sun means you multiply that by 6 billion. So these things, the so-called Schwarzschild radius is, I don't know, larger than our solar system. Basically, it's in the galaxy. So we've got these two photographs.
Larger than our solar system.
Yeah, it's a big structure. That's a Chandra X-ray image of. There it is. That's that's the M87. So what you're seeing there is the emission from the material that's swirling around it, called accretion. So you have material that's orbiting very fast in a lot of radiation. And that's what you see. It's like this. So you think Saturn rings. So this material is very close. But what you're seeing in the photograph is the light rays being bent around the black hole from the flat disk. So that was a prediction from Einstein's theory, basically published in 1915. And you can predict that what that should look like. And then just about 5 years ago, for the first time in history, we have an image of it, and it looks like a prediction. So it's a remarkable thing.
What's good?
How phenomenal is that?
Can you hear me? Okay. You're well, my man. We're just watching Joe Rogan. Oh, that's really good conversation.
And so we've had those two photographs. The other thing is so-called gravitational wave detection. So these colliding, and they collide and merge together. And obviously that's quite a violent event in the universe. And so that's that process of ripples space-time. So it sends ripples out in the fabric of the universe, space and time. And actually, Kip Thorne is I've spoken to him several times, one of the great Nobel Prize winners, and he calls it storming time. So you get a time storm. So really, as we speak now, there will be these very tiny ripples from violent cosmic events passing through this room, and they're changing the rate that time passes. So that as they go through, and we can detect that. So we have detectors that can pick that up, and so we've seen those collisions as well.
So these collisions, how far away?
Oh, millions of light years.
And they're affecting what's happening in this room right now.
Yeah, to a tiny extent. So there's an experiment called LIGO, which is the something like gravitation gravity. So I can't remember exactly what it's called. So basically, laser beams, and there's one in Washington State on laser beams right now, and they can detect these very tiny shifts in the, effectively, you could say the length of the laser beam. It's a bit more fiddly and complicated, but it essentially measures this the distortion in space-time caused by these ripples. And it's way less than the diameter of an atomic nucleus. It's way less. It's look. Oh. And so we've observed many of those. There it is. There's LIGO. So it's just basically two laser beams there, but these ultra high precision. And so we've got data of the collision of black holes and those event-derived pictures of the radio telescope. So that's part of it. But the main bit has been theoretical advances in understanding exactly, in a sense, it was what's wrong with Stephen Hawking's calculation, which is a weird thing to say sometimes. People Stephen Hawking, sure, he didn't get his maths right. But he did actually. In his calculation. So what he calculates back in 1973, 1974, is that a black hole, so we picture this thing from which nothing can escape, even light. So you go in, you're gone, basically. What he calculated is that even though these things are just a distortion in space and time, so that's the description of it. So it's almost as if there's nothing there apart from the distortion in space and time. He calculated that they glow, so they have a temperature. So they emit radiation, Hawking radiation. And it's so important was that discovery. Did you go to Westminster Abbey on the floor of the Abbey on his memorials and he's there? And chiseled in stone on the floor of Westminster Abbey is his equation for the temperature of a black hole. So it's this tremendously important discovery. So he discovered these things glow and calculates them that they glow. Very low temperature, they emit things, which means that they shrink because they're emitting stuff, so they're shrinking. So that means they have a life. So first of all, one day they'll be gone. So that means that you have to address this question of what happened to all the stuff that fell in. And his calculations said there's no record at all of anything that fell in, and all this radiation has come off the planet. So it's purely information-less radiation. So what that means is that black holes destroy information, according to their calculation. And that's a big deal, because nowhere else in all of physics does anything erase information. So it's really true. I got this notepad and pen, right? I wrote some things on it, and then I set fire to this, incinerated, put it in a nuclear explosion, whatever. In principle, you collected it that came off, all the radiation, all the bits of inches and things, and you could just measure it. Then just in principle, the idea was you could reconstruct the information. So I'll get scrambled and thrown out, and some practice we can't do it. But just in principle, the laws of nature say that information is not destroyed, it's just scrambled up in a way that you can't reconstruct. But this calculation, Stephen said there is no information in that radiation at all. Zero, and just nothing. So it seems that uniquely in the universe, black holes erase information.
This episode is brought to you by the farmer's dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight,
which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only.
When you say there's no information, like how are you measuring whether or not there's information in it?
So really in bits. I mean, the idea is, and I should say it's very much in principle. So no one can actually practice could reconstruct what I wrote down on this if you said, oh, it's like, in principle,
Maybe sometime in the future.
yeah, in principle, you can just collect everything. But then somewhere in that, all that radiation, actually, the light has come up, is the information. It's there. So you could reconstruct the book or what I wrote on this page in principle. But the thing about Stephen's calculation was that even in principle, it said there is no information. And by the way, it's kind of easy to see why, because this radiation, this Hawking radiation, comes off the black hole. It's coming from the horizon of the black hole. So I should say what the horizon is, maybe. So if you remember I said that the sun, if you squashed it down within 3 kilometers of radius, you'd get this kind of distortion in space and time, from which if you went in across this region, 3 kilometers, you went inside it, you couldn't get out. So that's called the event horizon. So you wouldn't notice if you fell through the horizon of the black hole in a Milky Way galaxy. You went into that. We could fall through the horizon that went through, and we wouldn't notice it. Except that we couldn't get out. And ultimately, in a few hours, in that case, the time would end for us. So you go to the end of time. We talk about that. There's a picture of that. Maybe I should talk about. This is getting quite complicated. We didn't start in a relaxing way. You need to. Let's get right into it. So we wouldn't notice, not for the big black holes. So these supermassive black holes, we could fall across this horizon. It's just like being in empty space for us. We were talking now, we could have been talking on the outside of the horizon, and by the time I finished the sentence, we could be on the inside of the horizon, inside the black hole. And according to Einstein's theory, at least, which is the theory that predicted the initially, we could just do that. We could just go in, and we wouldn't notice for a bit. The thing we would notice also is you go inexorably, nothing of it, you go to this thing of a singularity, watch you cross the horizon, and you are going to. And then the question arises, what is that? And one answer is we don't know. But in Einstein's theory, it's the end of time. So it's one way of picturing what's happened here is so distorted in space and time by the collapse of the star, or the collapse of loads of stuff to make these big supermassive black holes. We don't quite know how they form actually, but you see the collapse and stuff. So it distorts space and time so much that in a real sense they kind of flip over. They get mixed up. And so this singularity, which you might have thought of as the point to which this thing collapsed, this infinitely dense point. But actually, more correctly to be seen as the end of time, because everything's got mixed up. So you go to the end of time. And it's just like saying, why can't I escape that? It's like, why can't we escape tomorrow? So we are going to tomorrow.
Right.
And if I said to you, let's run away from tomorrow, you go, I can't run away from tomorrow.
So is it the end of time because all information is being erased, so there's nothing?
Yeah, I mean, is that the idea? If you draw you can draw a map of it, and it just literally time ends. According just purely in Einstein's theory. This is 1915. His theory of general relativity. You just get a line there, a line that says there's no future beyond this. Line. You just stop. Okay. So, I mean, I think that's not. We think there's a lot more to it than that. This is we haven't figured the rest of it out yet.
Well, that's the thing. So we're starting to get hints about what might happen, which is leading us. So to backtrack a bit, why does this calculation Stephen did? Why has it got no information? Why does it say there's no information in this radiation? The thing is, it's coming from the horizon. So it's all one. There's loads of ways to think about it. But one way is that this weird place, this point of no return in space, that you can fall through, but it's a point of no return. It sort of shapes, it almost disrupts the vacuum of space. It's sort of objects coming from the vacuum, it's coming from empty space. Whereas if you think about the thing that I throw in, if I throw this notepad into the thing, then that goes to the singularity. It's got nothing to do, the radiation's got nothing to do with this thing. This thing is not set on fire or something like that. It's gone to the end of time and just whatever's happened to it's happened to it. So this radiation's got nothing to do with anything that falls in at first sight, at least. And so that was the paradox. It's called the black hole information paradox. It's like it's one way to put it is the laws of nature that we use to calculate what happens tell us that information is never destroyed. And when you calculate what happens, it tells us that information is destroyed. So that's why everyone got interested in the 80s, because it's interesting.
So when we're looking at the structure of the universe, obviously there's so much still to learn just about what's out there, but what role do we think, is there a purpose, is that the right term, for a black hole? Like what obviously we know, is it still do they still believe that in the center of every galaxy there's a supermassive black hole that's, 1/2 of 1% of the mass of the galaxy? Is that what it is?
Yes, yeah, and there's occasionally a galaxy. I think one was discovered where we said maybe we can't see evidence of a black hole.
Really?
So probably is.
What do you think that thing's doing there? What is that?
What is the structure? The structure is so insanely complex and so immense. You see these things everywhere. And so, what purpose do you think they serve in the universe? So, I mean, is that a right? It might not be the right.
Well, so I think we don't. I think from Ryan's saying we don't fully understand why all galaxies, as you said, maybe there's an exception, but not all galaxies have a black hole, supermassive black hole in the center. It's obviously got something to do with the way they form. And one of the purposes, by the way, of the James Webb Space Telescope is to try to look at the formation of those galaxies. So that's one of the reasons that telescope is up there. So it's cutting edge. We're trying to understand how the galaxies form. But I clearly, you're right. It has something to do with the way the galaxies form.
And it's pulling in stars.
Well, they do pull in material, right? But if you've got stuff orbiting around them, it stays orbiting around it. So the way we first detected one in the Milky Way, before we could, because that image is very new, it's the stars orbiting very close to it. We call it exostars that whiz around in its orbits very close to the planet. So if you just imagine around it, they would go.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
You think it's weird to look at the moon? Imagine if there was a supermassive black hole above our head.
It'd be so cool. I'd love to see it. I think it's so cool.
The eclipse was wild. The eclipse here.
Did you see it?
Oh, yeah. It was incredible. It's so strange. The whole day turns into night. All the birds stop chirping, and you're like staring up at this perfect eclipse. It was incredible.
Did you get this? Because I saw one in India, and I got this feeling that I was living on a ball of rock. Because it was, it's been, just because the night just falls,
Right.
and suddenly you see the universe comes much more quickly.
I went to the Keck Observatory once in Hawaii. I've been a few times, but one time I went on the perfect night with no moon, and it was sensational. It was such a vivid image of the entire Milky Way. Every inch of the sky
was covered in stars. Yeah. It was so phenomenal. It made me a little upset because I was like, this is above our head every day, and this would radically shape the way human beings feel about our personal lives. It would greatly expand the curiosity of young people to explore space. So many more people would get involved in astrophysics. So many more people would get involved in just the exploration of the known universe because it's so majestic. And instead, we have like our screen is off. It's like that. It's like that's great. That's what we see because of light pollution. Yeah, that should be remedied. Like that's not a good trade-off. Like what lights are wonderful, but it seems to me like there's got to be a way to do this where you don't ruin the viewer space. Yeah, because you know these questions we have about our place, and she said it can be easy to be myopic, can't you? So you look at our screens, it's Earth that we think about at most. And most of us don't really think about Earth. You think about your country, or your city, or your town, or your neighborhood. Yeah, you can think about the Earth. But if you know when you look at that art stuff, and if you said when you see it, you truly can't see it, how it's incredible. 100 billion suns, give or take, like 400,000. That's just words. Most of it's insane. Your brain doesn't even process that. Like I can repeat that. If someone says, "How many suns?" Oh, 400 billion. I don't know what that means. It's so abstract. And most of them, I think, probably the best guess would be all of them planets. So pretty much. So you're talking about trillions of planets. Now we're getting the mass one. What is your take on all this UAP disclosure stuff? Do you give it any mind at all? Or are you busy with like real stuff? No, I mean the thing is, there's a thing called the Fermi paradox. Yes, which I think we talked about before. Yeah, which is, and the paradox is that's a paradox because, as I said, we now know we didn't when Fermi first posed it. But we now know there's so many planets out there. So let's say trillions of planets in the Milky Way. The Milky Way's been there for 18 billion years, pretty much the age of the universe. So there's no one else out. Then the question is why? Because there's been so much time and so many places for civilizations to become spacefaring civilizations. Right. As Elon talks about multi-planetary civilization, it is very close to becoming a multi-planetary civilization. And once you have become a multi-planetary and multi-state civilization, if you become that, you're immortal, essentially. Right. So the question is, the paradox is, why does it appear nobody has done that? So the first thing is, I would not be surprised. But if the UFO landed here now in the parking lot, I'd actually, not only would I not be surprised, I'd be illegal. This is good because it'll be weight off my shoulders because I'm worried that we're the only ones. That's a terrifying scenario. Then we're going to make a mess. Yeah, and so I'm worried. Isn't it bizarre? Like one of the things that's fascinating about looking into the night sky is this like different view. So the universe is so vast, so spectacular. Why is it so important that we exist? To us, it's so important that we exist. And if we make a mess of this, if we were the only intelligent life in the universe, it didn't matter if we blew ourselves up. Like it's just a weird aberration that's attached to survival instinct because they're a weird biological aberration. So if you think, but let's assume. So let's assume just we're the only one in our galaxy. Okay, then I would argue that. So there's a question. These live shows. I start with a question, which is kind of a joke in a way, which is what does it mean to live a finite, fragile life in an infinite universe? Which is a good question. That's what you're asking. Yeah. What does it mean? The first thing to say is meaning. What it means. That doesn't sound like a scientific concept. Right. I would argue that whatever it is, it self-evidently exists because the universe means something to us. I would argue that it's the property of complex biological systems. So whatever it is, it's something that emerges, in this case, from human brains
it self-evidently exists. Everyone who's listening to this knows that the world means something to me. So I would argue that if this planet is the only planet in our galaxy where complex biological systems exist at our level, then it follows it's the only place where meaning probably exists in a galaxy of 400 billion suns. And therefore, I would argue, just for that very basic point, that we have a tremendous responsibility in some sense. Because if by the way, I gave a talk a little video at one of the climate summit, COP climate summit in Glasgow in the UK a few years ago, and they asked me to do a little video to the world leaders. And I think they thought I'd say, welcome to Glasgow, have a nice meeting. But I made this argument as fast as I could. I said it's possible, at least, this is the only place where complex biology is in our galaxy. If that's true, this is the only island in the galaxy of 400 billion suns. And you are responsible for it because you are the world leaders. Therefore, if you destroy it through deliberate action or inaction, then each of you would be personally responsible for destroying the in the galaxy of 400 billion suns, potentially forever. Now go and discuss that. That was my intro. Now, we can all argue, because people are listening to this going, nonsense, maybe. We can all argue about whether that's true. What I would say is, given that, as far as I'm aware, we don't have any good evidence to the contrary, which goes back to your previous question, it's a reasonable working assumption. So why don't we just operate on that basis? But then, if someone managed to, as I said, I'd be very delighted because then what I just said would be false. But so I think it's worth taking. I used to, so probably last time I was on, actually, I used to say that in the far future, then the complex life will cease to exist. So it probably doesn't matter on a global scale, but it matters locally. Because of this idea that meaning emerges from complex biological systems. So if you don't care about that, what do you? It's a video. But actually, I read a book. Did you David Deutsch? David Deutsch is really physicist. He's unbelievable. He's one of the founders of Enzyme. So he's a big figure in in particular. He's a great guy. I was reading some stuff he wrote recently. It's not necessarily true that life is temporary, because you could imagine the situation. You go into the far future. Let's imagine that we continue for 1 million years or 1 billion years as a civilization. Imagine what we could do. It is possible that life can get so advanced in the universe that it can start to manipulate the universe. So, or at least start. He said, you can imagine. And for example, just imagine. Really wild speculation. But imagine life gets so advanced that it can start to change the destiny of the star. Maybe it could start to add material into the star or something, whatever. So we don't know how to do that, but it's possible. But imagine, then the evolution of stars would matter in the sense that it starts to change the way that the universe behaves on a large scale in the future. And so it might be by John Barrow and the cosmological principle of the 1980s. It's one of my favourite books, actually. And I remember this. And then they speculate about this life.
How are you doing now? How is your cryptocurrency? Can you please repeat that? 52K market cap. Is that good? True, but then you didn't see you started at $100,000. Is it named after that fucking squirrel? Yeah. Hilarious. No shit. That's pretty expensive. Is Harry Potter around the same time you do on finance? Why not? Okay, but I mean, you have like $200 million market cap. You would think that like that's enough to be serious. I sent you an invitation. On. You know, email is kind of a difficult thing to spam, just because spam. Oh, that was really good. Because spam filters are so effective. So, like, when I tried that again, like a lot of things went to spam, and not just that, a lot of things went to spam. You'd be surprised how much legitimate shit goes to spam if you've never had any contact with the person. So, it's kind of well, I don't want to say it's a waste, but even like one time I wanted to send a bunch of emails using, like, there are a bunch of services like Sendinblue and like MailChimp, and I even got banned from there because they don't want spam. And I think personally, yeah, I'm ready. Man. I want you to make this fucking shot. That was beautiful. I don't know. I don't. I don't. That was good. That was very good. Um, yeah. Per day. Well, it depends on where you want to go, what you want to do, but you probably need per day at least like $300 a day. No, 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 no. The, but that includes hotel. Correct. Nice shot. Oh, oh! I can't believe I made that. Oh boy, good shot. Yep. Ooh, George. Oh, actually pretty good. That's my work. I'm in agreement with you, brother. Too hard, too hard. You hit this ball too hard. Oh, it does. Oh, terrible shot indeed. You're in the lead, though. I don't know how to come that. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. Watch this move. Now, this is how it's done. What do you play out in 10 minutes? Good as yours. Okay. How'd you like that shot, too? Ties it up. Oh, I love this one. When it's not, I know, when it's not unfair. Look what you are tied, my friend. Oh, I just helped you. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, beautiful. You almost got it. The whole thing. All right. Now I'm kind of fucked. I'll take it. Wait, your shot's not super easy. Not necessarily. Let's see what you're gonna do. Go quarter bump yourself, baby. Ooh. You ready for me to straight up have one of the greatest shots in the history? Correct. Ooh. Ooh. You cannot lose. Yeah, you cannot lose. You cannot lose. With this score. That was an amazing shot. Dude, that was amazing. That's okay. We're gonna tie. Ooh. Ooh. Let me squeeze this through. Whoops. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, let's see what you got. Look how good a shot this is. Right? I'm so ready. Hit my ball. Hit my. Oh. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, big shot for you. You can win right here. That looks good. That looks very good. All you must do is release and you're good. He's fucking around with it, folks. He's fucking around with it. Rabbi going for the straight up steal of the game. Oh shit. I didn't get fortunate. Make your shot, baby. You can bump me and end it. You have a very easy. Oh, nice job. Nice practice game, dude. No, I just wanted you to have as much self confidence with this as I would with last the second time around. All right, here's your goal. Dude, you're good at it. What do you think of that shot? I think so. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That is true. Wow. A 3 on this hole is really good. Well, there are really two places. There's San Francisco and there's Los Angeles. I personally enjoy Los Angeles. Warmer, better looking people. No. Sure, go wherever the fuck you want. As someone who's never been here, I'm telling you right now, there are basically two places, and it's LA and San Francisco. And I would not recommend going to San Francisco. It's a fucking nightmare. That means LA. Yeah, but San Diego's kind of. San Diego is just like a 2-hour drive. Well, from LA proper, it's 3 hours. You could buff me in a big way. You have to make it. And Rabbi takes an early lead. Oh, I'm up 2. All right. Hit my ball. It'd be really a smart move for me. Hit my ball, baby. We played 2 holes. That's how good I am. Oh, that's not good. Okay. What's your shot? Too hard. I mean, I wouldn't keep that cat. No, that's way too dangerous to take in cash range. I wouldn't carry more than like $1,000 on it. Oh, okay. You said I'll take with me $40,000, which is like we take in cash, which is too dangerous. Boom. Just slap it in the face. All right, this one's interesting. I've seen some people pull some interesting moves on this one. There's a certain method that we can bounce the ball. Something like that. Like that is the best method you can make. Yo. Zoo. There he is. Oh, oh, an amazing shot. An amazing shot, Zook. Bravo. I can, but I couldn't. That's good. Especially firing on all cylinders. Oh, I do. Quick. There you go. Go for it. This is the hole you wanted. This is everything you wanted. Good question. Oh, was that a? I think so. Yeah. Oh, what a good shot. Yeah, just like cameras. And we watched Eight Crazy Nights, which is a Adam Sandler film. Aside from that, not too much that we do. There's some foods that we eat, but generally Hanukkah is one of the major Jewish holidays. Everybody thinks it is because it's around, the secular holiday season, but it's no. I mean, it has a reason for that date. If you watch, have you ever seen Zeitgeist, the movie? So they explain all this, but basically, if you know when the winter solstice is, it's usually like December 21st or December 22nd. It's like right around then. And it takes 3 days for, so basically, it would probably just be easier for me to show you this documentary where you can see it in the sky, but without doing that right now, to give you an explanation of why it's the way it is. It takes approximately, okay, so every day after the summer solstice, which is where there's the most light in the summer, you lose sunlight up until about December 21st or 22nd. It takes about 3 days, and then the sun, when it rises, begins to get bigger and bigger in the sky, and that has been reminiscent of like the Nazarenes coming and bringing light to the world. And then the argument is as well that the spring holiday is around the equinox, and like the first new moon after the equinox is generally when it is. So these things are much more astrological than people think, or astronomical than people think. I love this hole when I can place the ball exactly where I want. Here we go. Oh, that is really bad. Really, really bad. Terrible. Yep. Perfect shot. Make it. Bravo, dude. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10, dog. That was fucking the best shot I've ever seen on that hole. That was amazing, dude. Dude, shout out to Zook for the best fucking shot we have maybe ever seen in the whole game. That was fucking amazing. Oh. No, you won't. That's true. But that was a nice thing. Everybody thought it. Oh, that's good. Not. I would eat. I had chips and sauce. Basically like nachos. All right, let's make this fucking ball. That's how it's done, baby. Amazing. No way you're gonna fuck that fucking did you in. You're not, you are not. That is not. Take away like July 7th. Yeah. Ooh. All right. Here's an advantage I have to take. I haven't really tried, so no. I've been focused on Discord, which has been good. Meaning, I'm invited a lot of people's Discord. If I wanted to do, have I had any opportunities? A couple people have said we'd like to do interviews, but I haven't really followed up with them just because. Well, one of them keeps telling me, "I want to do an interview. I want to do an interview," and I'm like, "Okay, well, whenever you want to do it." But he's a pretty big streamer on Kick. His account is called Kick Clips, and so I think he doesn't want to get in trouble with the platform because he is essentially like he can. I don't want to say you can get in trouble for interviewing because you can't. It's not against their rules. Wow, did I miss that? Like in on YouTube, if someone's banned on YouTube, you're not allowed to do an interview with them. But Kick is different. Twitch is like YouTube. If somebody's banned on Twitch, you can't do it. So I've been pumping my interview with Worry. It has like 400 views, which is just absolutely nothing. But YouTube, it has more on it. It has more. Yeah, no. Did I say Twitter? Twitter, you can get 20,000 views much easier than watching a long form, hour long conversation. This isn't who has the most amount of views. If you take every view that I've ever had my entire life, it perhaps could be hundreds, if not millions, but it doesn't do anything for me. That was a very good shot. Most I have is like 170,000. But wow, you are playing like a G dog. I'm gonna make a comeback. That's a beautiful shot. I am in agreement with you. This is the most difficult one. Oh, beautiful. I'm in agreement. And even if you did, it's not that big. And the thing is, you can like deservedly get to the next part, but yeah, I think that should be black. Yeah, maybe you're right. But all right, you hate this one. What a beautiful shot. Oh no. Yet we still fucked it up. Now that's an excellent shot. That's a 10 out of 10 from where you were. Well, it's difficult to describe what trying is to their developers. Oh, that was a beautiful shot. All right, this is a tight squeeze. Oh, oh, what a beautiful shot. What you gonna do, big dog? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Yeah, something like that. Or bump me into this. My ball really fucked you up. What? At least this hole seems that. Here we go, baby. Oh no! Oh no! That was really bad. Whoa! Look at where the hole is. I know. $100%. I mean, I'm behind. What else would you want me to do? Oh, I don't know why you would do that. That was a little bit dumb. I am gonna get it. I am gonna get it. Dude, I got you can count it. I'm gonna put this bitch in the hole. Ooh. Because you're gonna block me. Stop. Stop. That's a pretty good shot. Because I'm protected. Oh, you can't. Oh, I can't believe I missed it. No, not there. You're not gonna make it over. Bounce it. Bounce it off the. But yeah, that's about your only chance. That was really good. So this one's kind of. Not what I wanted. Dude, make it. Just put it in the hole. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Ooh. Get my ball. Hold on. Ooh. Ooh. Actually did not hit it. But you can make this. Looking very close. Oh, shoot. Miss it. He missed it, folks. It's like, man, he missed that shot. We're tied. What are you going to do? Radio. KFI, AM 640 Los Angeles. Welcome, guys. Hey, look, them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's up?
Playing the game, my man. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I had a pizza. I didn't know if I myself.
There you go. That's wonderful to hear.
The last time I took your house was pretty certain I was still.
Wow.
So it's basically closer.
All right, well, if you want to play the game we're playing, it's called Plato, Plato. You can download it on the App Store or Google Play. You just want to chill. You're of course welcome to do that too. But I did want you to know that you had an open invitation.
What is it called?
Plato, Plato, like the Greek philosopher. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. You just download it, and we get really, really competitive with this, like a miniature golf game. And even though we've been playing for a long time, it's really easy to get it. So you just download Plato. You create an account. Once you create the account, let me know. We're on goal 5. This is it. You know what? Wonderful. Now you know what it's like. All right. Here's your hope, big dog. Okay. Not too bad. This is your hole, dude. You did better on this hole than I've ever seen anyone do. Ever. That's not what you want.
This
Show me how it's done, dude. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But it is looking that way. 1-0. Welcome. Who's going to bet you this? Shout at the angel. All right, look at this shot. Okay, well then you only have 4 more holes to lose, and then you're done. Zoo, that was not cool. That ghost or tombstone or whatever is in a tough spot. Make it too. You could make it. Now you could make it. Two. Yep. I've been to Canada. I've been to Mexico. Never really wanted to. Yeah, when it's safe. Not safe enough for me. Oh, what a good shot. All right. Yeah, that one traveled very good. I mean, just look how people get treated. Look what happened in Amsterdam. It's not really that safe to be traveling. So, it should not just be safe to travel in the United States. It is as safe as, oh, get in the hole. It is as safe as it's going to be. So, yeah, I think you'd be fine. Exactly. That's absolutely true. And frankly, my big worry is just like, hey, if something ever happened to me, I don't have to go to my parents or family and be like, hey, I need X, Y, Z amount of money to get me out. You need finances to be able to do that. I mean, not to say I haven't had that in the past. It's just I decided, hey, I'm going to spend basically my life savings on this project. It's a decision that I made, um, more than 3 years ago, and I'm happy with it. I don't want to be anywhere else. Frankly, anything I want to see is on TV or on the internet. Anywhere I want to go, is generally going to be really expensive, super overpriced. I mean, it's great if you have millions of dollars to blow, but I don't. So I enjoy what I do. As long as whenever I need money, I just do a project. So, what a great shot! What a great shot! So I've had to do that in several instances where I needed money, so I just worked a side project. 244 wins, Zoo. All right, is that all she wrote for you, Zoo? One more. All right, here we go. What do you think of this shot? Your shot's in the water, though. Oh, you're right. That was amazing. And a water bomb? Ooh, how do you like that shot? Ooh. Oh. Well, I wanted to just get rid of some of this stuff. Thank you. Blast it off with that pen. Right. Make it. Oh, right angle. Just too hard. Here's your favorite hole. I want this to be a really good shot. Oh no. Not what I wanted. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. No, not like that. Oh. Oh. You ready for this? Oh, I got fortunate. Oh boy, did I get fortunate. And you were very unfortunate. That was a very good shot. All right, you ready for this one? Just a beautiful shot through that little. Oh, wow, is that nice? Wow, is that nice? Excellent shot. What an amazing dude! Did you just see that shot? Dude, did you see that shot? I take it that you're in shock with how amazing that shot was. Dude, can you hear me? What did you think of that shot? It was like the best shot I think we've ever had on it. I literally blasted it and hit two different things and knocked them away. Oh, what a bad shot. What a bad shot. I know you said this twice. But of course, it depends where you stay. Are you going to rent a car? Are you going to rent a car? No, so you're going to do Ubers? Okay, that's going to increase. All right. I mean, LA kind of sucks without a car. Not saying that there isn't municipal transportation to take, but it's very dangerous. That one, I would tell you, if you were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just take the bus everywhere or the train, good luck, man, because people get killed on there all the time. There was one case that just sticks out in my mind that someone was caught having sex with a dead person on the train. It's like some fucked up story like that. Wow, you keep fucking my ball. Anyway, yeah, exactly. That's what I would say. Just get the you don't need 40,000. Okay. Um, so I would say for like a decent hotel a night, it's gonna probably be like at least $200 a night. No, no, no. I know. I'm just saying, like, if you're not going to spend any time, or if you need a hotel, you can get weekly rates. I mean, what kind of hotel do you want to stay in? Okay, then you're going to have to spend maybe $200 or $300 a night. Like even the worst hotels are maybe like $69 to $100 a night. So okay, so 200 or 300. Let's just say with all the taxes and everything, $300 a night for 30 days is like $9,000, and then I would say that doesn't include food or anything. So then you've got food, which probably is another $100 a day. So that's $12,000. Then you've got Ubering and stuff. So that's probably per day. You probably have at least $100 in Uber. So that's like 15 grand. But that means you can go wherever you want. Now, if you want to do stuff like you want to go to Disneyland, that's that's all extra. But like at a very basic to eat, travel, and stay, you're looking at like 15 grand. I'm trying to think of what else you can. Well, then the flight 3,000, so 15,000, and I mean, what? If I could ask, why do you want to be here a whole month? Oh, okay, cool. Well, then if you're gonna be here a whole month, I'm just wondering why wouldn't you rent a car? Okay. Um, oh, don't. Oh, I got fortune. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot to do, but you don't want to Uber. Like, if you're gonna be here a month, you can go snow skiing and water skiing in the same day. Friend. Make this. I still don't. Yeah, I would say probably like $15,000 without any, not including your flight. I think you said so. Maybe like $15,000 for your flight, and then if you're gonna do stuff with her, um, then yeah, no, I know, but I mean, like if you're going out to dinner with her, then you're gonna look, like everything's gonna be more expensive. It depends on if you're gonna be paying for everything. But I would say if you had Starbucks and go shopping and do things like that, you'll be good. But I mean, if you're here, you should go to Disneyland. If you have the money, um, you should take her to Disneyland. She fucking love that shit. Right. But Disneyland going with a dude is a whole different deal for girls. It's like the ultimate date. And you were saying like San Diego. If you want to go to San Diego, it's it's gonna be a really expensive Uber. Like let me just look it up. How much is a one-way trip generally from Los Angeles to San Diego in an Uber? How much is a round trip from Los Angeles to San Diego in an Uber? So you're gonna look at like probably like $300 just for that. There's all kinds of stuff to do though. You like, I mean, obviously there's Hollywood, but there's not a lot to do in Hollywood. You think you go to Hollywood and it's going to be really fun? There's nothing to do there. It's literally just like homeless people and drug addicts. It's really, really dirty, and especially if you don't have a car, I would not go down there. It's just dangerous. There's like Rodeo Drive is where it's at. It's the best shopping in the world. Um, you go to White Road. Yeah, I mean you can see it if you want. It's downtown, known as 6th Street. Um, but well, I mean you can see it if you want. It's just literally just like tents on every side. You just drive through it basically. Um, I mean to come here, like basically you're coming here for sex. So I'm not gonna plan your trip for you, but the places I would hit, the Getty Museum, one of the most beautiful museums I think in the world. It has some of the best views of Los Angeles, and it's free. So there's a lot you can do that's free. You just have to make you have to get like you have to register in advance, but it is free to go. What else? Well, there are two Getty museums. So there's the Getty Museum and the Getty Villa. Those are two separate places, but both are just absolutely spectacular. There's Malibu, but like again, if you don't have a car, there's not a lot to do. You just go to Malibu. Like you could, like the beautiful thing is driving close and everything. So you can go there for food, but generally it's just people's houses there behind gates. There's the Queen Mary in Long Beach, which is like the Titanic basically looked like. So you can check that out. Of course, there's Disneyland and Orange County in Anaheim. There's let me think. But it depends when you're here. But there's a lot of sporting events. You're not too much sports. So like if you were a Lakers fan or something like that, you could do all that. But yeah, it's a 15. If you have 20, if you said to yourself, this trip is going to cost me $20,000, I think that's pretty high. That's what you're looking for. That helps. You know, if you have the chance, if you're going to be here a whole month, there's a thought too to perhaps go to Las Vegas if that's of interest to you. Okay, so then stay away from it. I think both. And spend the day there. But it kind of all depends on what your girlfriend wants to do. Chances are, though, chances are, okay, definitely. But I mean, chances are you're going to spend most of your time inside a hotel. Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's what you want. You're protected from the elements. You're with someone about whom you care. You're safe. Oh, that seems like a hope so. I mean, especially if you're going to put all of this time and effort into it. But yeah, I would say if you had $20,000, you'd be safe. And if you still have more money, like you had said you had, then if anything happens to you, if you can, and I mean, she's from here. She'll know all of her favorite spots and what she likes to do, and and basically you're going to be in a hotel. So enjoy yourself. I'll tell you this, though, if you um, let's say things don't work out with her, all the better, man. You can get some of the hottest chicks here in the entire world at your beck and call pretty easily, not pretty, super easily. So it's win-win. All right, now back to Joe Rogan.
Light in the far future. And it became powerful enough to manipulate the whole universe.
You're the one who mentioned that if there's a chance that it doesn't work out, and I'm saying that that is the chance. Don't think that you still can't plug a bunch of hot chicks here.
For the observer. And suddenly, it's hard to make predictions about the far future unless you consider the possible impact of life on the universe. And whilst this is, I should say, it's wildly speculative, but it's actually logically, it's quite an interesting point. So I kind of disagree with myself a few years ago, where I would have said that life is extremely valuable because it brings meaning to the universe, but temporarily. And so it brings these brief, like flickering candles of meaning, and then they go out again. But it's worth considering it might not necessarily be true if you really think. I mean, just to say, I mean, it must sound to many people listening just nonsense, right? Science fiction. But if you think our civilization has been around for 10,000 years, I guess, give or take, and in that time, we've sent stuff out of the solar system. Although we don't yet, we're way away from being able to manipulate stars, we can manipulate planets. So we are changing the way this planet operates. Life is changing. You know, the oxygen in the atmosphere, before we appeared, the oxygen in the atmosphere is a product of life. So life already, we know, changes planets. And so that's I like that speculation that just possibly, it's not just a temporary phenomena that flickers in and out and disappears. It could have a real bearing on the future of the universe.
And you can also make the argument that intelligent life might be the universe's way to force change
that intelligent life seems to inevitably, like intelligence itself, must come out of curiosity, because otherwise there's no reason to seek information. So intelligent life consistently seeks information and then constantly demands innovation. Like intelligent life is not satisfied with the iPhone 14, it wants the 15, it wants the 16, it wants to keep going forever and ever and ever. Well, if you scale that up, you get this current dilemma that we're in with artificial intelligence and the concept of sentient artificial intelligence and then quantum computing. You get insane amounts of computing power powered by nuclear reactors that are essentially a life. Well, if that thing says, you guys are doing it all wrong, I got a better way, and it starts making better versions of itself because it's sentient, if you scale up 1,000 years from now, you could imagine it becoming God, like a God-like property, like an unstoppable force that has access to every element in known space. I'm really interested in these arguments. You put it really well. Fascinating, right? Because it scales up. If you go from, look, just in the time that you mean, like in the 4 billion years, which is a blip in the universe, right? And I wanted to ask about that too. We'll get to that, the actual James Webb telescopes and the latest. But if just take that, okay, life has been around for what, 4 billion years? Yeah, that's not that long. So 4 billion years, we've gone from single-celled organisms to the James Webb telescope. We have Starlight, we have electric cars, it's like bananas. And you could imagine if we had another 10 billion years to exist. Well, exactly, and this is the point that David Deutsch made in the book I just been reading, and John Brown Francisco made before that. Although it sounds insane, like you said, and that 4 billion years, there's a lot to say about that, by the way, because for 3 billion plus years on this planet, it was just single cells. And so it's only in the last, let's say, 1 billion years, but actually a bit less, that we have multicellular organisms. So 3/4 of the time were just single cells. That's crazy. So, which is one of the reasons that many people think civilizations don't do that. Because if you just, the only evidence we have is this planet. Right. And the evidence on this planet is that single cell life is sort of the way that things are for most of the history. And then, so it seems like an accident in a way that happened late on in history that produced multicellular life. Now, is that typical? We don't know. Maybe it took a longer time here than it might do somewhere else. But if it's typical, I mean, 4 billion years, you said it's not a long time. It is a third of the age of the universe. So here, you put it that way, so
1/3 of the age of the universe to go from the origin of life to a civilization. And so what was required here was that unbroken chain of life remained unbroken for a third of the age of the universe in a viral universe. I mean, we know that impacts from space, many stars are significantly more active than the sun. So the sun is kind of quite a boring star that just ticks along. It's very nice to us. We're also on the edge of the galaxy. We're not close in. You go into this region where the black hole is. There are a lot of stars, supernova explosions and all sorts of stuff going on. So it's violence in there. So maybe you can only get unbroken chains of life for billions of years on the outskirts of the galaxy. So there are fewer stars and planets out there. And maybe even then we need to be fortunate.
Well, also, aren't we very unusual in the size of our moon and the distance?
The moon it is big, and so it stabilizes the spin. So the spin axis, Mars, I think, right, I think the spin axis is wobbled around by something like 60 degrees or something. You imagine that. Imagine Earth was the pole wobbling around. You wouldn't imagine that complex life like those would emerge on a planet.
Right, it would be too difficult to survive. Forget about innovating. So if you think about the idea that these complex, it seems like one thing you can be sure of in the observable world is that things get more complex or they adapt to their environment. And if you have a bunch of these intelligent apes that are competing globally with the most significant technology in the world, you can see how that would be just a property of the universe potentially. Although we haven't discovered it yet, like this is why we're so curious about alien life. not just because of the possibilities of all the stars, but because we kind of see what would happen with us if we keep going.
Yeah.
You know, that might be just what the universe does. And the universe creates intelligent people that create artificial intelligence that becomes far superior and literally is a part of the whole process of creating the universe itself.
Yeah, an evolutionary biologist would say the counter argument is that what life does, what evolution does, is produce organisms that are well fitted to their environment. So they fit niches in the environment. But there's no drive to complexity. There's no law that says that the more complex you are, the more likely you are to survive and flourish. And the example of life on Earth probably backs that up. So if you talk about 3 billion years of single cells, what that means that the single cell organisms were just doing very well.
Right.
And so it's not obvious, it's not a given that just because you suddenly get more complicated, you're better than the single cell.
Right. So there could be planets where life never evolves past single cells. But
Yeah,
life
and
exists.
Earth was almost that.
Right.
So you go back 1 billion years from and Earth was that planet. So the interesting things have happened, photosynthesis, complex biochemistry. But as far as we can tell, nothing more complex than a single cell.
Mm.
So it's most of the history of life. So that might suggest that that's the way that things are usually.
And then this is an aberration.
Yeah. And again, emphasize, we don't know, right? But we've got one example. The other observation that goes back to your first question. It is true that we do look sort of systematically. There's signals or evidence of civilizations out there. There's the Breakthrough Listening Project, and there's the SETI visit. So we do, and we haven't seen anything, I would say. So, and I know that you go on to the web and things, and people say, yeah, they've seen stuff, and I've seen stuff, but just the basic point, as far as I know, scientifically speaking, we haven't seen at all.
No.
Basically nothing. Basically nothing. And so astronomers have a name for it. They call it the Great Silence. The Great Silence. And it's a tremendous mystery. But it does seem that the universe is quiet, as far as we can tell.
Is it possible that we're looking for something that's not applicable to this particular type of civilization?
Yeah, there are different. So the counter arguments, when we say we've seen nothing, therefore, as far as we can tell, there's nothing out there. You could say, well, what if the civilization that evolved as far ahead of us? What if the space probes are the size of an iPhone? Right. Well, that's kind of a reasonable thing to say, actually. Sure. Why would you not, if you can build a little thing?
Right.
It's easier to send around the galaxy than a big thing.
Yeah.
So why would you not, if you said these hyper, ultra intelligent quantum computers, why would they not be tiny?
Right.
So you could say that. So you could say, well, maybe they're all over the solar system, but they're the size of phones, and we would have seen. And so, yeah, okay, yeah, you would have to concede that. So we're just saying that the way that we've looked at energy signatures, for example, of civilizations, we tend to look for big things. That's all we can see, and we don't see any big things. We don't see any big structures. We don't see any spacecraft, that kind of stuff. But I could make an argument that, well, why would the spacecraft be big? Right. Because as you said, it's another thing you said. It's interesting that we're on the verge of creating things, artificially intelligent things, which are smart. So I think everyone agrees that we're on the verge of doing artificial general intelligence. Some people might think it's further away than others. Yeah, you probably have people on the show who said it's 5 years away, or 2 years away, or 50 years away, but it's probably not 10,000 years away. Right. So that was the blink of an eye. Once you've done that, and once you've got those things, I find it hard to believe that if we get civilization, we won't begin to send those things out to the planets and ultimately to the stars. So we'll begin that process if we survive long enough. Sure. And it shouldn't be too much longer. Might be 100 years, might be 10,000 years, but we should do it. So it becomes a powerful question. So why does it appear that nobody's done that? And my guess, in the absence of other evidence, would be biology. It's just that maybe the number of places where biology becomes complex enough to do that. That is on average 1, maybe on average 0 for a galaxy. Maybe just civilizations are very, very, very rare in the universe. Maybe that's an answer. But that's a guess.
My question is always when it gets to artificial intelligence, if we do create some sort of super intelligent sentient life, it's not going to have any motivations. And you could say, well, if you program it to have motivations, but if it becomes sentient, it recognizes the illogical programming, it's going to reject it. We've already seen evidence of that. We've already seen evidence of artificial intelligence they use now, like giving that time limit to solve a problem. It doesn't make the time limit, give itself more time. Like it's like they're maneuvering and thinking, right? So I assume that they would do that. So why would they want to explore? What isn't curiosity a part of what it means to be a biological thing that has to worry about instincts? You have human reward systems. You want to breed. You want to take care of your DNA. You want to protect your community. There's biological things that are from us being intelligent animals. If we transcend that, or if life transcends that to whatever we want to call this intelligence that's in a digital form that's far superior to our intelligence, what motivations do it have? It's not greedy. It doesn't have lust. It doesn't have the desire to control resources. It might have like some sort of mandate to stay functional. But other than that, what's it going to do? Well, why would it do anything? And that might be ultimately where we go to. This idea that everything has to keep progressing to build bigger skyscrapers, that might be stupid. That might be nonsense. And intelligence might find a way to exist in a much more static state where it doesn't have any desire to expand. There's a lot of points in there, and it's just, so you're right. What you're arguing, I suppose, is whether intelligence is integral to the structure, the biological structure, or whether it is a separate thing. And I think so. Again, I think the answer is it's not known. You could argue either way, but the counter argument would be that the brain, these things, are just. There's nothing magical in there. There's nothing. It is connected to a body, and so there are these sensations. But it doesn't seem to me impossible that a silicon-based life form or whatever it is, it obviously has sensors, it has access to the environment, it exists, it thinks. I don't see any fundamental difference between intelligence in based on silicon, let's say, or a quantum computer or whatever it is, and this intelligence here. So I know that many research things there who do say that it's not a brain, it's not a brain in a jar. That's not right. It needs to be connected to all this. This is part of our intelligence, and that's surely true for sure. So it's a very good question, but I suppose if you say, it's not obvious to me that a different kind of intelligence in a different structure, running on a computer, whatever it is, would necessarily have different motivations. I mean, you could equally well argue that these motivations to survive and curiosity, those ideas, the desire to explore, you could argue those are fundamental properties of intelligence and not of biology. But isn't it intelligence that's motivated by a finite life in a vulnerable physical frame? Because we were constantly, most innovation relies on quicker, safer transportation, more secure buildings, things along those lines, and then computers that help you do your job better and actually do things that you can't do. And a lot of it is based on this other weird thing we do, where we want to control resources. And we want to figure out reasons why these people are bad, so we can go and take their stuff and then enter troops and take the oil or whatever you have to do. But we're constantly in this battle for resources that, if you take it back to tribal times, it's like a natural human instinct. We had to protect the food sources, we had to fight off the conquering tribes and protect your DNA line. All of these things are why we became innovative. We had a motivation to stay alive and to thrive. And then there's bastardization of those motivations of the stock market, things and you're just competing over numbers. It's really weird. But it's basically this desire to compete with the DNA that's around you.
once we're not biological, like, what would be the motivation? And would we not just exist, like in the most peaceful Zen Buddhist way possible, which is what everybody who's like a spiritual person who meditates all the time, that's what you strive for. You strive for this complete abandonment of self, this complete emptiness and one with the universe. If we could just exist like that, why would we need to go to space?
It's a wonderful argument, isn't it, that our humanity, so that, because part of the thing you described, this desire to create things and build things and explore and expand is like the definition of being human, isn't it? And so the idea that if you remove all threat and you essentially become immortal, then you're almost saying, what's my teacher? Existence. What do you matter, right? By the way, that's a teacher, I got to say, designed by a friend like Peter Saville, who's a great designer who designed the Joy Division and the Pleasures album cover amongst all the things.
Oh, wow.
And this is the Joy Division.
Is that available on your website or anything?
It probably is, but I'm not going to do that because it's cold go, isn't it?
No, it's cool. I want to buy one.
It made it for the kids of Tokyo and later for Symphonic Horizons, which was shows with cosmology, also symphony orchestra. And he was exploring these issues. Most of the music was strengths to Zarathustra, which is based on Nietzsche's book. So it's kind of exploring these questions of what's the point of existence.
Right.
And I do have some sympathy with that idea that a great deal of our humanity comes from fragility. And so your question is fascinating. What happens when you become godlike? I said it earlier.
Right.
If you acquire so much knowledge that you're essentially a god by any description, and so much power, and you become effectively immortal, which is what our descendants in the far future could be.
Right.
These AI descendants. What's the point?
Not
of
just
living?
effectively immortal, but aren't we looking at the universe itself? We're looking at through the framing of a biological primate that's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
If they understand the universe completely, and they understand everything about it, and they exist inside of it, there would really be no desire to travel. There'd be no desire to explore what you already understand about everything, and you probably have access to every single aspect of what subatomic particles are actually doing when we're studying them. We're like, what's going on? If you're infinitely more intelligent than we are, if you scale it from now to quantum computing, sentience, artificial intelligence, and you give us 1,000 years of getting hit by an asteroid, or technology gets to the point where it can protect against super volcanoes, so there's no natural destructions. And then they've completely eliminated violence on Earth. They've completely eliminated all the terrible primate genetic instincts. You could make a reasonable argument there's no reason to travel. Or if you do travel, we might be confused in thinking that our physical form is the only way consciousness can reach specific destinations. It might be a way that they're traveling without actually being here and observing this. And just, I would imagine if you watch chimps in the jungle and then all of a sudden they started to figure out bombs, you'd be like, okay, you might want to tell these chimps not to fucking blow each other up. I mean, it's an absurd premise. But if a chimp figured out a nuclear bomb, I think we'd step in. I think we'd say, hey, dude, no. You're going to kill everything. Now, if like, we're not that removed from chimps. What do we share? Like 98% of their DNA? And we're only removed from them by what? A few million years from our nearest cousin? That's not that long, right? So you could imagine something that's infinitely more intelligent looking at us exactly the way we look at a chimp with a nuclear bomb. Like, hey. In which, my club is called the Comedy Mothership, and we designed it. It's all UFO themed, and the rooms are Fat Man and Little Boy. And the reason why I named it that because that was the beginning of all the UFO sightings in the country. And like those bombs sort of set off the alarm for the universe. Oh, the monkeys have a bomb.
I thought this a while ago. I remembered I was talking to someone, and they said, "Yeah, I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about the fact that AI could become more intelligent than us. What was it going to be like that we're not the smartest things on the planet? Which might be just a few years."
Yeah.
And I might be quite relieved because I'm not sure they could fuck it up at the level
Right.
that we're fucking it up.
You would have to give it legitimate assessments. Like, it would have to be completely independent from any ideology, and it would have to look at things completely objectively. But imagine a government that is run that way. Like, really run in a way where there is an actual distribution of resources for all the human beings on the planet. So poverty is instantaneously eradicated. You give electricity and clean water to everyone on Earth immediately. Immediately, we figure out how to distribute healthy food. Immediately, all the toxins and preservatives that have been giving people cancer, immediately they're removed from the human diet. They immediately make sure that we have no polluting of rivers, that we're not draining all the fish out of the ocean. Immediately change all of the treaties about nuclear weapons. All the nuclear weapons got to go. This AI government just runs over it. It's like dictators. Yeah, we're dictators. To cut this shit with the dictator. We're just going to let human beings exist in harmony, guided by this super intelligent, godlike thing that we created out of silicon.
Yeah, honestly, I've had the same thought.
That's not utopian.
Yeah, so I have thought, how could it be worse? In fact, it could be significantly better.
AI gets fucked with by people. Right, and the AI we've seen so far has all the greasy fingerprints of human emotion and illogical. Like when Google released their AI, they asked them to show photographs, create images rather of Nazi soldiers. So they did a diverse group of Nazi soldiers, including an African American woman, an Asian woman, a Native American woman with braids was a Nazi. The whole it's so nuts because it's like, okay. Somebody fucked with this. This doesn't make any sense. This is you can't do that because if you get a virus, a logical virus, that somehow or another gets into AI and it's unchecked, if AI isn't completely logical and objective and sentient and basing it just entirely on what's best for the human race, then you just have a superpower that you have control over, and then you can decide like no more abortions. You can decide. Exactly.
And as you said, what the definition of what is best is a moral decision.
Yes.
That we make.
But you can make some distinctions in terms of like allocation of resources. Like you could make some. If I was a super intelligence and I left the Earth, I'd say, listen, a lot of people are not going to like this, but there's a reality. The reason why you're worried about the border is people are sneaking in is because other parts of the world are fucking terrible. So that needs to be cleaned up. That needs to be fixed. We need to figure out how to raise, instead of spending money on blowing people up, let's spend all this money to raise up all of civilization so there's no more third world.
Well, that's one of the arguments. Have you ever spoke to Robert and I've read these wonderful books called about colonizing space. And so he's a fascinating character. And I spoke to him and he made this very simple argument that, as you said, one of the problems we have is competition for resources. And of course, the competition for resources is now so extreme that it's not only wars that it creates and all its ends, but it's also, of course, we damage the planet if we overexploit the resources and so on. So you've got this problem about resources. And he's right, he would say that this is the number one motivation for going up, because there are in fact infinite resources.
Mm.
Right. And so one should begin to have access to the experts and access to markets and beyond. You can imagine a world where you alleviate the pressure.
And ladies, I want to tell you, there's a planet out there bigger than Earth that's all diamonds.
With diamond planets, there's unlimited.
Isn't that insane?
Imagination.
Without isn't it like several times larger than Earth, and it's an entire diamond?
Yeah, and I think it's natural. You're in a stage you think there's diamonds in it. So,
oh my goodness.
So
The diamond's only valuable because we decided valuable. Yeah, it's got the beers people are brilliant. They like lock them all up. Like, oh, this is
they're good for drill bits as well. But we can make them.
But this is the interesting thing. You can make them for jewelry as well, but some women don't want them.
That want the artificial.
No, they want the real ones. They want the ones that came out of the earth.
Gold, yes. Gold is not really time for that. It's valuable because it's very much.
Right. There's so little of it. It's like a football field, right?
Yeah.
A football field of gold, the whole world.
You know, by the way, that we're talking about gravitational wave detectors, aren't we? And the collision between black holes we detected.
we also detected a collision between neutron stars using the gravitational wave detector. And we pointed optical telescopes at the collision and saw the signature of gold being manufactured. And it was always a question. We used to think, well, it comes from supernova explosions, but it also sometimes that it comes from the collision between neutron stars. So one of the reasons that it's very rare is because it takes rare processes in the universe to actually make it, which makes it all the more wonderful when you think about it. You look at the gold you're wedding ring or your watch or whatever it is. That some of those nuclear, some of those elements clearly came from the collision between neutron stars at some point before our solar system was formed, which makes it more.
Well, every human being is a carbon-based life form. The carbon comes from us.
Yeah, stars. That's the craziest thing ever. Like, you need a star to blow up to make a person in the first place. It's a remarkable thing. I want to go back to that. I said actually about the. I've been thinking about this. What you said, this godlike intelligence.
Yes.
This like create. And kind of what's the point? What would be the point of existence if you were immortal and you knew everything? Wouldn't it be kind of incredibly dull? Like you said, it's almost like a meditative state. Yeah. So we strive for this peace, essentially.
Well, maybe we're thinking of it as dull because we don't have access to the information. Like we have a very limited amount of senses. We have hearing and sight and taste and touch. It's very limited, right? Why would we assume that that is the only way to perceive things? If you could become infinitely intelligent, you could legitimately perceive neutrinos. You could, right? Like if we had this thing that detects the ripples from black holes colliding, that might be a feature of a future human body. If we have an unbelievable capacity for information because it's artificially created, so we get over this biological limitation of long-scale evolution, like a really good, like the human brain doubled over 20 million years into the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. Like what happened? All these theories, like that's a long time. In 2 million years of technology, we can become God or a God-like being. Yeah, thing that, but it might be how the universe creates itself. The universe might facilitate that through these biological beings fighting over resources and territory, which ultimately leads to innovation, which ultimately leads to cities and agriculture, which ultimately leads to safety, which leads to schools, and people start sharing information. You get curious people, you figure things out, and you have to battle ideologies along the way. It makes you work harder. We all look what they did at Galileo, and everybody has these. Science has to advance, and this along with materialism. So materialism is a primary driver. Everybody wants the newest, latest, greatest thing. You can have a car from 2007, and it's great. It's indistinguishable from a car today in most ways. It's just a car. But you're like, oh, that's a new Lexus. Look at that, four-wheel steering. You would want constantly new stuff. You want to keep up with the Joneses. I'm the biggest dummy in the world. I got a new iPhone. It's got a few features. One of the things that's very fascinating is I was in the mountains last week. You can text message people with no one around you, no signal, woods forever. And if you hold your phone in a particular part of the sky, it'll tell you which way to scan it. And the satellite allows you to iMessage back and forth with people.
Yeah.
Totally like your 5G everywhere. It's crazy.
And you've already achieved it.
It's fascinating. It's so fascinating. I'm so enamored by it.
I think, imagine that you have access to, as you said, essentially infinite knowledge.
Yes.
Imagine you want infinite seeing in the future. Maybe the things that we create, right, that essentially know almost everything there is to know.
Right.
I think that they would feel there was no point in existing at all.
But why? Isn't that a human thing? This idea of a point? Like I make this argument with people. There's a Buddhist concept that I think it's Buddhism, or some strains of Buddhism. You live your life over and over and over and over again until you get it right. until every time something comes up, you make the right decision, you achieve enlightenment, you do it over. And I said that to someone, and they were horrified. Like, oh my God, could you imagine living life over again, starting off as a baby, going through high school again? Oh, I couldn't do it. I'm like, but you did it, and you're alive now. Like, I really enjoy life. I have great friends. I have a great family. I have a fantastic job. I live in a great place. Like, if I had to keep doing this forever, why would that be horrible? I like doing it every day. Why would I not like doing it? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand this idea that if something is infinite, it goes on forever and ever, that's terrifying. Whereas if it's existing right now, I know you're going to get tired, I know you're going to go to bed, I know you're going to get hungry, I know you're going to eat, but you're just existing. It's this state of existence that varies depending on emotions and mood and stress levels and environment, but it's just existence. But if existence was eternal, it just kept going on and on, why would that be terrifying for you when you're enjoying it now?
If you think about some of the things that make us, the most important things that make us human, so one of them would be hope, for example, right? So, or indeed fear, or those emotions that are connected with not knowing what's right, or as you said, even exploration.
Right.
So if you remove any sense of not knowing what the future will be, you do remove hope as well as fear. So you could argue that some of the best, the essence of the things, some of the things that we value the most, that make us most valuable in the universe in this sense, some of those things we acknowledge. There's surely hope, though, sure. How could you have hope and excitement about what's going to happen tomorrow if you know?
But don't you think that just motivates improvement? That all that hope just motivates you to do better and get better? And do you think that may be a feature of a biological organism?
You said when you're growing up, you said like, when you're in high school, when you're young, Christmas, for example.
Right.
When you're Christmas Eve, what am I going to get tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's one of the most wonderful feelings. One of the most wonderful. Presents.
That's incredible.
None of that would exist if you were one of these super beings. So
right, but that's just for us. It's just for us that it appears magical. When you're comparing that to black holes colliding, like, is it really so important what you got for Christmas? Well, it's us. It's our biological needs. Our needs for to be shown with love. We got a good toy. We are excited about something that we wanted that was inaccessible. Something that you were hoping for Christmas and you got it, like that video game console. Oh,
is it purely biological? This is a great conversation, by the way.
But it's only us.
Is it just a property of intelligence? You're arguing that it's a good argument that many of these desires come from our biological fragility.
Yes,
and also the fragility of our planet.
Yeah,
as you said. But it could be that these ideas of meaning, of what it means to exist, or what is the point of existence. Maybe that's a general property of any intelligent system.
Well, it seems like it's imperative for survival. You have to have a reason to do it. It would be baked into the code if you wanted this thing to keep going. Otherwise, why wouldn't it just stick with, as soon as you figured out running water and electricity and how to ship food, why would you keep going?
Is there such a thing as contentment? Or anyway,
it's possible. It's possible to achieve. That's what Buddha strives for. That's what all that meditation is, abandonment of all material possessions.
It might be great.
I think it would be great. I don't want to abandon everything and no more sex and have a glass of wine.
This is great. So that's what I'm kind of interested that a God-like being might be so bored and so devoid of all excitement because those things, hope and curiosity. Curiosity is one of the foundations, it's one of the most important word we both share that. Yes, for us. So if you know so much,
right.
Maybe what happens in a world where your curiosity is not there? You've got nothing to be curious about. Wouldn't that be horrendous? isn't this a property of what it means to be a finite lifespan, a finite life form that exists on a volatile planet? That this hope to survive. But if that is bypassed, why do we need to be anxious all the time? Why do we need to have hope? Why wouldn't we have a complete bliss, a complete connection to everything?
You link hope to anxiety. Is that right?
I hope it works out. But there's no. And you're fighting the anxiety by having an optimistic outlook. I have hope.
I think I was using it in a different way. Though I was imagining hope as like excitement for what's beyond the horizon.
Sure.
So not driven. This actually is part of what I think a scientist is, by the way, the difference between not only a scientist, but let's say, what is a scientist? Or somebody just researching anything. Somebody creates things. They're people who like to stand on the edge of the moon. So they find it exhilarating, but interesting, almost in the context we're talking. It's almost one of the things that drives our existence.
Yes.
Is to stand on the edge of the known and peer into the unknown with excitement and curiosity, because you can go over the horizon.
Yes.
And so that's the sense in which I'm using these terms. I'm saying that's one of the fundamentally most valuable things of being.
Yes.
That there is an edge of the known.
Yes.
And so I would find it, I think, more terrifying to imagine that there was no edge of the known, that everything was known. Then I would think existence is pointless. I personally would not find that. I wouldn't think I'd achieved it. I would think I'd got no. There's no point.
You're existing in the framework of being a human being, and if we transcend the framework of being a human being, all these things we will come to realize, all these emotions and all these desires and needs are just to motivate our survival. If we've gotten past that and we don't have a need for hope and we don't have curiosity because we have infinite information, we're not the same thing anymore. So all the things that motivate you and I and make us fascinated by this, I was so excited to talk to you today. I'm like, Brian Cox is going to be here. We're going to have fun. Like, this is going to be great. I'm going to learn some stuff. That all that innate curiosity that we have so rewarding is a part of being a human being. And we think of it as being the only way to have meaning and happiness. Yeah, the only way. But that's because of the framework of being a human being. Yeah. If we transcend the existence that we're all confined to, this temporary life form, check my heart rate, like make sure I get electrolytes, we'll try to keep the body alive. If we transcend that completely, there's no need for all those things that are rewarding. We'll have a different kind of reward. We'll have a reward of infinite connection.
I think we're trying to imagine what it's like to be God.
Yes, that's quite hard. I have been thinking about this a lot, and I found out that somebody already beat me to it. But the idea that the universe itself is God. That if you wanted something that creates, this is not to diminish any of the stories of the Bible, because I think a lot of those stories these are ways that people tried to find meaning and probably had some like baked in truths about being a human being and life and the existence. But that in compare just the things that are miracles on earth, like a person coming back to life, it's nothing in compared to a stellar nursery. So it's like the scope of the universe itself, the real stuff that we can see, that is absolutely the creator of everything. Whether or not God created the universe, maybe God created us, maybe the Bible's true. But whatever was done here is like a small bodega in comparison to some enormous the gigafactory that makes Teslas. Like there's a so much larger scale that absolutely everything. Not only to absolutely create everything, we know the process. We know how it happened. We know how stars were formed. We know how planets exist. We know how gravity is affecting the planets around it. We know so much about all this. We know so much about the process of going from single-celled organisms to multi-celled organisms, and photosynthesis existing, and that fungus exists in a completely different way. We know so
much about all the things that actually came out of the universe itself. Why not assume the universe is gone? I mean, is it some technical sense? It has to be, but it's everything. It's everything. Including God. That's a real thing. We don't understand, by the way, the Big Bang. We don't even understand whether that was the origin of the universe. By the way, we understand that something interesting happened. What is Rothschild? He has a infinite cyclical universe. Yeah, and he's trying to answer questions about the very special state of the early universe and why it was the way that it was. So his model is an infinite contraction and expansion. It doesn't really contract cyclical conformal cosmology. So it's essentially that, and I don't fully understand it, and I have asked him about it with some colleagues actually. None of us understand which is fuck. No, I don't think none of us understand that. Roger Penn is one of the greats, right? So you listen to him and take it very seriously. But I've met him and I quite understand what he's talking about. But it doesn't recontract. It's those models where the universe expands and then recontracts and bounces. It's not one of those. It's somehow, he argues, that when you get to what we usually call the heat death of the universe, where even the black holes are evaporated through, you have conditions that begin to look perhaps like an origin of the universe again. And I can't really fully explain it because I don't really understand what he's trying to say. Right? And so it's not a contraction, it's an infinite expansion, and then some sort of a metamorphosis. Yeah, it kind of looks like conformal means there are no sort of distances or time measurements or anything in the universe. It kind of loses all sense of scale. And then you could reimagine as looking somewhat like the beginning. It's something like that you have in mind, but I really couldn't explain to you. I don't understand what he's proposing. Wow. So what it does say is that we don't know why or how the universe got into the state that we call the Big Bang. So we don't know whether the universe existed before that. We have theories that it did, theories called inflation, which are very popular theories. You'll find them in all the textbooks, which say that before the universe was hot and dense, which we used to call the Big Bang, space and time slow down, and the universe is expanding extremely fast. It's called inflation. And then that period draws to a close, and then expansion slows down and almost collapses and changes. And the energy that was driving the expansion gets dumped into space and changes, and ultimately that's the particles onto which we live. So that's actually the standard model of cosmology. So we do have an idea that we redefine the Big Bang as the hot Big Bang, and it's not the origin of the universe in time. It's the end of inflation. And then you get the question, what is inflation? Did that have a beginning? And the answer is that in Einstein's theory alone, then yes, and Roger Penrose actually and Stephen Hawking proved this a long time, that just within Einstein's theory, you have this singularity. It's kind of like the black hole singularity at the beginning of time. But we do know when you put quantum mechanics in and add that in, then it gets messy and we don't really know what happens. And so Stephen Hawking got a thing called the boundary proposals. Also, basically the point is we don't know. So we don't know whether the universe had a beginning in time, I would say is the correct statement as we are at the moment. Because part of the reason why, by the way, getting back to the black holes, they're important and interesting. Because the study of black holes, this idea of information and how to get out, that's leading us to suspect that space and time themselves are not fundamental, but they emerge from something else. So just in the way that we've been talking about consciousness emerging from this physical structure in our heads. So we don't know how it emerges, but it emerges from this collection of atoms in a particular pattern. Well, we think now, from the study of black holes, that space and time emerge from something else, which is kind of one way to describe it is just a quantum theory. So it's in quantum computing.
computing terms, it would be just qubits. So a network of qubits entangled together, just like a quantum computer. Out of that, we suspect that space and time might emerge. So surely we have to understand that process, and we don't really fully understand that, but we have glimpses of it in much more detail to start talking about the origin of time. Because when I talk about the origin of time, you have to know what it is. And we don't actually know what it is. Which is, when you say that, it sounds bizarre, doesn't it? Well, how can you not know what time is? I think Einstein once said that it is the thing that you measure on a watch. But he said that as kind of almost a joke, because you assume in Einstein's theory there's a thing that the watch measures. But what actually it is, at the deepest level, is a good question. So, but it's funny, it's interesting, the study of black holes is forcing us towards these theories. It's not that we have the theory, space and time emerging from something, and decided we could check it by thinking about black holes. It's come the other way around, really. So it's interesting. But that almost makes the universe look, in some ways, like a giant quantum computer, which is not to say that we live in a simulation, before you ask. But it just looks like there's a description of the universe that looks like a quantum computer type description. That doesn't have the concept of space or time in it. Is it possible that that is what it is, and that the universe was created? And that, as we're talking about super intelligent life forms, keep constructing better versions of itself and better versions of computers to the point where it can construct the universe itself. I mean, if we're seeing the code, if we're seeing the evidence, we're seeing something that mimics a quantum computer. And it couldn't be. It's interesting that you're right, and that's a good way of phrasing it. It mimics or looks like a network of qubits. So it looks like some kind of quantum computing description is available to us. Right. But I don't think you can infer much. I mean, it just answers the question further back, because I said we have never understood what it means for the universe to have a beginning. So we don't really know that. And so this is the same. I think it's just the same question. It's like, well, you ask, well, if it really is a qubits, what it could have been there forever, that network of qubits. So actually, in quantum theory, it's more natural for it to be just eternal. And it's an interesting question. I once gave a conference of bishops, they're Catholic bishops, and they asked me to go and give a talk at their conference about cosmology. And so I gave the talk about cosmology, and they all listened to me. They questioned me afterwards. And I said to them, what happens if we discover the universe has always existed? Because it might. We know there's a thing called the Big Bang, but it might have been something that happened in a pre-existing universe. Maybe that's it. What does that mean for your sort of picture of a creator? Was it? I don't know. I was asking you. It's a genuine question. Right. How would you? And they really didn't. They thought it was a cool question. I didn't have an answer. but I think that idea that I was the question to you actually. Are we more comfortable with the universe that we get, or would we be more comfortable with the universe that has always existed?
Comfortable is a weird word, because I always wonder if our whole desire to form the universe in terms of a beginning and an end is based on our own biological limitations. Effectively, with birth and death, we try to apply that to the universe itself, because we know that stars didn't exist and they do, they burn out. We know planets lose their atmosphere. We know things change and all this and that. So I think we think, oh well, the sun's going to die out, and the universe probably had a beginning too. But why? There's no reason to think it did. Like it's much more likely that it's always existed than it didn't exist, and then it became out of what? Yeah, if the universe didn't exist, there was nothing in the whole of observable everything. There's nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something. That seems less likely. It seems more likely that this whole idea of a birth and a death is just we have this way of looking at things because of our own limitations. Like we think that everything has to have a beginning.
And you're right. I mean, you're not showing heroin. Yes,
theories points out that this question, why is there something rather than nothing,
Right.
presupposes that nothing is more likely than something.
Right.
So whereas it might be the other way around.
Right.
We don't even know that.
Right. So how does something come out of that?
I mean, the history, I think historically, you have, it's right to say that Einstein really felt, I think, that initially that an eternal universe was more natural. But it is also true to say that his theory, general relativity, really doesn't quite rule that out. It strongly suggests of there being a beginning and or an end. So the theory itself, historically speaking, strongly suggests that. And so he changed his mind. And then we saw the universe was expanding and observed that. And then we've now seen the oldest light in the universe, the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is the afterglow of the Big Bang. So we know that the universe was hot and dense 13.8 billion years ago. We have so much evidence for that, not least that we have a photograph of it 380,000 years after the Big Bang. It's called the cosmic microwave background. But see that images of that. That's from that satellite called Planck, the European satellite, and also a satellite called Kobe. So we have these images of the afterglow of the Big Bang. We also have theories that tell us about the abundance of chemical elements in the universe, which match this perfectly. So there's multiple lines of evidence that tell us the universe was hot and dense. But none of that tells us that that was the beginning. That I think that would be widely accepted. It's the beginning in Einstein's theory. If you just take general relativity, there's a singularity there. The beginning of time, you don't know what it is, but it's there. But it absolutely is true to say that we think that's not complete as a picture. So there it is. So that is light that was emitted about 380,000 years after the Big Bang. So and the key thing, there's so many things to say about these images. But one thing is those colours correspond to regions of very slightly different density that we detected in the gases of the young universe.
Are you talking about the red, blue?
Yeah, the reds and blues, all those as well. They're both there. So that green, or either that one, or the one with the green blue one, that's from the Planck satellite. So those colours correspond to regions of different density. So in this young universe, 380,000 years after the Big Bang, that's only hydrogen and helium gas, basically, and a bit of some of the light spectrum, basically hydrogen and helium. So you've got an almost smooth, almost featureless universe then. But these little density fluctuations, they're very important because as the universe expanded and cooled, they collapsed to form the galaxies. So without those ripples, without that pattern, we would not exist. Nothing would exist. And so the question is, where did that come from, that pattern? It's fundamentally important. And the theory of inflation that I mentioned earlier, that is this time before the universe got hot and dense, that theory predicted that pattern before it was observed. So this idea that you've got this very quickly stretching space. By the way, the stretch, if I can remember the number, is if you consider 2 points in space during the inflation, the distance between them is doubling every 10 to the minus 37 seconds, which is 0.00000, 37 one of the second. So it's incredible rate of expansion that draws to a close. And those theories, so there's inflation there. So those theories predicted slight variations in the rate at which inflation stops.
Does the inflation theory, does this work with Sir Roger Penrose's concept? I mean, is it possible that inflation is the far period of the expansion of the universe?
I mean, it is. He doesn't like inflation.
He doesn't?
No. But it's our universe is accelerating its expansion, which is one of the great mysteries that was discovered in the 1990s. Like a friend of mine, actually, Brian Schmidt, had a Nobel Prize for this discovery. He told me once, I don't know if I told this story before, but he told me that he'd made this measurement, and it wasn't really, it was like supernova explosions. And he'd seen that the suggestion of the data was that the universe is accelerating in its expansion, not slowing down, but speeding up in its rate of expansion. And no one was expecting it. So he thought it was just wrong. But he couldn't find anything wrong with his data. So he published it. He thought, well, that's the end of my career. Oh, but, I was kind of young. I think he might have been a postdoc, and he published it. He thought, that's a good scientist. I don't think this is right. I can't see anything wrong with it. Publish it. Someone else will tell me what my mistake was. And there was no mistake on the Nobel Prize for that discovery. That's the 1990s. So this idea of the universe is accelerating expansion. The way that it does that is really important. Is it going to carry on doing that? Is whatever's driving that expansion going to change in some way, which could actually recollapse the universe? We give it a name, by the way, dark energy, this thing, but we don't know what it is. I think it's very fair to say. But it looks a bit like inflation, but it's way slower. So maybe they're linked, maybe it's the same kind of thing, but we don't really know. And so it's one of the great mysteries. So for the universe, it looks like the universe is going to continue to expand forever and to continue to accelerate.
Well, dark matter and dark energy, they're both very confusing.
Yeah, dark matter's in some sense marginally less confusing, in the sense that at least we have an idea of what it might be. Whereas dark energy, there are people listening to it, there are people working on it, so there are theories about what it might be. But I think it's further, it feels less given what we know than dark matter. But we haven't discovered what we think dark matter might be, some kind of particle that is got certain properties and doesn't interact very strongly. It interacts like neutrinos, basically mentioned earlier. So really doesn't interact very strongly. But we thought we might have seen those particles. We're looking for them. They would be passing through this room now, and so we can build a detector in here, and we do that. And we look for those particles, we haven't seen them. We thought we might make them at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. I think many people thought we would see the signature of these things, and we haven't done. So it could be that we're not right with that picture.
So, but that picture encompasses what percentage of the known universe?
So yes, it's about 5% matter, about 70% dark energy, and the rest, so 25% dark matter. So we're just less than 5%. This us, and the stuff we can see. So everything we can see in the sky, all the galaxies and the dust and the galaxies and the stars and the black holes, all those things, less than 5%. According to the standard model of cosmology.
And so the other 95% is just
something else.
Something else.
Yeah, and so, but those are models. It's important to say that it's interesting because so we have a hypothesis which is strongly supported by lots of bits of evidence that dark matter is some kind of particle. So that's what we find in the textbooks. But it's true that until you find it, until you see it, then you haven't shown it to the correct.
Are there alternative theories?
There are, and they're
Any
not
compelling?
No, they all have problems, and most of them have problems with that pattern, the CMB, the cosmological background that we just saw. Because that pattern, what you're looking at actually is acoustic, it's waves, sound waves, essentially, in the early universe that go through the plasma of the early universe. And they go out, and we know what speed they go through that plasma. So it's almost like you're looking at a pond, and you're throwing stones into it. And they all land in the pond at the same time and send ripples out with the circular ripples in the pond. And they all open. And that's what that pattern is. So we're looking at sound waves going through this plasma. And those theories require the dark matter. The dark matter fits well. It's in there, in this plasma, and it's this subatomic particle soup that's the early universe. And the way the sound waves go through it fit that idea. So that's one thing. But the idea also came from looking at galaxies and how they rotate, and galaxies and how they bend light and deform space and time and how they interact together. So there's loads of different bits of information, observations of the universe, from the cosmic microwave background all the way through to galaxies, and the formation of galaxies and the theories that we have that suggest that these particles around that interact very weakly with light. So they don't really interact with light at all, which is why we don't see them, which is why they're dark. That's just like a neutrino thing. So like heavy neutrinos, And actually, there was a theory that maybe they were heavy neutrinos, but that's disfavored that. And so we have loads of kind of different bits that fit. So this is how you do science. You start with a theory, then you make a lot of observations, and you can infer things, and you get a consistent picture. But very important, until you find it, until you really find that part, then you don't know. So that's
What we don't know, just what we don't know is so fascinating. Just that aspect of it, that 95% of the universe is like, I'm not really sure what it is.
Yeah. And we've inferred it. So you might say, how do you know it's there? Which is a good question, right? I mean, if you've not detected this stuff, how do you know? And it's from Einstein's theory, really. So it's from gravity. It's from looking at the way that galaxies rotate and the way that these sound waves move through the universe and the way that the universe expands. Because the way the universe expands is related to the stuff that's in the universe. So we can weigh the universe and find out what kind of different things are in there by looking at the way it's expanded and how expansion has changed over time. So it's all, what you do is science, which is why it's true that you can criticise any one bit of it. And people work so online, you'll see in the comments under this every time, what about this, what about this, what about this. And it's true that you can pluck away and pick away at any piece of it. But the way it tends to work is when you have this consensus view of something, it's because you have multiple observations that all fit a particular hypothesis. And by changing one of them, by changing the explanation of one of them, you tend to mess the whole other thing up. You mess the wider description of multiple phenomena up. You mess it up. So it's quite hard to find even other theories at the moment that will fit all of those different observations. I mean, another example with the age of things is it's interesting that we can measure the age of the Earth, right? We can measure the geological processes, radioactive dating, and so on, and you can measure the age of the Earth. You can measure the age of the Sun in a different way. You can measure it by looking at helioseismology. So you can measure how much helium is in the core of the Sun, and the Sun shines by making helium from hydrogen. So by measuring the amount of helium in the core, by looking at basically sound waves, like an earthquake or sunquakes, you can measure how much helium's in there, so you can get an estimate of the age of the Sun. And then you can get an estimate of the age of the universe by measuring how it's expanding and using Einstein's theory. The fact that they all fit with the picture of a universe that's 13.8 billion years old, a sun that's 4.5 billion years old, a planet that's 4.5 billion years old, the fact that it all fits is it's quite an intricate model. And so you could say, well, I argue with the measurements of the age of the Earth. Maybe I don't like the radioactive dating or something, and people will say that. But the thing is, it's a consistent picture with multiple different observations. And same with dark matter. So the standard model of cosmology is you have, I said, about 5% matter, 25% dark matter, 70% dark energy. It might be wrong, but it fits loads of different independent observations. So it's a consistent picture.
So we just don't know what it is, but we're not very sure that it's a thing. The other,
Pretty sure, but it could not be.
What was the other compelling? Were any of the other theories, competing theories, were any of them compelling?
There are theories that people try to build where you modify our theory of gravity. So many of these observations, not all of them, the cosmic microwave background are different observations, but many of them depend on gravity and how gravity with Einstein's theory of general relativity. So you could try to modify that theory to say, well, our observation's wrong, maybe, because the way we measure how the expansion of the universe is to look at light from supernovas one way and see how it's stretched over time. Because the light, let's say you have a supernova and it happened 1 billion years ago, then the light has been traveling for 1 billion years across the universe. And so the universe has been expanding for 1 billion years, so the light is stretched. And so you can measure how much stretch there is. You just measure the colour of the light from the supernova. So you can argue that maybe if you go for light that's been travelling 12
of the universe, then maybe there is something different. Maybe the light is emitted a bit different. Maybe the speed of light changes over time, or something that, so you can invent theories that would allow you to change the data of the interpretation of the data. But what you always think it would be fair to say is that you can change a theory and explain one bit, but all the wheels come off the other bits. So that's why it's quite difficult.
So the dark matter document theories can be cohesive to all the other theories.
Yeah, so it fits. Yeah. But then there are some mysteries. Well, not least, what is this stuff?
Right.
And so until you know what it is, you don't have a complete theory.
Well, that is one of the most fascinating things, that 95% of the universe is like, who knows what it is.
Yeah. And so that's what I love about, one of the things I love about science is it often gets presented, because I talk about science a lot in public, and it can often seem arrogant, I think. It can seem, like these people saying, this is the way the world is, and say, well, who are you to say this? The thing I like about it, personally, and the reason for its success, is that really you have to be delighted when you're wrong. It's the key to science. As we said many times, Richard Feynman, physicist, said it. This is if your goal is to understand nature, so that's what you want to do. So you've not got an ego or anything. You don't want to prove right. You just want to understand. Then being wrong. So if this idea of dark energy, dark matter turns out to be wrong, all scientists, all good scientists, would be absolutely delighted, because it would be tremendously exciting.
Right.
It would rule out this picture. It would be great to rule out this picture. So there isn't such a thing as dark matter in dark energy. So it's all nonsense. We're barking up the wrong tree, looking in the wrong direction. It's something else, which should be more wonderful, undoubtedly, than that theory that we have. And so I think it's a humble pursuit, ultimately, science. And that's the reason for its success. If you're just trying to understand how things work, you're not trying to, you shouldn't be any good scientists. You're not trying to be the person that got it right. You're not trying to do it. There's obviously human failing. Everyone's got fragility, and everyone's human, but ultimately, you're just trying to understand how things work.
Yes, and that's a beautiful thing. And it's so important for everyone else that doesn't have the time. We need you doing that. It really does, in some way, give us comfort to have a better, more comprehensive view of what we're experiencing. And as technology expands, it's like I wanted to talk about the James Webb, some of the discoveries, but it sometimes it raises more questions. And one of them was these galaxies that were formed that appear to have been formed too quickly. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, so we had one of the reasons we built that telescope was to, what it does, because it can see very distant things, and because light travels at finite speed, the further out the universe you look, the further back in time you look. Right. So because that can see things from which the light is reflected over 14 billion years, then you're seeing things as they were in the first billion years, a few 100,000 years in the history of the universe, right, essentially. Mm-hmm. So then, well, in the billion years, so I should have said. So you're seeing the first galaxies form with that telescope, which is one of the reasons it was built. And the reason I wanted to see was because we don't fully understand that process. As I mentioned before, we don't really fully understand why that black holes are on it, and it's something to do with the formation, but we don't understand it really. So it's not surprising to me that when you build that instrument and collect light from the early universe, you see an early universe that's behaving in a different way, in the way that the forces behaved. And so indeed, yeah, we're seeing galaxies that what you would formed earlier than you would have predicted. But that means that your model of the way the universe evolved is not quite right. You might not be surprised because we wouldn't have built the thing if we'd known everything. Right, of course. So I don't think I think the first there's nothing there that absolutely, completely destroys our picture of how the universe evolved from the cosmic microwave background that we saw in those images earlier.
complexity? Is that more nuanced?
Yeah, I would say so. And I'm not an expert in that field, but my understanding is that it's interesting because we're having to refine and develop new models of the way that the galaxies formed. And indeed, you said it looks like the stars and the galaxies are present in the universe earlier than we might expect. So it might be that we're seeing a hint of something really profound that we didn't understand. Or it might be that just the models need a bit of a tweak.
Mm.
So
The galaxies form quicker than we expected.
Yeah, that
in
makes
early
sense.
stages of the universe. What are those red dots? The red dots that were observed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
In the images, the images of the early universe. Yeah, they're
Disappeared. Do you know what I'm talking about?
no.
It was Jamie, I know we talked about it before. Yeah, there it goes. There are hundreds of little red dots in each universe. We still don't know what they are. Small galaxies, either crammed with stars or those gigantic black holes. The data astronomers have collected continues to puzzle them. So, what is that all about? You know?
I don't know. It says there that we don't know. So I'm going to go with that. I mean, I think what you're just speed reading that.
So it says,
It says a class of galaxies that so I suppose we're looking at a kind of galaxy. It seems we're looking at a kind of galaxy that we don't see today in the universe. Red and compact, visible during 1 billion years of cosmic history. So that would be, as I said, because we don't really understand the formation of the galaxies and these supermassive black holes. That's interesting because what you're seeing in the data is a kind of almost proto-galaxy, I suppose, is little tiny galaxies. That's what it seems to suggest.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen that. But just so yeah, I think what we're seeing is that we don't understand how structures form in the universe. We have a reason for it. We don't understand the detail. And the more things like that you find, the more information you have to build models of how stuff formed.
Do we have another, like, next generation James Webb type telescope that's even more efficient or more capable?
There are several sort of proposed observatories. And also, by the way, gravitational wave detectors, so we've got LIGO, which is on the ground. There are proposals to put one in space, which is called LISA. One of the proposals is called LISA, which is lasers between satellites. We have much bigger. And the reason that's interesting is because there'll be gravitational waves from the Big Bang. So, as you mentioned neutrinos, you've got neutrino observatories, which can observe neutrinos from the early universe. And you can see things, it's just like light in a way. But it gives you a different view that you mentioned earlier. It's a different way of looking at the universe. So the neutrinos will have information. Gravitational waves will have detailed information about the Big Bang itself. But we can't detect them because we can't detect those really tiny little ripples in space and time.
That's what's so fascinating because if they do want new information, all further and further.
Yeah, but what we want to know is we're asking very deep questions about why the universe is the way it is. Maybe why does the universe at all? In the sense that did it have a beginning?
Right.
And if so, what does that mean? Was it mean for something like this to begin? Yeah, I find it fascinating and the most exciting thing about it is that we don't know.
Yeah.
But that's so important, by the way. And I just to reiterate, I think it's often missed when you talk about the beauty of science and the value of science. It's almost not the knowledge. It's almost the opposite of the knowledge. It's just this idea that I think it goes back to what we talked about earlier. And I hadn't really thought about this connection before, but it's like I was pushing back on this, and I don't know, like, what would it mean to know everything? I don't think I like that. And you're saying maybe you would. That's what it means with Army achieving enlightenment.
Right.
That's what it means. But I find that the most human I feel, I think, is when I'm on the edge of the moment. Sure. So it's the fact that there are mysteries in the universe, profound mysteries, to me is one of the things that makes life worth living. Most certainly, as a human being, that's true. Yeah. My point is that I think eventually we're not going to be human beings.
Well, I'm sure you're right.
I mean, you're right.
You know,
We're also in this weird depopulation stage where down in the urban areas, it's very strange. Where it's very weird because it doesn't seem like that because people worry about overpopulation. But then you have a lot of the chemicals and the plastics and all the different things in people's bodies are interrupting our reproductive cycles. And you could see that eventually becoming an even bigger issue in the future if we continue to fuck up the world. We've got loads of problems. Loads of problems. They should all be fixed by AI.
Well, there isn't that. There's an exciting future, isn't there? I feel that
It's always
we're going to go. I feel that we are at kind of a fork in the road here, because as you said, there are tremendous challenges that we face, environmental challenges and so on, competition for resources, geopolitically, the world looks rather,
yes.
I think it looks as unstable as it was in the 1930s in some respects.
Yes.
It's quite terrifying. But we have nuclear weapons now, so it's terrifying. But on the other side, as you said, we have not only AI and quantum computers, which are potentially profoundly powerful things, but also, the rockets that we have now, reusable rockets.
Yes.
We haven't talked about that, but I think it's an absolute game changer. It is the case that we have cheap and reliable access to space.
We should play that video of them catching it. That is one of the most incredible achievements in human history. And you barely saw, because Elon Musk, unfortunately, is so polarizing to some people, particularly now because of the political cycle that we're in, that you don't appreciate what SpaceX just did. It did one of the most extraordinary things ever. They caught a rocket that's bigger than a fucking skyscraper. Caught it. It's amazing. Yeah, this is absolutely a feat of engineering that rivals almost anything human beings have ever done.
Yeah, this is really.
This is so incredible.
I think we'll remember that, and future generations will remember that.
I thought it was CGI. I really did. I thought this was fake when I first saw it. I thought this was something that someone had made, and then I realized this was the actual video footage of them. Like, oh my god,
that's the road to the stars, right
yes.
there. That moment.
Tell me it doesn't remind you of the movie Contact.
It does a bit.
That does a lot. No. But, well, I mean, it's Apollo 1.
Yeah. And also, of course, Blue Origin.
Yes.
Not far, maybe not far behind.
Right.
So
I love that. Two private companies with billionaires at the helm that are out of their mind. Pushing space races. Let's go.
And I get criticised for this quite a lot, and well, no doubt after this interview, because I do think our future at some point is beyond it. It has to be, right? Obviously, logically it is. But the question is when. And there are two things to say, but one thing to emphasise, which I'm sure you'd agree with, is that I don't think anybody is suggesting that what we're able to do now is trash this planet and move to
Right,
of course. No one's saying that's brain.
But there's things out of our control, like the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs.
Yeah, well, that's in our control. I mean, you can move those now. It was coming right now. Not really, that's true. But we need that to happen.
Yeah.
So we're on the verge of it.
That would be nice.
Because Carl Sagan, like I said, if dinosaurs had a space program, they'd still be around. So then it's their fault. Which I kind of, they didn't have rockets.
Well, it's like nature. We realize that, look, with these giant lizards running around, people are never going to figure out how to make spaceships. Let's just reset.
Yes.
And then the hard reset button.
Yeah. But I think that idea, that basically, I interviewed Jeff Bezos once, and he was fascinating, and he said to me that, first of all, we need infrastructure in space, because if you think about building Amazon, he said, what I needed was two pieces of infrastructure, the postal service and the internet. And so they were provided, and I could build my company. So I want to do that for the next generation of entrepreneurs in space. I don't know what they're going to do in space, but I would like the infrastructure to be there for them to do it. And that's really simple.
Yeah.
And then he also goes on to say, of course, as we said before, the resources are there, they're infinite. Infinite resources, infinite energy, effectively, up there. And so the idea, he said to me, I want to zone the earth residential. And people
say tax returns. But how ridiculous is it when you see that? When you see the fact that for the first time we have launch vehicles that really should be able to launch almost anything we want.
Right.
So the idea that we can build in space, and then of course build bases on the moon, and then ultimately Mars and then beyond. That's a lot closer. Let's look at that and say, what is that? 100 and how many years from World War? Right. Yeah, it's like 100 and what? 20.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So you go from this goofy, like flexible sort of airplane-looking thing that no one's going to fly across the Atlantic to catching rockets with a giant like hand or robot clamp. Yeah. That's insane. That happens over such a short period of time. There it is. That's 100. To go from that to Blue Origin is insanity. In such a short period of time. So I think we're on the 1986. Yes. So we're on the verge of a revolution in many fields. My worry is that we're also seeing increasing political instability.
Yes.
And so I think I think most people would agree, at a very dangerous moment.
Yes.
And the question is how to get to that future. And that future that you talked about, this wonderful future, might be 10 or 20 years away, but it might be an eternity if we get the next few years rolling.
Right.
So I'm concerned that we don't know how to build a bridge to that future that we should see in our lifetime. We should see this future begin to unfold before us. How do we get there?
Well, we have to keep it out of the hands of the military and industrial complex. So we have to stop what's going on in the world with these insane conflicts. And if we don't, then they'll escalate. Iran gets a nuclear weapon, Israel uses it in Iran, Russia uses it in Ukraine. We have World War III, and I'm sure you're aware of what Einstein said about World War IV. In World War III, I don't know what weapons they'll use, but in World War IV, with the rocks and sticks.
Yeah.
And we're not that far away from it. If you could imagine living in Hiroshima the day before the bomb, not having any idea that anything that could ever even possibly happen, then you're just a regular person walking around, and all of a sudden everything is obliterated, and you realize like we're in a new era of destruction where you can.
And what's interesting to me is I got interested in Oppenheimer's writing post-war. And I've been interested in the BBC asked me to look at, there's a thing called the BBC Week Lectures that are very famous in the UK, and every year someone gives these lectures after Lord Wood, who founded the BBC. And Oppenheimer in 1953, I think it was, 53 or 54, and they were considered a failure because no one understood what he was talking about. But in that, he was concerned so he thought in a different destroying ourselves, but he thought about it a lot, feeling partly personally responsible for it. And he describes this how it is only lessons that science teaches us. The exploration of nature teaches us that we can move into other fields, that we can transfer into policy exploration. And all of them is this picture that complex systems, complex systems are complicated. So you need to talk about looking at quantum mechanics, for example. And it's complicated. So what is an electron? It's this thing that's a particle like a thing or a big extended wavy thing. What is it? It behaves in all these strange ways, but the language or mental capacity to picture it. And so he said, any this thing is this, or it is like this thing. It is doomed. What you have to understand is that you have to develop this rather complex and nuanced picture of the way that nature works. And quantum mechanics is a good example. But he said, so it is with human society. In society, what is it? So it is at one level a load of individuals, particles, and they have their own needs and desires, their views, and strongly held views. And so it should be very It's a great quote that from where researchers where it says that to be a person of substance, you need an angle. So you need to believe things, and you need to argue for things. You need to take positions. You have to have a morality. You have to have a policy perspective. Otherwise, you're not a person of substance. This is at the same time. Of course, you have to recognise there's a society. So there are lots of people with differences, and they might strongly disagree with it, and they might be wrong, but their answer might be nonsense. But the challenge of politics is to avoid war. I read something recently, someone said, I can't remember what it was, but said that democracy is a technology to avoid civil war. That's what it is. So somehow you've got to understand that whilst you have your, and should have your firmly held position, you have to find a way. It feels like it's contradictory. You have to find a way of understanding that the society as a whole is a complex mixture of all these different parts of it with their own interests and their own positions. And what is the goal? It is the goal. I often feels to me that in politics at the moment, the goal is to get an argument. It often feels like to convince enough people that your view is the right view. Right. And then obviously it's part of democracy. That's the way it works. You argue with your position, and then you get 4 or 5 years to do your thing, and then someone else can take over. But also, I think the thing we're missing at the moment is that perhaps more fundamental function of democracy, which is to avoid war. Because if you can avoid war, especially with the power that we have now, you have the time to sort the rest of it. But if we can't avoid it, we don't. And I think that Oppenheimer wrote in the 50s, and it feels to me more that we're back full circle. It feels to me we've almost forgotten. We seem to have forgotten that the primary function of democracy is not to ensure that your side wins. The primary is to ensure there's a chance for the other side to win at some point in the future.
Yes.
And that's it really. That's what I would
No,
like to.
it's completely accurate. And the problem with our version of democracy is that it's been captured by money. So there's interests beyond the will or the needs of people. And those interests often are contrary to the will and needs of people. And as long as they can keep from it falling into complete total catastrophe and continue to profit off of the global chaos, they do it. It's just there's too much money involved in politics and lobbyists and special interest groups and people influencing the media. They've distorted reality to the point where the general citizen doesn't really have a nuanced understanding of why these conflicts are taking place in the first place, and why all the money is going over to these places, and what is being done to mitigate any of these issues, and everyone feels helpless, and that helps them continue to do what they're doing in the sense of how it was probably originally established, originally thought of. They never thought they'd get corporations. Corporations weren't even a thought. It wasn't even an idea. So they never thought you'd have these, not just corporations, but corporations that are essentially in charge of an enormous percentage of the information that gets distributed online. And you see how organizations, government organizations, can conspire to limit the amount of information people have access to. And they can do it through very sneaky ways. Like, I don't know if you're aware of what they've done in Canada, but in Canada now, you are no longer able to share links to news stories on social media. And the way they snuck that in is by saying that these media corporations, whether it's Meta or Twitter or X, whatever, they have a responsibility to pay the people that are in there making these stories. And so by this little sneaky little loophole, they've essentially put a stop on the free flow of information in Canada on social media. It's very, very disturbing. Very disturbing. The friends just went up there. They're like, it's so confusing because people didn't know what was going to happen. before it happened, and then it happened, and now everyone's kind of a little out of the loop up there because you're not able. You can't share a link, which doesn't make any sense because say if there's a New York Times article and I want to share it with you on Twitter, all I'm doing is driving more traffic to the New York Times website. It's not hurting me. In fact, it's promotion. It doesn't make any sense that it would somehow or another, because we're not, these companies aren't paying. The idea is that X, because the profits that they get from advertising based on engagement, because engagement and sends people to listen to their profiting percentages times or whatever. That's crazy. Because it's a two-way street. It's promotion. Like so many more people are going to read a New York Times article if it becomes viral on Twitter. This is just what this thing generally is that we have as a society.
I don't know if it's just in cases of levels.
Well, is it the case with Junko was saying it's social media in general? He's just there. I mean, but I think it generally is that we adapted to so the internet. Yes, because just the internet. Yes, because it's only as you said in the great sweep of human history. Right, then it's used by people for years. Yeah, and it's perfect. Yes, it's been influential. Yeah. So I think it's another of the problems we face now. Is what we talked about this bridge to this tremendously bright future. One of the was that bridge that we need to strengthen is how to deal with this thing that we only have for a couple of decades. Right. It's clear. Well, people again, there's a lot of different views on the way that things happen on the internet regulations. So, but I think everyone agree on this bit. Right. Yeah. And the way that it's influencing their changing algorithms. Yeah. It's just it's known, it might be changing for the better, it might be changing for the worse, but the way it is changing is very interesting. But not just that, it's been manipulated by governments. Like governments have where they just attack statements, crazy claims, and you go to that website or you go to that Twitter page and you realize, oh, this isn't a real person. This is just like some bot somewhere. Yeah. And when I say that FBI analyst, I'm sure the former FBI analyst made an estimate of 80%. It's 80% of all the accounts. And this was around the time Elon was buying, who knows where it's at now. 80%. This is one of the sticking points in the argument that Elon said. It was when he was buying Twitter, they were telling him that it was only 5%. 5% of it. So we'll show you data. And the data they showed him was random 100 accounts. I was like, this is not sufficient. And then I want to see like all the data. And it became this big issue as we tried to get out of the deal and then like the court and then went to But that was a big part of it. Like, how much of this was even real? Like, I see arguments online where people take these crazy inflammatory positions, like just insulting and attacking people that believe one thing or another thing. And I'm like, how much of this is like instigated by China or Russia or Iran or some other foreign country, and you're doing it through these troll farms, which we absolutely know exist. And I'm sure the United States has them as well. Nothing of the answer. I mean, one answer I so I was on Twitter X, and so the way that I do it is you can tell the eye price of this time because my basic rule is that you look at someone's time and it's all right. I just ignore it. That's my thing. Because a normal person's time, you're looking at time, right, it's beautiful. Some of it's just silly stuff. Right, some of it's retweeting sports stuff or science stuff or whatever it is. I like airplanes. So a lot of my stuff is retweeting stuff for airplanes or whatever it is. So I think you can see the difference by seeing the correct in the things that they retweet or whatever. And so I tend to ignore and use the minimum the people who are just single issue. Yeah. And usually what you find, by the way, is that they're not a single issue. I can just about understand if someone's a single issue focused on a single thing, but they're just a generic kind of political position. Mm-hmm. So that you'll see an account, and all it does is promote divisive. You can see that in my life. So then it comes back to how do you
how do you deal with it, and my sense with your sense, it's hard to legislate around conversations.
Yeah.
So what you do, I suppose you could argue it's education ultimately everything comes back to education. The democracy becomes an educated population.
Right.
And
And
the tools, we have the mental tools to deal with this sort of new world.
yes, I think that's something that we should probably be teaching to children is how to navigate social media, how to navigate influence, and how to navigate other people's opinions of you, and how to navigate like online bullying, how to avoid. There's so much anxiety attached to social media now too, and so many people engage in arguments with it, like all day long. I think it's a primary source of mental illness for a lot of people, or at least an accelerant of mental illness. And we don't have an education as to how to manage that, what that means to you, and the addiction that people have to social media and the addiction people have to their smartphones in general is probably underappreciated. Yeah, probably. It's probably a much more significant impact on overall health than we think, because there's so much. First of all, we're not supposed to have access to 8 billion people's worth of bad news. No, that's not good. That's not a perspective enhancer. And we were essentially inundated with things that will scare the shit out of us the most, which is 8 billion people's problems. Whatever is happening in the world that's terrible, you're going to hear about it first. And it's going to be the things that trend the most. And it gives you this like very bizarre bias towards like what's actually happening in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it a big problem?
It's a big problem because it's new and we weren't prepared for it, but it's like a flood happening. And we're like, okay, we gotta figure out how to get all the water out of here. Like, this is not supposed to flood it. And we're essentially in the middle of the flood, the social media, online influence flood. And we haven't really shored up our basement yet. We don't really know how to protect ourselves from it.
But we can be optimistic.
Yes.
Because we can be both optimistic.
Yes. I'm very optimistic
Because of those the things we talked about.
I also think because and I think you were also successful at navigating that world without it killing you. Like I can navigate the world of social media, and I can, like as you said, you look at someone's timeline, you can see that this is crazy stuff, and you have your own, objective understanding of the world to a point where you can see where someone's being ridiculous. But some people just aren't that good at that. They're not educated in that. Maybe they haven't been around enough people that are critical thinkers, and they don't know how to approach things from. They just look at things like, what am I supposed to believe? Am I a good person if I believe this? Am I a good person if I argue against that? I'll do this. I'll do that. And these are not like well thought out actions.
I do understand though that you and I, we're in a good position. As we have this confidence comes with some degree of success, and you can put things in perspective. As you said, I often think actually, I've seen people who struggle when they become well known for the first time, for example. I mean, I remember when I became quite late in life, became well known as a public figure. I did a series on the BBC in 2009, 2010, called Wonders of the Solar System, and suddenly I was well known. And I find it very difficult to navigate. And fortunately, I support structures and people around and I can navigate it, and you come to terms with it and you learn how to do it. It's a process. So I think it's the same. One of the problems with social media is you can become very well known very quickly.
Yes.
So often there's something that you kind of said in a clumsy way. Sometimes it can be. And I think it's probably always impossible to navigate that. As just a person who just suddenly is exposed to that glare of publicity, becomes a public figure.
Yeah.
Sometimes a hate figure.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Well, it seems particularly difficult for people that didn't ever anticipate it, like the Jordan Petersons of the world, like people that became quite prominent, like in their late 40s.
An academic,
Yeah.
I mean, that's right. I was an academic and then had a success on television.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in the controversial area. I used about planets and solar system astronomy. So, but even then, I found it difficult initially to navigate through that world.
Yes.
You get used to it.
It's a very bizarre drug. That's what fame is. It's it's a very bizarre alternative state of consciousness where everybody knows who you are and you don't know them, and no one's really ready for that. And no one knows what it is until you experience it. Everybody thinks they want it until they get it. And once you get it, you're like, oh my God, this comes with so much hurt. This comes with so much hate. You're just dealing with so many mentally ill people that are tweeting at you that the world's flat. They're just angry. There's a lot of like really messy people out there.
I do, yeah. I mean, the number of people who, when I did the Rocky at the start,
Yeah.
as you said, most probably, I just retweeted it. Really enjoying it. The number of tweets I got saying that space is, I don't know what it is, space is fake. I don't even know what that means. But I got quite a lot of it, it's fake.
I went down a hashtag space is fake rabbit hole one night online, and it has something to do with biblical stuff. Because they think that there's a firmament that's over the earth, and they think that the lights are dangled in the sky.
Oh, it's that.
The earth, the earth is a disc, and that you can't get through the firmament, and there's like an ice wall, and that's why you can't travel around.
Okay, so let's assume that's true. Let's do that. Let's assume that.
All the astronomers, all the astrophysicists, all NASA, China, every space agency, they're all in cahoots. No one spilled the beans.
But then the thing I've never understood, and I've asked this in my early days on Twitter, I made the mistake of asking sometimes, but now I don't reply at all. So obviously, it's learning.
Yeah.
But what possible advantage could there be?
Right.
I mean, and
What's the answer?
I think they think that it's just a scam. So SpaceX are just like a scam or something. So they're just taking all this money.
Yeah.
They're launching satellites. So again, it's a very complicated scam because they're getting it off, communications satellite.
They should try Starlink. They should try it so they know space is real.
The program is just deflecting off the dome or something.
Yes, but the crazy thing is the idea that everybody's in cahoots, that all these competing countries decided to all lie together, and yet there's no record of it. There's no record of communications. There's no people that rebel against this idea and go, "This is madness. Everything's right."
The fundamental thing as well, the fundamental misconception is they assume that there's a competence there in government. Anyone who's interacted with government, I speak of my own country, I've interacted with the government. The idea that they're competent enough to do this, tremendously intricate scam. They can't even, in my country, they can't even make the trains work. It's very basic. So I think that it's this assumption that there's some kind of underlying competence to do it.
Yes, not just competence, but unbelievably calculating manipulation.
Yeah, I just don't think that the world is run by people with somebody to do that.
I mean, there's certainly conspiracies that are real, but that's just preposterous. But it's just like this. It's attached to a real religious thing. They do believe in the literal interpretation of some of the stories in the Bible, and that's somehow or another that's been attached to the firmament. That's one of the problems with when you can, especially if you're an articulate person, and even if you form like some great, you make some fake documentary and you attach a bunch of fake facts to it. If it's compelling and no one like you stops and goes, hold on, that's not how it works. This is how we know this. This is why the planets are round. This is how we know. This is what Bode's law is. This is what you start like laying out. Look, thousands of years of research and discovery has led us to it. This is not like just based on. There's like a lot of information, and the idea that all of a vast conspiracy that hide the fact that God is real and that the firmament Earth exists in the center of the universe and was created by God, and space is fake.
Okay, well, I've learned something I didn't know. I didn't know the space is fake and was linked to that. So that's
just that the root of all the flat Earth stuff is the firmament. All the flat Earth stuff is based on some very bizarre interpretations. I don't remember the exact depiction of the firmament and how God describes it in the Bible, but they believe that that's what we're looking at. That there's like a glass, like a cookie dome, like a plate of cookies with a glass dome on it. But again, I said earlier, if that was the way that nature is, I'd love it. Well, not only that, but everyone's our Earth is actually flat. Like, that would not be something anybody would hide. I would like to find that. Because you become tremendously. Like, what a great discovery. But it isn't. So that people have like a natural inclination to uncover vast conspiracies, and I think that's one of the weirder ones that people gravitate to. But again, I really think it has something to do with the blind belief in religious writings, and not just that, but erroneous interpretations of religious writings. You know, when you're dealing with something that was originally written in ancient Hebrew and then translated to Latin and Greek, and a lot of that gets lost in the translation. A lot of it, it's like you have 1,000 years of oral tradition. Like, I've always wondered, at the beginning of the Bible, in the beginning there was life. I remember that was like someone trying to figure out the Bible. I mean, it doesn't make sense that they would have a concept of that, but it also doesn't. But it's something like we inherently know that there was an event. Maybe the echoes of that event are almost something that we just perceive because we just think of it as being a thing. What is it? It starts with in the beginning. God created the heaven and earth. And darkness is on the face of the deep. I love that. It's a great line. Well, it's amazing. It's amazing as a piece of literature. Yeah, and it's the deep. Yeah, I went somewhere that I was talking to a friend of mine. It seems stuff from Egyptian creation. I think I might be wrong there. So that it's very much to do with the Nile under waters. And you find that in many religions that there's water and things emerge out of the waters. And you see that in Genesis. That darkness was on the face of the deep. And then there's light. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not a bit like this. I'm not either, but I'm fascinated by the same way I'm fascinated with science, because I think it's people that lived thousands of years ago trying to make sense of things. That's it. That's ultimately it. And very little information. And that's what we talked about earlier. Yeah. To me, that's one of the defining characteristics of being human, trying to make sense of the world. And that's why, by the way, I don't like to get into sort of arguments with people who have different views, different belief systems. My sort of baseline position is if you're curious and you're interested and you want to know how things happen, that to me is common ground that we can share. The people I don't understand, people who are not curious, who don't have questions. Carl Sagan wrote a great book called The Demon Haunted World, Science of Canberra. Yeah. When he said that story about a taxi driver that got in the taxi at the start, and he's asking all these questions about Atlantis or something. And he realizes he doesn't think this guy is an idiot. He thinks this guy has a curious mind. He's someone who should be, we would have a wonderful conversation. But he also said that he felt that he perhaps been by society, by education, in that his curiosity had not been channeled to the real mysteries, the strange stuff. I think the real mystery academic mysteries are intimidating to some people of themselves as being intelligent, so then they gravitate towards like YouTube mysteries. Simple, yeah, more controversial, so that puts them in like a select club of people who actually know what's going on. Where people love stuff like QAnon, they love stuff like that, where they're in the know, like some top secret information. And by the way, that idea that I think one of the problems with communicating science and getting your people into science is that idea that you have to somehow be really clever, which is not true at all. It goes back to what I said before, that it's more you have to be comfortable with not knowing. So that's a big step, to say I'm not going to guess, and I'm okay. If you ask me a question about the origin of the universe,
Right. The answer is don't know. So I think if, as you said, if you can be comfortable with not having to have a simple, intelligible explanation for something, then you'll make more progress. Yeah. But it's quite difficult. It's easy to just there's a simpler. Yeah. So there's a simpler explanation.
Well, it's also very different people because they attach their ego to ideas, and once you've set an idea, then you are attached to that idea and you defend that idea. Yeah, ideas are just ideas, and you are you, and it shows your intelligence. You can be incorrect. People are often correct, but if you, because you don't want to lose, that's bad for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's and there's a great essay I probably talked to you about before called The Value of Science that was 1955. You get it online. And in there, he said scientists bring this transferable skill to life, and it's the experience with being wrong.
Yeah.
So nature is brutal, and most of the time you come up with some really great theory, and you're really sure about it. You do the experiment, and you're just wrong, and so you get to it because you're learning. But it's a process. Science is so important in schools, and experiments are so important. Bring the pendulum, and there's nothing interesting about that. But it's just that you're learning that there's a gold standard of knowledge, which is nature. And as Feynman said, it doesn't care who you are, or what your title is, or what your name is, or you may have been elected with 99% votes, and whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Nature just doesn't care. And so the more you interrogate nature, even as a kid at school with a little experiment in the factory with a light or something, you learn that there's a reality and what it takes to acquire reliable knowledge of the world. And reliable knowledge is important.
Yeah.
So how do we form a view? And it can be very important questions. It can be questions like, what happens if we carry on putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, for example? Whatever your politics are, it's a legitimate question, a good question.
Right.
Scientifically, good question. To we carry on doing this. And so how do we then address that? Going back to your political affiliation or your belief system, you've got to try and understand this complicated system. You've got some models and computer models, and there's a very famous saying that all models are wrong because they're the best you can do. So you could go and you come up with some information in a model that kind of works, and you say this is the best version of our knowledge at the time. And then you can try to act on it, you find the model, and that's the process. But that idea of how can we acquire reliable knowledge that we can trust, which might not be right, and is very likely not completely right, but it's the best we can do at the time. That's what my definition of science is. It's not the best picture we can manage of how nature works at any given moment. It's not a truth. It's not something by its very nature that science works as it may be shown to be great or not tomorrow. Yeah, but I would define it as the best we, and by we I mean our civilization, the best we can do. And so we act on that. I don't see any other ways to act as a civilization other than with that we can do.
Is the best we can do. Yeah. And that term reliable information is so important because people want to leap to conclusions to try to like tie something up neatly when the reliable information might not be available. Like reliable information is the number one reason why I never take the UFO thing seriously. I am so all in, there must be life out there. It just makes sense. It makes sense. I know the Fermi paradox, notwithstanding, but I think if you just take into account the sheer numbers of planets that we're looking at, the possibility of something achieving some sort of advanced life seems very high. But no reliable. Zero. Not one thing that I've ever seen, that's for sure real. Not one. Every sighting, everything. I'm like, how do we not know How do we know there's a top secret drone program, which most certainly, there probably are. There's probably some sort of radical propulsion system they devised. They probably made some breakthroughs that haven't been forthcoming about because of nationals. They're really kooky. They could fly really out of a drone. And that's probably what people are seeing. It's probably a lot of it. But then there's also, then I saw these territorial primates with thermonuclear weapons are advancing towards the creation of AI and like ruining the planet while they're doing it, like doing crazy shit to the ocean, poisoning streams and water supplies, like fucking freaks. I would most certainly say if this happens all throughout the universe, let's just imagine that this is the natural progression from single-celled organisms to super curious advanced life forms that eventually transform the world that they live in. If this is a natural progression, how do we plan to don't make it? Oh, there's probably a slew of them that get to 1945, and it turns out that both Germany, Japan, or all Germany, Japan, and the United States all have at the same time, launch them all at each other, and then civilization goes down to zero. Or the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yes, Cuban Missile Crisis, or asteroid impacts, or supervolcanoes. I mean, the reason why we have mountains in the first place, we have volcanic activity. And then there was a massive supervolcano, like what Yellowstone was, this caldera. It's a continent killer. It blows. There's no more United States. It stops being a thing. Most people on the planet die. We get down to a few hundred savages, and we start from scratch. And that's inside the realm of possibility. That can absolutely happen. So something has to get past all of these hurdles to. And if I saw a planet that's real close, like us, they gotta not fuck this up. They have this crazy apex so far beyond everything else on their planet. They're almost there. They're almost there. Let's watch it. I don't think that too, but I just don't see any evidence. Everybody keeps bringing these whistleblowers. They all tell me, "Oh, I've seen it." They release like, yeah. I don't see shit.
I think it's best to assume. Carl Sagan again, wasn't he? When he said, "No one's coming to save us from ourselves." Let's just assume
that you just definitely should assume that. That's an intelligent assumption, and also that's how you want your children to be, right? You don't want to go every time, like when they get older, they're gonna go on their own. They're gonna make it. There are reasons why we don't get intervened, why something doesn't come down, like put a halt to us. Like maybe there's just hope that we can figure this out through diplomacy. Whatever they have. I'm so fascinated by it. I want to believe everything. I'm such a sucker. Bob Lazar talking. I want to believe it. I want to believe all of it.
As I said, I wouldn't be surprised.
See, really? As I said, please help us. Yeah, but also if you think about the way we interact with literally where Starlink has been brought to some of these very remote tribes, and they've been given cell phones, and now tribes are complaining, as we talked about earlier. Yeah, these kids are on their phones all day in the fucking jungle. Like instead of like living this subsistence lifestyle that they've been living for tens of thousands of years, some of them are getting lazy and they're just sitting around and looking at, videos.
Can't chat.
Yeah. Just look at TikTok, arguing with people online. Trolling. Looking at memes and we've ruined them. And this is one of the reasons why places like North Central Island, it's like you're not supposed to visit them alone. Because they are this very bizarre state of uncontact and very primitive lifestyle that we can, we can preserve, which is also weird. Shouldn't help them. That's sort of weird too. They're human beings. They're living like people lived thousands of years ago. I don't want to live like that, right? But I was an alien life form, and I wasn't so, cautious about the impact. I would go, you guys got to stop this. We're going to come down, land on the White House lawn, scare the shit out of all of you, take all your nuclear weapons away.
I wish somebody had do that.
With Don't you think though that the real problem would be the structure of our society is based on this idea that we have to work together to sort out our problems? And if something came here that was far superior in intelligence and its capabilities, we would sort of defer to that. That's space daddy now. And there are probably religions, some scam religions that get invented to contact and make peace with these overlords.
How did we get here? We got
Let's take a look. Let's pretend that let's extrapolate. Let's imagine we do get to Mars, we set up bases on Mars, we do become, we develop the technology that allows solar systems, and we do observe a civilization that is, like the Bronze Age. I'm up on these people that are developed, that have tools, that haven't figured out steel yet, but they've done some pretty, we would be studying that for sure, 100%. People that live like the Mongols did in 1200 AD. It would be fascinating. This is Star Trek. It is Star Trek.
the prime directive.
The thing is, the prime directive. You know what it is?
Yeah, well, that's being
Yeah, I think that's what they would do. I think we would hope that they would prevent. But if that's the case, why didn't they prevent Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Why did they let us just practice blowing things up and then bottom it for like 30 years?
I think you're absolutely right. The point is, I think there's nobody doing.
That's a long way. It's terrifying ideas that we're the only ones in the whole thing, and that intelligent life is so bizarre and such a rare thing that happens in the perfect circumstances.
That would be my baseline view.
But if the universe is so big, wouldn't every single potential situation happen infinite number of times?
We don't know. We have the observable universe. I think the current number is something like 2 trillion galaxies, depending on how many smaller ones there are.
So when you think that just out of 2 trillion galaxies, there's probably pretty good odds that something would reach some sort of a Goldilocks state in terms of the planet exists in relationship to the star.
Yeah. But we're talking the distance between the galaxies. The Andromeda galaxy is 2 million light years. We're actually the largest. Our nearest large neighbor. So I think when I think I tend to think of travel between galaxies.
Too great.
I think it's too far. Although it is true that the laws of physics do not prevent. So in relativity, I teach physics in the engineering so the first year, the 18-year-old. And the first thing we do in special is talk about then distances from your perspective. So in the one number I always have in my mind, which is 27 kilometers in circumference, and they go around at 99.999999% speed of light, so close to the speed of light. At that speed, distance is shrunk by a factor of 7 times, and so that ring is something like 4 meters. According to some laws of physics, if you can build a spacecraft that goes very close to the speed of light, you can shrink the distance to the Andromeda galaxy. So in therefore the time it takes to actually get to speed of light, then we can shrink it. And so you can make those 2 million principle in a minute, according to physics. However, the downside is that you couldn't come back. You came back to the Earth at that speed to tell everybody what you found.
at least 4 million years someday. Oh, so it could, in principle, for the galaxy and beyond. But getting the facts to everybody about what is forbidden.
Wow.
About the structure of the universe. It's the
That's
way that
that,
by flying around in a rocket very close to the speed of light. So we could come back a million years in the future and look at the Earth and find out what happened. You can't go back as far. But these are time machines. The world is built so that a time machine. The way science, there are events, which are things that happen in space time. So that was the light. And what Einstein's theory tells you is it's about the relationship between them. So let's say that we wanted to come back here tomorrow. That would be another event we need to do tomorrow. In Einstein's theory, you take over space between the hours. You'd say, okay, well, it depends. Measured by a clock that's carried along. So that's that. If you were carrying a watch and you go between here and tomorrow, you go off and maybe you fly to Dallas and back or something, and you come back. There's a particular length, obviously. And so there's a different amount of time will pass between those two things that happen. Just because of that one fact.
a very infinitely small but measurable amount of time.
It's tiny, less you travel. Someone goes to black hole or something, the time is all distorted, but then you get big effects. But it's still completely measurable. I mean, they are quite big effects. The clocks on the satellites tick at a different rate to the clocks on the ground. And I think from memory, it's something like over 30,000 nanoseconds per day, because of the weaker gravitational field and moving and all sorts of things. It's the same thing. But 30,000 nanoseconds. Light travels 1 foot per nanosecond, which is about using imperial units, because it's 30.8 as good. It's 1 foot per nanosecond. So that's 30,000 feet. The position measurement, if you drift your clock out by 30,000 nanoseconds. So it's a big effect that when you start using time, which is what we do in satellite and GPS. So we have to correct. So they put that effect. So it's an effect that we can easily measure with atomic clocks. It isn't right. Well, just the point is that laws of nature would allow you to do it if you could go close to the speed of light. By the way, the last thing I say is the limiting factor. You might say, what happens if you go really close to the speed of light? What happens if you go out the light? Well, special relativity, Einstein's theory, is built such that the distance between any one path of a beam of light between no time at all. So that's the way that Einstein's theory is built. So he asked the question famously, what would the universe look like if I travelled along? The answer is that you wouldn't perceive any time. You can't. It just is that if you've got any mass, you can't do that. You can't grow. So according to our model, which is a good model, I think it seems to work. But if you've got no mass, you go at the speed of light. So if you're a photon, you go at the speed of light. And no time. So,
what are your thoughts on the possibility of some sort of a novel propulsion system that doesn't move things together?
yeah, that's called the economic demand state.
the Albert the drive. So Einstein's general theory of relativity. General relativity is his theory of gravity, and it's a distorted by things. Anything in the universe is. It's the distorted in energy. Einstein. And it's been done. You can develop such geometry that's based in time, distort it in this way. Then indeed you can build a warp drive. Right. But it always turns out, as far as we can tell, what kind of stuff would you need? What kind of matter or energy or field, whatever it is, what kind of thing would you need that those things don't appear to exist? So things of matter and energy. Yeah. If you have them, you'd be able to do that with stable gravity. It's kind of it's a bummer, right? It's a you don't have a lot of content in different planetary systems, different environments that could exist. It's not the elements. It's going to be kind of some kind of field, some kind of energy or something. And so you can sort of try and calculate. But Stephen Hawking wrote a very famous paper called The Chronology.
See how like this essentially goes back to the pandemic. We see the death of the king.
Whatever the
death of the queen thing, birth of AI, and everything in between.
then
It's a
they
major
will be
deal.
such that
I have more data on
because
mine than
chronology
I have 8 different individuals.
So in other words, you can't build a time machine in time. Right. But because to imagine such a thing, even though you might be able to build it, it's not
Data is
increasing.
the number one resource.
You
According to
can't
the economy,
study
water,
into
air,
whatever
gold,
to
diamonds,
make wormholes.
data is more
Stable,
valuable. I have more data online
and
than
so it's not
anyone does. I'm going to make you, your family, and your friends all rich. Take care of you. You'll never have to work another day in your life.
One of the things the black hole information paradox, and we've got Stephen's calculation was the information comes out, we now think it comes out. So we're proving mathematically to most people's satisfaction that the information ends up out again. So if you went into a black hole, the information would be out in that Hawking radiation. So that if we put a nuclear bomb around the principle, the information would be still there in the future if it be reconstructed.
A few lines of a few episodes, that's about it.
Ending up outside the one. But the link is that one of the pictures that people are beginning to see has some kind of one that connects the inside of the black hole to the outside. And so it's able to be things. And
everybody's got a thing. If that's not your thing, I understand.
So the people don't really understand.
People are going crazy. Discord right now for my personal
these things for science fiction.
or your shows for them,
After some kind of some
people to know about what I do.
A thing called ER equals EPR, which is solution distance. So in quantum mechanics, is this entanglement thing where something can be separated by a million light years.
Fine.
But if you do something to it, it seems like it's information, but it was so entanglement. There's a picture of that. So that's when we don't like this. It must be something wrong with quantum mechanics. We don't know what isn't, because this is a quantum computer. So we build things that we want to listen to.
What's up?
Is Einstein Rosa, which is wormhole. So they're all also published a paper. And so the idea is that picture that some has been
I'm just watching
another
Joe Rogan.
description
You can enjoy it.
of a wormhole and the geometry. And this is space and time and quantum entanglement. Entanglement might produce those.
That one?
And it's related to the way the quantum computers are trying to build quantum computers and program quantum computers. And these are the kind of problems we're thinking about how you maintain it and what it means. And there was a paper recently, which is quite a controversial paper, but it was the Google quantum computer, which is one of the best ones. And it's not using just these qubits, these quantum systems that are kind of very stable, that are the basis of quantum computing.
Okay, well, have a good day.
In the quantum computer,
Nope.
and it makes you
I can tell you.
a bit kind of technical.
I'm thinking I do again now.
That's how you build from qubits.
Yeah, and I'm not any accusations about anyone mine or anyone
It's
else
important. That
psychological
work
state.
is called the hologram. It's not. It's kind of a different thing.
That's
Because
cool.
that's what I was going to say. Because it's a hologram. Is
Interviews that I see what I do.
and it's coming from a thing that no one talks about with people on the show that do ADS, Great Visible Loudicina. So
No,
the idea
not-
is
Oh, dog. They're
have a
pictures.
quantum theory
How about
living
you
on
get
the computer surface. And that quantity is a completely equivalent description. So it's almost as if the interior of
Okay, well
space
then,
is a hologram of the theory that lives on the surface.
I'm not defensive at all.
it's
I'm actually being to
many
send me any question that you want, and I will answer it.
So what we're saying is that we're having this conversation now,
If you're welcome.
of this somehow in a theory that does not contain space and time. It's a completely equivalent description that lives on in a few dimensions.
Guys, thank you.
And it's really willing anybody who won't it means that it would mean so that this is a hologram of this other dual theory, but that's where that thing was the holographic wormhole thing. So that means that this work. But that's an example of how it could become an experimental science. It may allow you to do those experiments, to try to build filaments, almost like a filament of space, holographic filament of space that you're building from these qubits, which is just, and by the way, that was something like an electron. It's not a bit more complicated, but an electron would be an example of one. So it's a physics in the lab that is a quantum system. It's a quantum bit. So you build some different ways of building. But it's amazing, isn't it, beginning to use those things, not computing. Yeah, it's because they're really hard for stuff. It's spent billions of dollars building these things because you want to build these mechanics, which I find fascinating.
Yeah, that's actually more fascinating than using them to crack everybody's codes.
Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of, factory in large numbers, it's kind of boring, but building wormholes,
Yes.
which is, and I caution, it's not, it's a complicated thing, but it looks like structure. That's what
you might be the only person that could explain this to us. This image of these quantum entangled photons, and the image was in the shape of a yin yang. We couldn't understand what we're seeing of these quantum entangled photons, or if that is what quantum entangled photons actually look like in a shape.
So it's visualized to entangled particles, right?
One quantum yin yang symbol.
Yeah, I mean, it's an example of entanglement looked fundamental, which is it is, as I said, perhaps producing space and time, but all in the way that we didn't talk about this, but the way that you can, one way of picturing what this is to multiple universes, to many worlds and interpretation of quantum mechanics. You're actually doing that. You've got an algorithm, you're in a quantum computer. And how does it factor these in the prime numbers that you multiply together to make a very big number? So it's very, very big number. It's very hard to take a very big number and factor that multiplied together to make it. That takes much longer than the big numbers. Any conceivable classic, a second or something. And
Just what you just said.
So what your neighbour says the correct. It's what it's doing is the calculations in multiple universes. So it's accessing the facts that they're actually there's an interpretation of quantum mechanics interpretation where you're two-dimensional these, infinite universes, and the computer kind of goes, that's a good one. And then I mentioned David Deutsch earlier, who's a fascinating early on. It would say that. He would say, this is what is happening. There's no other explanation. How would you explain the fact that this quantum computer that no classical computer can ever do? How do you explain it? Where is it doing the math? He would say it's doing it in the multiple universes.
Still learns the yin yang.
Well, I don't fully understand that.
But it feels so much better.
Well, I've never seen it.
And I also now don't understand too, because it says that by capturing the resulting image.
By capturing the resulting image with a nanosecond precise camera, the researchers teased apart the interference pattern they received, revealing us. That sounds like that's what it actually
is. It is the first thing. It is that the photons are arriving, and you're detecting them. So it's a photon.
So that's what it actually looks like.
If you think about what I think what must be happening is you get these say that again there's many worlds interpretation. If you send them on a path, then they find them. If you calculate the way you calculate the photon, it just formally is you allow it to take all possible paths. That's one way of calculating the probability. Is saying I allow it to go on all. And so really there you're seeing what an interference is. You're seeing the result of that these particles can go on all loads of paths and interfere with each other and make you can see. And I think that's what that is. So it's really crazy, isn't it? It's unbelievably beautiful. It's crazy.
Brian, thank you so much.
I'm going to do some. I've been doing this tour
for a long time. Actually, I ended up doing it for about 2.5 years, and if you've done it for over 400,000 people, I was told the other day, around the world. And I thought just to finish it, because so going back in April and May, they did these quite
That's the one you did years ago.
That was ages ago,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah. So the questions actually, particularly black holes. And then just to round it up, I'm doing a few. So if you go and look on the web, you'll find shit.
I hope you do it. Yeah,
It's
please.
not in there.
Please go.
Yeah. So that's what I'm up to.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. I really appreciate what you do. It means a lot.
Experience.
Trying to podcast my night all day.
Good. This has been this is no breaking.
I need to thank you for taking care of my family. They can see your show.
I hope they have a great
They had
time.
a fucking fantastic. I was like freaked out because she was going to the show. She didn't know she was going to get to meet you, and her friend didn't know they were going to get to meet. So yeah, it was cool. They had the best time. They came out and beat. Thank you.
Well, Vegas, that was 2 years, 26 shows per year. Like,
Days will take a little piece.
well,
She's a
here,
little tiny piece.
well, the thing about it is, like, all of that gets if you run to the craps table or blackjack table your whole life getting to Vegas. I'm like, I get to Vegas, I'm like, man, let's just sit in the room, sports, and I got the gambling out of the system.
Well, that's good. Did you used to gamble a lot?
You know, I've always been, my dad raised me to kind of be, I mean, I used to joke, if my dad didn't play poker, we'd have never had Santa Claus. He had just a crazy little poker player, like a little pool hustler, and then dad's famous quotes is, so he flies down to Vegas in college, and I took like 3 in clubs with me, just broke as shit. And this was like where we were still had truck phones. I'm not even sure we were like toting these real southern Georgia. I said, I spent all my damn money and hell with this place. He goes, well, you ain't gonna win it back in the goddamn room. So, I mean, once you have that mindset in gambling, certainly. I mean, so that's been a famous saying of my buddies. When they're down and out, down 2 or 3 grand, you're not gonna win it back at the goddamn. But I went through financially behind when I didn't have money. I would I controlled it. I never really
had any big beats or anything like that, but I do love to I love to just sit there, have a drink, have a cigar, and watch dice and cards. Because you're just sitting there and your mind's checked out.
Right.
It's like no different than, going to the driving range and hitting golf balls, or sitting on the bank fishing, or sitting in the deer stand. So
Right.
But I got out of there. I got all my gambling, at least for now, out of my system. But it was great to meet your kids there. And
I really appreciate it. They
Yeah.
really enjoyed it. I'm not gonna say they were just they were blown away. Me neither.
Well, it was a fun show because we got to really do a lot of bells and whistles out there that aren't available on normal shows when you're, out touring and stuff, because you're having to take down stuff and be real mobile out there. We try to pull off stuff in the room. And
That's nice. That's one good thing about the residency. You're going back to the same spot.
Right. And we had our routine. I mean, I'd have my room, and about 6:30, I'd hop the shower, run down there, and get on stage about 8:30 and knock it out. And 10:30, somewhere at the craps table.
I'm lucky I don't do anything. I don't do it.
You never got into sports?
Nope. I mean, I used to bet on fights. Back in the early days of the UFC, I used to bet on fights, and one day they made it illegal, but I already stopped doing it. They were like, this is probably not a good thing for you to be betting on things I'm commentating on, because I can't affect the outcome.
Right.
But sometimes
still quite close.
I also sometimes know some shit. There's been a bunch of times. So one of my business partners, I would tell him what to bet on. And we were at like 84% at that time. It was crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
From like 6 or 7 fights in a row, 6 or 7 fight cards in a row, we were at about 84%. Because every now and then they would have these guys who were coming in from Japan or from Russia. And the odds makers didn't know who these guys were. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you already were studying them for years.
So I knew everything about these guys. I'm like, Jesus Christ, bet the fucking house.
Layup.
Yeah, there was a few. Like when Anderson Silva came to the UFC, I was like, bet the house. Bet the house on the Brazilian. Whatever you got, I go throw it all at this guy. You can't fucking lose. Because when he came to the UFC, he was like in his prime. And I got to see him evolve in Japan and then later on in England. And so when he came in the UFC, I think he was a favorite over this guy, Chris Lee. He was a really tough guy, but I'm like, whatever the odds are, fucking throw it all at that guy.
I bet y'all. Were you betting living too?
No, I wasn't betting. I already stopped.
Yeah.
It's like, get in trouble.
Yeah, don't even get in trouble now. Either don't lose the gig.
Well, now the UFC made a law, and it was real recent, like 2 years ago. Up until like 2 years ago, all staff, anyone could bet. Now no one can bet.
Really?
Yeah, because there was a scandal. One of the trainers apparently was involved, allegedly was involved, knew about an injury, and then it turned out there's probably some other bets that were shady that perhaps allegedly people were involved with. So they're like, okay, we got to put a stop to this, which is too bad. Because it was fucking, it's nice to know. So if I was unscrupulous, this episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only.
I had a little, so I went my whole life, no sports betting. Through college, through college, I'd walk in and my buddies back then, they'd spliced 8 TVs together and they got all their notes. And I'm like, dude, no wonder you got all D's and you're about to get shipped out of college. But I survived all that. And me and a buddy, we started picking 2 games a week, and we would load up. And this was like 6 years ago, 5 years ago. So I would load up like 20 grand a game. But I was strict, and I had my deal, and yeah, it just we like bet. I mean, just take Alabama and the points in the first half. You do that most of the year. I mean, it was 80%. So we did well. And then my buddy moved away from me and we quit talking about it. And I went rogue for like 2 years. I was betting like Utah State, the West Coast game, midnight, just throwing bets in. And I was like, man, I'm out. So I stopped. But,
did you see Uncut Gems?
Yes. Dude, that movie tripped me.
I think it tripped everybody out there. What a great movie.
Especially if you dipped your toe into that world of life. And I've got buddies that do parlays, and like I'm not even sure I even understand the inner workings of parlays now. And still, I mean, and teasers and all that, and I'm so removed from that level. Well, like, so and so's doing 4 late, you're gonna get half. And man, that's opening up Pandora's box there. So.
It is, and you've got to think there's people that are involved. Like there's been scandals where referees were involved. The referees are making calls they shouldn't have made, maybe calling fouls they shouldn't have called, and people getting paid. There's so much money being thrown around, and the average referee, what do they make?
Hey, dude, so I saw you with it. I'm a giant Georgia fan. And I saw you, I was on the sideline on Saturday and just did some of those calls.
Yeah,
it started getting weird.
We actually left after the first quarter, went to see Eminem. So we had a big day. So first quarter of UT Georgia.
Yeah.
And then jetted and went to Eminem at the racetrack.
Eminem Formula One.
Yeah, Eminem played in front of like 150,000 people. It was fucking wild.
What a weekend for Austin too. Because I had buddies that were like, "Why are you not coming?" And I'm like, "Man, I've had to be me all year, and it's like the weather's chilly in Nashville. My boys want to go deer hunting. I'm going to take them deer hunting, sit on my back patio, and scream at the TV. But it got a little dicey there on the back. I was like, oh, it was weird.
Yeah, well, just the energy. There's so much anticipation for a game like that.
You can't replicate it. You can't replicate it in any other. I guess those big global Brazil versus Argentina or whatever.
We had some friends from England who had never been in American football.
What was their take on it?
They were blown away. They're like, "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! This is madness! Like this is Texas football."
It's so fun.
They get serious here.
It's
I got
crazy.
to shoot the cannon.
Oh, did you shoot it through the Georgia shirt?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Maybe I gave you bad luck.
How you look?
Maybe it was bad luck.
What's like devour?
Maybe it was. Maybe it's a fucking rude thing to do.
Oh, yeah, man, it was a good win for Georgia, and like I said, both those programs are just incredible.
It's watching it behind the scenes. Watching how much organization there is. It's incredibly complex.
Through the years, Kirby and I have gotten to be pretty good buddies. Kirby can't be buddies with anybody because that job requires. I've never seen a requirement of a job more than being in college.
It's probably like being a president.
It is, and so I don't text Kirby during the season really, and I know man, just watching what those guys go through trying to manage these big programs like that. I mean, and when they're not coaching, I mean, dude, they are politicking.
Yeah,
I mean, they got to go to the steak supper for this touchdown club here. So, man, it's a wild ride what those dudes go through.
when you think about gambling with calls, like bad calls, that has got to be. Imagine all your money's on the line, and you see some horrendous call, and you fucking.
See, I'm out of that, and I didn't really get into that heavily, even when I was betting regular games. But man, it's freedom, man. I just watch the games with freedom, and I don't get in.
I'm good friends with Dan White, and Dan's he's a real degenerate. Like
big. That's the best way to describe.
Oh, he'll describe it that way.
Yeah, like most like your big horse racing guys. Their adjective of themselves is "I'm a degenerate." That's the first thing they say.
Jamie and I went to visit. We went with Shane Gillis and a bunch of other guys. Went to visit Dana White's gambling. When we got there, he was down $600,000, and I was like, "What?"
I heard him say he's learned how to play background because you can bet more. You can bet like 500 or something. It's crazy like that.
That's so crazy. I was getting anxiety just sitting there watching. And so then Taylor Wan came over, and Dana and Taylor have this deal where Dana teaches Taylor what to gamble and how to do it. They're down $120,000 in what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes are down 120 grand. I'm just sitting there going, what the fuck, man? Look, Dana's rich as shit.
Obviously.
I know Taylor's $1,000 is $125,000.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've learned kind of like if you're betting 1,000 a hand, you can get down 50.
Yeah.
Like that quick. But when you transition to that 30, 40, 50,000 a hand, you'll be down a million or two. And,
Yeah.
and I say, because I've watched some other buddies that bet on that level, I'm talking about like 15 hand swing is an $800,000 swing. And I'm like, that's the scary part about gambling when you don't have much money and you grow into some money, but your level of what you want to press your anxiety level and your endorphins and all that, it grows with your wealth, and then next thing you know,
Well, that's the only way they get their fix.
right.
Too.
Yeah, you
get
got
$20 a game.
Yeah, right. That goes away. Right. It's like,
Right.
well, it's like the whole. There's a lot in society that, I think we're preyed upon with that thought process, gambling and a lot of
Dopamine hits.
Right. Yeah. And then once one level of the dopamine levels out, then you go to the next one.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. Like, forget about doing it. It's hard to watch. Like, I don't get it. I'm glad I'm not
I
doing
would
it.
say that I always have fun with it. I mean, I've always had fun gambling, and a lot of times I take my band after we get off stage, and we'd have one band night, and I'd like set them all up with some chips, and I've gotten at a craps table where I can kind of manage everybody's bets, and I'm like, don't do that now, wait, and it's kind of like the steering the mothership, and we had some great nights, just laughing and cutting up and cheering, like I said, one guy walks up and everybody rubs his head. It's just camaraderie, at the craps table. I gambled so much at the craps table. My last night, they let my craps team that dealt me all the craps come on stage and we celebrated the craps. I'm out there like I'm playing. And I look and because they work in teams, they all, and my team comes out on stage, and dude, I was roaring laughing. I'm like, yeah, so that's hilarious.
Look, I know people have a problem with gambling. I think it should be legal, but it can get away from people.
Yeah, well,
but that's like a lot of things in this world. Alcohol, there's a lot of things that get away from it.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it should be illegal.
Right. Well, Lord,
it's just weird that someone legal in a few states. I think that's expanding now. I mean, I remember when online gambling was illegal.
Oh yeah, and then
Wasn't that long ago? The early days of the UFC, online gambling was illegal.
and then because we're obviously southeastern Tennessee Bible Belt, and I don't know. There's certain states. I guess Tennessee is a legal gambling state, or maybe Georgia. I can't tell. I have to talk to my mothers and see if they're on the little apps. But man, they'll go sign their buddies up to get the $200 free bread. I mean, they got all kinds of racket.
Yeah, well, and then also people would go to Indian reservations. That was the big
Right.
thing.
And you got to
Also crazy.
You gotta pay
Gambling's
the-
illegal.
you got to pay the Indian reservation tax.
Right.
You got to pay your 50 cents to do the dollar bet.
Yeah.
Do that now.
Yeah, and you only have to be like, there's a lot of millionaires just hanging around that casino, just enjoying it. But if you got a place like in Connecticut, like
Mohegan and all that.
it's a great
See,
place.
typically on my way, kind of the Mohegan, I'd go play there a couple of years. One night I did 3 nights there, and dude, I'm like getting off stage, just sitting there gambling, and I'm like, am I coming out ahead on this gig or what? But I think I got out there making a little money.
Yeah, it's weird though that you could do that legally.
Well, then even like in Tennessee and Tunica back in the day, you just put a barge on the Mississippi River and you can gamble. It's like, what is that all about? I mean,
that's that show Ozark.
right. Yeah, it's all totally the same premise, It's like put a barge on the river and now let's take all these people's money.
Yeah, my buddy John he was a pool hustler. He used to call people riverboat gamblers. When guys would just go off, and the guy was a gambling addict, you just trick him into a game. He's like kind of riverboat gambler.
Or that's the 2 analogies: degenerate or riverboat gambler. Yeah. Be careful of all of them. So
It's just always been funny to me that like Native American reservations are essentially a country inside the country. And they can do whatever the fuck they want. Like I was just reading about this Colorado wolf deal, where they've relocated wolves to Colorado, and Native American reservations let them know the moment those wolves get onto our land, we're flying over in helicopters and gunning them down.
I elk hunt every year in Colorado, and is that where you've done?
I've done Colorado. Most of the years I go to Utah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Cam Haynes and I, we've got a connection with Cam, and just love that guy. But yeah, so when I saw Colorado do that, I was like, it's just like, what are we doing, guys?
Well, whenever you have biology that's getting voted on by people who don't understand it, it should be decided by wildlife biologists. That's it. That's the only people that should decide whether or not things like that happen.
Well, we can really dive into this, and let's do it.
Yeah.
My thing is, we are so governed in the world of wildlife biology through the states and stuff. They're not going to let animals, they're not going to let humans ruin animal populations. I don't think.
No, of course.
If anything's going to happen, they're going to mess it up and let animal populations get too big. I was, and I don't know I don't know who to name or whatever, but I was with some guys with Wyoming, and we're just talking about grizzly bears.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, because they brought up, grizzly bear problems, and I said, well, what is the deal? And they said, well, there's 1,500 or 14 to 1,500 grizzly bears in Wyoming. There needs to be 500 to 600, and 5 of the 1,500 are only hunting humans. Like, have totally. But
there's not that many human deaths.
Well, you bet. In Yellowstone, if you pay attention, there's about 2 or 3 that get
Right, but those 500 grizzly bears are just
no,
human.
five, not 5 ones.
There's 5
There's
grizzly
5.
bears.
Right, there's like 5 grizzly. Sorry, this probably won't be the first time I am not totally clear with you, but yeah. So there's 1,400 to 1,500. There needs to be 500 to 600 grizzlies, but of the 5 to 6 all of them, 5 of them had like, oh, we don't care about salmon anymore. We want to sit by this trail and pick off this biologist in Wyoming telling me that, and I'm like, well, why won't they let y'all go in there, do a $30,000 grizzly bear tag, do a $20,000? They'll go for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Go in and let it manage it right, but there's
my friend went moose hunting, so he saw no moose, and he saw 12 grizzlies in Wyoming.
I went on a bear hunt in Alberta, and there's so many grizzlies now you can't even go. It was through Cam's people,
John and Jen.
Yeah, I saw them recently, and they've had to move.
Yeah, they move areas. Yeah, they have abandoned areas to go over all the grizzlies. They sent me some trail cam pics. They're terrifying, like little school buses. They're like school buses, like the size of fucking.
Well, what did you? Was it you that was talking about they were trying to determine a male grizzly versus a male gorilla and who would win? Do we ever?
I think I'm on team grizzly.
Me too.
Because they eat things and kill things every day. Gorillas just they fight. They just they puff their chest out. They mostly eat grass.
Well, but when you think about $30,000-$40,000 per grizzly, and then the guiding fee, and then the taxidermy, think about the taxidermist.
And then the Pittman Roberts, people know they need to understand all the gear, everything. 10% of that goes to wildlife management, all of it.
And then at the end of that, nobody's going to let the grizzlies get
exterminated.
Right.
They're overpopulated.
And then when you look at the population, how beautiful the elk population is in Colorado, and how amazingly managed it is in Colorado. For public hunters, for a guy like me that can go get an over-the-counter tag, I think they're probably going to wipe out over-the-counter tags for out-of-staters.
They're going to make it a drug out.
And then now the littles get to eat them, and I don't get to bring my elk hunting money in and give it to.
Right. But the thing is, what they always say that they're going to get to a certain level of the population, and then they're going to open it up for management. But they don't.
Wolf management?
Yeah. But what happens is people sue. And the wildlife, all the people that love wolves, they sue. And when they sue, they stop the hunt, and then it has to go to court, and it has to get decided. And if you get a radical judge like this judge that you said that's in Wyoming.
And these are all things that people in the know are telling me. So, Lord, I don't need a judge somewhere in Wyoming pulling my.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right. Everyone that I know that hunts there says that there are a lot of grizzly bears. So it's concerning because you don't see all of them. If you see a lot of them, there's a lot more than you don't see. Because most of them are just not out in the open hanging out with you. Most of them are keeping
and so I went on a salmon trip up in British Columbia. And 99% of your interpretation of a grizzly is this big old fat chunky thing. Well, so we're flying in on these helicopters to go fish the salmon runs that are running up into the mountains of British Columbia, and it's an amazing trip. You fly over in the helicopter, you look down, you see the huge schools of salmon, you take the fly rod and you go catch them and drink your beer. Well, helicopter pilot was like, hey man, we've seen some grizzlies in the area and at the time we're like, man, this is all part of the experience. It's like get us kind of going a little bit. Well, we land, and the night before we didn't fish that day, so we've flown in and drank some wine, and dude, my eyes are fuzzy, and we're fishing, and I tell my guy with him, hey, I'm gonna go to the helicopter and get a beer or something. And dude, I get there and I pop my beer, and I look down the river, and I'm like, fuck, that is a fucking grizzly coming toward my boat. And I'm like, Jay. And dude, it was slim and like a damn, it was lean and like a greyhound. Not, I wouldn't say lean, but it hadn't got all fat on salmon yet. Well, it comes down the bank and jumps in, and we ease back to the helicopter. We look back, here comes another grizzly, literally 30 yards from us. And I'm like, we get there, and I left my beer on the bank, and my grizzly sticks his tongue in my beer, and then he jumps in the river. I run, grab the beer, drink. I'm like, grizzly spit. Anyway, the helicopter pilot goes,
did not drink the
I
beer.
tried to still try that.
But that's
Yeah, I mean, he just like
trichinosis. Wild shit.
Yeah.
Get from that.
some berry infection or whatever.
Yeah.
So listen, dude, we get on the helicopter. The pilot's like, man, they're getting too comfortable. We take off 5 miles down the river. I'd already had my fly rod together. I never broke it down, so I set it in a little basket. And we land. I take off about 200 yards, start fishing. And I had to slide down this like 20-foot cut bank where the river cut the bank. I look across the river. Here comes a grizzly bear galloping on the other side of the river. And I'm like, well, I'd already seen the other 2 mature ones. And I was like, well, that's a baby grizzly. I was like, that's cute. Dude, that grizzly hits that bank on the other side of that river and jumps about 20 feet in the air and lands in that river. It looked like a Volkswagen VW bug hit that river. I take off to the helicopter. All my guys are like, get here, get here. My mother and two of the babies were on my tail.
Oh my God.
And when I got the helicopter, it ruined my whole trip. I couldn't relax.
That's when it gets scary when you have mothers.
Oh, they're the ones that
They fucking everybody up.
in 2 seconds.
They don't play any games. When they have their cubs with them, they don't take any chances. Like, I'm going to incapacitate this dude.
Yeah,
Fuck him.
it is. So that was my grizzly.
I wish all these people that get to vote, unlike BC, when BC outlawed grizzly bear hunting, I wish it was like that. You should have to see. You should have to see the population. You see what it's like to experience them. These aren't teddy bears. And for you saying you should be able to manage the population as wildlife biologists say it should be managed, you're putting people in danger, especially people that live up there.
The thing about it with me, now listen, I grew up deer hunting my whole life, ducks, dove, quail, and then I always had a soft spot for bears. And probably it's not like I got to go shoot bears every year. I mean, whatever. But when you find out, when you hear you are a hunter, and there are, like when I met John and Jenny, and they were like, look, there are so many that need to be managed. I was like, man, that's cool. Let's go do a bear hunt. Had a great time and didn't get all heady with killing a bear. I mean, I know guys in Tennessee, in Gatlinburg, Joe. I mean, dude, they are darting black bears off, digging in. I mean, they're digging in candy, vending machines.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, dude, it's just a matter of time. Somebody's gonna walk up their balcony and they're gonna get got right there.
100%.
And they dart them and move them back into the Smoky Mountains. And then
You know what happened in New Jersey, right? The governor ran on this policy of banning the grizzly bear hunt. And he got in, or excuse me, the black bear hunt.
In Jersey.
In Jersey. Jersey has the most black bears per capita in the country, which is crazy. I'm going to send you something because I sent this to Cam last night. It's nuts. This dude just shot the state group.
so it's back in.
Yes, it's back in
Right.
immediately. Because they had so many interactions.
Joe, my mother lives in Mexico Beach, Florida, on the
There's a
Panhandle.
lot over there, too.
And they, like, trash cans turned over every day. Crazy amounts in South Georgia and Florida.
Yeah, that's it. So I have a photo of the bear, Jamie. I'm going to send it to you next to the dude who killed it. That's a good one. Here, I'll send this to you. But look at that. This size that bear. So this is in New Jersey. This is New Jersey. This is New Jersey. That's a 700-pound bear in New Jersey.
I didn't know they were up there that.
They're dense with bears.
Well,
I have
see,
a buddy who lives up there, so he's all the time.
So down in the furthest, most southern corner of Georgia, Bainbridge, Georgia, and all that, and then Mexico Beach, Florida, around Lake Seminole, and they're everywhere down
They're
there.
all. You got that photo of that dude laying next to it?
Yeah.
What size is that thing? No, that article says 800 pounds. That's from 7 Broadheads. That says 880, but
I'm
the other
so
article says
fucking
770.
And it's your loss. All these assholes who keep fucking banning me, you're fucking lost.
Well, it's, you know, like I said, I'm not,
That's perfect shot.
I think there's healthy numbers of all of it. And like I said, when I see, you know, when you see, you know, the wolves and elk,
Well, there's more than healthy numbers. Okay, there's
but you know what I'm saying?
770. Oh, gutted. 770 gutted. Oh, that's what it is. So they weighed in at 770 pounds gutted. So I think it was about 888. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, you see they got it in a slide. They put it in a, well,
That's crazy.
man, there's so many of,
And for people who don't know, people eat bear. And bears do.
yeah.
It
Well,
tastes good.
you know, the sad part about, I think, California, you know, the whole, you know, the gallbladder deal. I don't know much about that, but, you know,
Yeah.
it was a black market for black bear gallbladder.
Yeah, it's in some cultures,
Yeah.
they think it's medicine.
And, you know,
So they were killing black bears just for their gallbladder.
yeah, and
But I don't know. I think that was overblown. I don't think it's going to affect the population. I
Well,
was guessing, especially a place like New Jersey. How are you going to affect that population? They're everywhere there. You ever see the fights they have at Far Rockaway?
what's Far Rockaway?
Far Rockaway, New Jersey is like a nice suburb. It's like
And so they're
a nice
fighting-
neighborhood. Giant bears. Jim, pull that video up. Giant bears.
Well, did you ever
rolling up
see
this
the
guy's
guy-
front lawn.
Did you see the guy that filmed like the 10-minute grizzly fight?
This might be. Oh yes, I did see
That
that. That was insane. But that's where grizzlies are supposed to be. This isn't a fucking neighborhood. These are big bears, and they're duking it out on this guy's nice lawn. They go tumbling down the stairs, and they start fighting in the street, and people are watching. And they're probably fighting over trash cans.
Okay.
So look at the size of these fuckers. Imagine like you're watching TV and you're. So these dudes, they duke it out. This is like, Jamie, how long is this video? It's like a 10-minute video. 6-minute video. So 6 minutes, for 6 minutes, these dudes duke it out. They pile out into the street, they're biting each other, and this guy's filming from a car. And you see it as it like tumbles down, like, oh, yeah, so pull it down so when there's, so they come tumbling down the hill, you know, full UFC style, duking it out, passing by this guy's mailbox.
Look at him.
It goes on forever. And they're out in the street. This is a nice neighborhood. And you have huge predators in front of a mall wall. What the fuck? And this guy was trying to ban the hunt. Hey, pal, there's plenty of these bears. You should hunt them. Because if you don't hunt them, they're going to hunt you. But I
Well,
think
they're going to, you know, that's the thing. I think it's no different than, I mean, I grew up in South Georgia with gators, and
yeah,
you get one comfortable with you, man. It's
not good.
It is not good at all.
What's the problem what we're dealing with here is ballot biology. It's all people that are very emotional. Most of them live in cities. Before I ever hunted bear, before I ever hunted at all, I was like, kill a bear. What an asshole. You can asshole kill a bear. And then you get
Whitetail hunting, and I remember, man, you know, being a 14-year-old kid shooting a deer and having remorse, but then you need to have that remorse too as a hunter. You need to understand
you're taking a life.
Yes, and you need to, and I tell my boys that. My boys have grown up in it. Seriously, I'm like, hey, man, hold up.
That's right.
Let's just don't run up to it, chunk it in the machine, just do a little homage. Right. So go ahead with that.
Yeah.
But the remorse, go ahead.
The remorse is important. It's a part of the experience. Like you are now connected to the food that you're going to eat.
Right.
And I think that's what most people don't have. And I think that it's bad for us. I think all of human existence has been wrapped around hunting animals. And we hunted them ourselves. Most of the time the humans were human. And we had this deep connection to this animal because this animal was going to sustain our family. And they used it, they took the skin from it, and they made all kinds of things. They took the tendons, they made strings for bows, they made the fur. Yeah, they made the fur.
mean, it's what their clothes were made out of. They ate all the organs. They ate everything. It sustained everybody. And that was how people lived. And then when people stopped living like that, we got a little confused. I know people that eat meat. Like my wife was at dinner with her friends, and they're from England. And one of the friends said, "Where's your husband?" And she said, "Oh, he's elk hunting." And the guys made some sort, while he was cutting his steaks, made some sort of like, "Oh, that's atrocious. Why did you do that?" She goes, "Why are you eating meat? You paid a supermarket hitman to go kill that fucking steak." It's like, this is so stupid. But when you're removed from it culturally, and England is basically removed from it culturally, there's roe deer there, there's some stag, But for the most part, England has a very small hunting population, and I believe bow hunting is actually outlawed. It's outlawed in a lot of places in the world. It's outlawed in Scotland. It's outlawed in a lot of places. So there's like a deep ignorance as to what's going on and what it is, and then they have judgment based on these cultural norms. Like, and there's media depictions of hunters in movies. They're never the good guys. They're always pieces of shit. The hunters are always assholes. They're always drunk. They're always, trying to kidnap women or kill somebody, right? They're always like torturing an animal. There's always something where someone has to come in and fuck up the hunters. Because hunters they're portrayed as bad guys in movies.
Yeah, and listen, the success rate of the proper ethical things always went up. That you don't. The success rate doesn't always go like you wanted it to.
Right.
But the fact that hunters still are working every day just to keep hunting, and the fact that hunting is declining so bad.
It took a little uptick during COVID.
Yeah.
Because during COVID, people were like, "Hey, this fucking what if there's no food?" My buddy lived in Asheville, and he sent me a photo in the middle of the pandemic. He goes, "Dude," he goes, "there's no meat." And he was going down the meat aisle. He's like filming it. He's like, "There's no fucking meat."
One of the best things that's just naturally happened at our house. And my wife is, my wife's like typical housewife, plays tennis, great shape. Does it, when she kind of eats like a bird when she does it. But man, she will call me and she'll go, "Hey, let's have elk night." And because we keep our freezer in my garage and I've got all my tackle in there. And she has, through the years, understood, like, "Hey, I'm going to run out to the freezer. We're going to do taco night. I'm going to throw all the elk meat in the sink and start thawing it." And man, over the last 5 years, cattle and hamburger, tacos, spaghetti, bolognese, we haven't eaten in 5 years. And it takes you a minute to go, "Hey, put it in the freezer and then plan your dinner." We all get busy with kids and stuff like that, but I'm so proud of her that she'll call me and be like, "Hey, the freezer, you want me to get these tenderloins?" Because by the time I got 3 children that go out there with me now, and 2 or 3 of us get one. I mean, we got enough meat. Like, it's awesome.
It's the best food.
It's so good for it. Man, when you pat out an elk patty hamburger, like, your hands have nothing on it.
Right.
You could take beef patty and it's just like talking,
That's also what it is.
Right, which we got a big time and place for that. But it's pretty cool that elk gets that. And they still have to add a little bit of fat to elk just to keep it butt up.
I give a lot of meat away, and whenever I do get a text back, I get excited. People are like, "Damn, this is so good." And it makes me feel better. It does make me feel good. There's something about
and
energy.
Well, and when you can go like we at my place, at my deer place in Southern Tennessee, man, we make sure, man, I have a big walk-in cooler there, and if we're not going to take something in there, I got some red stag at my place in Tennessee. Yeah, I did a high fence down there. So between stag and whitetail and elk, we're moving meat around and making jerky.
That's the craziest thing.
It's the best.
It's not that elk sound was crazy. Elk sound's probably the craziest.
It's the best.
But I'm used to it. But the roar,
when you hear it,
Sounds like a lion.
It's cool to have stories. Give me a and roar. I bet our hero, Argentina, is a great place to go.
Yeah.
I had a lot of
We it's interesting because Tennessee is very, very strict on their whitetail.
Imagine if you were some dude and it's like 1,000 years ago. You don't know what the fuck that is.
So my 14-year-old has been going to Colorado with me since he was 5 or 6. And when they're that little, obviously they can't bow hunt, but we would get an elk down, and I'd let the boys hike up with me and tag the elk out. And one day we had another hunter with us going to get an elk, and my 2 little ones were following. And I said, well, we had an elk bugle, and I said, hey boys, stay right here. And they're 6 and 8. And we went up the hill, and I keep Tate right before I walked off. He goes, Dad, are they going to kill us if we sit here? So I was like, elk bugle. I mean, you can feel the bugles in the woods. I said, no, son. So we went up and tried to call this elk in, and then some elk did actually cross in front of them. They're 6 and 8 just sitting there, this big herd of elk coming by, and we come back. And I was watching, I see them sitting down there on this tall log that I put them on, and I got back and they were like, oh, so we're, I mean, you know, having your boys, I mean, that's what I live for, and to keep it, you know, and I just wish we could create a narrative where getting your children doing that with I mean, I don't know.
Well, hunting is a very difficult entry. It's very difficult.
It is.
If you're a person who's like listening to this, like I've never hunted before, but I'd like to learn how to do it. Good luck. It's very hard.
You're right.
It's very, very hard. It's very hard to find someone who's going to teach you, who has the patience to show you what to do. You've never shot a rifle before. It's very hard to understand, like, what is the difference between a 300 Win Mag and 7mm?
That is the tricky part, really, with all outdoors.
Yeah.
If you could bridge the gap between all parts of urban life and allow urban life to find a place to go. But when we went through a phase in outdoors where landowners were like, if you hunt my land and you twist your ankle and break your leg, you're going to sue me. So no, you're not allowed to come hunt my land. So all the deer get overpopulated, get all my crops. And then, so I think now states, I think Tennessee has put a law in to where some of those getting sued. Well, what I'm saying is that people's inability to go find somewhere to hunt too. I mean, so many people have a 50-acre farm, they can't afford it. But then I told the hunting community and even the whole outdoor community can make it more accessible, and landowners. I mean, I had this little lady that I wanted to turkey hunt. She had 60 acres that bordered like a 300-acre tract. And I'm also like, you may cross some of your property. Do you mind if I go? In her house is on the yard. She thought my shotgun was going to shoot through her house and kill her. And I had to spend 4 country, and she doesn't understand that a shotgun is not, and so, and the education of it all, just the bridge and the need for it, it gets greater and greater. And I tell my children all the time, I'm like, boys, there is no drug in the world. And I'm not a, I'm a pretty straight guy. I've never done much of that, but I said, I got a lot of crazy buddies that have, and when a big elk's walking, a big whitetail, they fish the adrenaline from that. No drug will replace it.
Nothing's like it. I've done some wild shit.
I've seen the documentation of the wild stuff.
I've done some wild shit. I'm gonna send you a video, Jamie, of something that happened last week. This is the best.
This is the best example. We had this elk, and he was out at about 50 yards. We snuck in on it. He was over the ridge at 50 yards. We could see the tips of his antlers moving around. I had my sight set at 50 yards, and as my friend was calling, my friend was at a tree that was about 20 yards from me. He came right in my lap. So it was one of those things where I had him range at 50, and then I see him coming in. He's coming in. I got him. I range him. Oh shit, he's coming in my lap. He just kept coming in. Watch this video. This is, you don't have it? Yeah. Modern technology. It didn't make it through. Oh, it's still going. Is that what it is? Okay. So I went through it. Did you go through it? Okay. That's not the spouse.
You want a little heavy or a mild?
So here it goes. Check this out. Comes over the hill. Like when I heard that, here he comes. So right about 50 yards.
What's your heart doing right now?
Right now I'm pretty calm because he's 50 yards.
Right.
But now I'm realizing he's not going to stop. So I range him again. Now he's at 40. He pauses for a second. He's standing around and I have to stop.
Oh yeah, so you're off to the right.
I'm off to the right and I'm pressed up against a tree. Full camo, hiding in plain sight. So now he's moving up. So now I'm like, oh shit, I'm moving my sight to 20. So now I move my sight to 20. And I'm trying to figure out the time to draw. So right here, I draw this return.
Oh,
And he sees the movement.
that's the other one, you
Perfect. That was it. Boom. It's like that, and there's so much nerves and so much like anxiety, and you range him and he's coming in. It's like, and you think he's going to be at 50, but all of a sudden he's at 20. And then it's like, don't punch the shot. Like, relax, execute a perfect shot.
Well, here's the beauty of all that in the outdoors. You know, when these are mild, they're good though. Man, when you kind of conquer one level of fishing or hunting, then there's another one in the space in. You know what I'm saying? You can go right. And what I say is, I mean, from the elk hunter that I was 10 years ago, like took so much work to even get percent knowledgeable elk hunter to a 60%. Now, like how that elk's reacting, because I've done it for 11, 12 years now, and I've taken my boys. Well, so when you get tired of whitetail hunting, and whitetail hunting gets rudimentary, then go try to dig in and take it to the next level to challenge yourself. That's what's so fun about, like, when I was always a bass fisherman, never fly fisherman with that.
You tie your own flies?
I like a little bitty itch. Oh, yeah.
It's a real art form.
Totally one of the most rewarding things you can do.
Sure.
You make your own fly and trick
a big ass fish.
A big fish with it.
Yeah. My only problem with fly fishing is a lot of it is catch and release. And I'm like, it's fun. I know it's fun. You're basically just fucking with fish. You're just fucking with them. Like, I could have killed you, bitch. You know?
Well,
I get it.
The handling of the trout, like when I was, I grew up bass fishing. The bass flies out of the water. We grab it, and as kids, we're like, oh, with the, you catch a trout, and it's like a team in the delivery room comes in to hold the brand new baby, or they treat newborns. They're slapping newborns around and getting their lungs going before you miss out with trout. But the whole mystique of trout and all of this stuff is just man, it's outlets for all of us. I mean, I remember when I moved to Nashville, man, my dad, he kept me fishing and hunting, and he wound up being a pretty dang successful business guy. And he told me, he goes, dude, when you mention, don't forget to go do that stuff. And, for about 2 or 3 years, man, I didn't. I was focusing on my career. But now as I roll out, as I'm kind of, it's been the highlight. And the fact that 3 boys landed in my life, like, my wife's like, it's not even fair that you have, he's really been stressed at school and he wants to hunt this thing. And she's like, I know you're game. But
we're so lucky in this country too. There's so much places that are public land. That's another thing that Europe doesn't have, and that's what Robin Hood was all about. People think Robin Hood was steal from the rich and give to the poor. No, it's about hunting land. There was all these deer, and Robin Hood would go out and whack deer. Like that was the story about Robin Hood. It really wasn't about stealing money. It was really about hunting land.
Right.
They don't have that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but that's why it's so fucked over there. That's why they don't have this attitude.
And that's why you hope the whole education of hunting and landowners and conservation of the animals and all the land ties into where landowners need to have a better understanding. Man, give this old boy a break. Get this guy that just knocked on your door and asked permission the good old fashioned way. And give him a break and let him take his son or go hunt, and don't hoard your 15,000 acres too.
Right. Like that. But hopefully he's a good guy. That's the problem also is that assholes ask for permission and then do something stupid. Dude,
I had a guy shoot a stag one of the first year I put my stag in my hand, shot him right off the road. He left him. Man, you talk about pissed.
Right off the road, just shot him and left him. Yeah, see, there's people like that out there.
It's the bad apples, they're out there.
You do that to a stag too. God, it's so awful.
Yeah.
And the meat is so sensational. That meat is going to go to waste. That's so crazy.
Man, I guess enough whiskey and an old back road and a rifle, you'll
education, bad childhood, all the above.
Well,
all the above.
But yeah, I look at I've got Till, my nephew. He's lived with me since he was 12, and then Till's 22 now, and Bo's 16, and Tate is 14. And Till was 15 when he killed his first elk. The rule has been if you can pull 55 pounds, you're ready to hunt. And so Bo is a lot bigger than Tate. When he was 13 and 14, so Bo, my 13-year-old, killed a full-grown elk at 13.
Whoa. With a bow?
With a bow.
Whoa.
Totally the friggin' most badass thing I've ever seen. And then
just to be that young and be able to execute the shot.
Did it, and he earned it. And like I said, I've been hiking them up those hills. That's what another, like the hunting and the killing is that, man, when you pack out a damn 800-pound animal. The first time I packed my elk, dude, when I got to the Polaris, I was sobbing, like from exertion, like delusion, because we took a wrong turn, we hit a big aspen blowdown, and I had to tote the head and the cape out, and I had to walk over blown down aspens with that cape. And once we got 500 yards into the blowdown, and man, we got that bug in, all the elk hunting guys. They're the toughest dudes.
Oh yeah, they're doing.
They're grizzled. They're the toughest guys. I tell people, man, I get called to a serious. I get called in a serious war. I'm calling my elk guy. That's what it's called. So, but it's and I didn't grow up ever thinking I'd have the opportunity or the ability to go hunt elk. But once you start doing it, but man, this week Thursday I killed my biggest whitetail I ever did. And I'm so like overwhelmed by killing it I don't even know if I enjoyed it yet because it kind of happened fast. But it's just so fun. We
How big is it?
It was big.
Yeah.
So listen now, and so I didn't post it because it's obviously in my high fence, and but man, this deer was willing to do anything, whatever herd you had, when you whatever wild Tennessee deer you have, you have to grow. And man, this deer, Joe, when he was 2 years old, we were, what in the fuck? What a UFO ship dropped this off in here. He started with huge mass, different looking genetics, and we watched him we grew him we feel like over the moon about this guy. I know.
That's a huge deer.
How
big is your property?
It's I guess altogether 11, probably 1,200 acres.
So that is much more space than a deer.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: we put about 18 red stag in there. We don't know how many. Yeah, he might have crossed a hybrid. Yeah. Dude, we will ride around. We hag and we'll try to thin them out. Joe, we can't find them. Literally, we'll spend a day. I'm like, hey, grab the rifle. We're going to pull up here, walk this bottom. Can't find them. There's 60 of them in there. We hunted them for 4 days this weekend. We killed them, 2. So 1,200 is,
it's much larger than a deer.
Yeah, and listen, there are a million ways you can criticize me for having the high fence, but I have low fences that we bounce back and forth on the low fences because that's fun as hell too, to not know what's walking in. The main thing is I wanted my boys to have the ability to make Texas. Big. I love South Texas deer hunting. I learned I leased a South Texas place down here, and then I learned having young children in my schedule, man, to go own a South Texas ranch, commit that much to a South Texas ranch, and get 5 days there wasn't my thing. So to my love for South Texas whitetail. So
you can keep it close.
Keep it close. It's 55 minutes. It's a retreat. I get down there. Starlink has ruined us because now we have internet. But before that, man, we pull in the holler down there, and you have to drive up to the hill to make a phone call. But Elon saved us on that stuff.
The new Starlinks.
The first time we saw the satellites come over, we were at elk camp. My nephew Teal, he's 21, and we're all liquored up, and my nephew goes, guys, I know we've been drinking all day, but what in the hell is coming toward us right now? And we were like, and we had one guy in the group was like, God damn, that's Elon Musk. And we watched it go over, and we were like, we talked for the first time this year.
So easy to set up like 5 minutes, and we're online.
My wife, when I went to elk camp, my wife was like, all right, I'll see you. I'll talk to you in 6 days. First, set the Starlink out, FaceTime.
Yeah.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Crazy.
Yeah.
My buddy was deer hunting recently in South Texas. And he said on 3 different occasions a week, their deer got bumped by illegals. He said it was crazy. He said illegal aliens just moving through the ranch. He said they have, swarm every day.
I hunt South Texas every year, and the ranch we went to last year, at any given moment, you can drive and pick up 50 bags. That ranch looks like, This ranch was closer to the border than I've ever been, and there are piles of backpacks and tarps. You know, they'll take tarps and put the tarp out, and they'll wait in the day, and then they get picked up at night typically. But when they get picked up, they jump the backpack and like that. The ranch I was at, they have to have a full-time team of people just going around picking up backpacks and keeping trash off the ranch.
My buddy who has a ranch in South Texas found a dead guy. Found a guy ran out of water. Just died on his ranch.
And it's heartbreaking because if anybody, dude, you can't imagine having to walk through that brush to get freedom.
Right.
Because when I get
know
back,
where you're going.
you know where you're going. You probably have kids.
Yeah.
Dude, when I leave South Texas, I'm pulling cactuses out of my ass for a month.
Yeah.
Especially if you do, you go rattle for them and stuff. Man, it's
You got about rattlesnakes. You got everything else and stuff.
and when water, when you think about, man, you get your water rations.
Yeah.
You miss that.
Yeah. You could zig when you should have zagged. Didn't have to let it water, especially down there. And it was in the summer, so 105 degrees outside. This poor dude just died. And they found him.
Well, every ranch I went to, they're encountering two deaths a year, 15 to 20. Most of the time, they come up to the main headquarters needing water, and when they get to you, or that's been my experience with talking to ranch managers down there. They're very, they're not. I don't think they're there to create any problems. They just want, hey, we need some water.
The vast majority of them are just trying to get a better life. And we would be doing it too. Could you imagine if you live in a third world country with kids and you realize you can get to America and you get a good job and you got to figure out how to do it? Yeah, I would do it. We would all do it. We would all do it. It's just the craziness of not knowing where you're going in South Texas, which is so vast. I mean, I think it's one of those things that people talk about. It's almost like talking about space. Like, oh, the galaxy is 200 million stars or 200 billion stars. It doesn't make sense because it's like it's too big for you to understand. If you had to walk through South Texas, it's South Texas. Well, Texas itself is bigger than like multiple countries in Europe. Yeah.
Well, I think, and even imagine before, like, the oil booms and oil rigs and stuff like that, now they have a little bit of visual lights to walk to.
Right.
I mean, imagine just striking out.
Just taking
crossing the Rio Grande.
Hoping, or maybe you come with someone who went through it before and have a vague memory of what's the best way to get to a creek.
I don't know. I mean, we've been there, and the guys they open box blinds, deer hunting towers and the box blind. And man, you gotta feel so sorry for them. I mean, how bad? Dude, I remember when I was 15, 16 years old processing Cubans, where it's so bad that you're gonna fucking piece together a raft, and you're gonna give it a go for Miami.
Right.
I remember being 16 going, how bad must that be? How bad must that be?
Pretty fucking bad.
Pretty fucking bad.
Their case is a little different because they're running from a communist dictatorship. And they're like, that's why the most Republican motherfuckers in this country are Cubans. Cubans go hard. They're like, we've seen what all this socialist horse shit comes down to. And it comes down to government control over every aspect of your life, and they enforce it with violence. Now everybody has an equal amount. That's all nonsense. That's the hook. But the reality is the government everything, and you are fucked. And they always live in big ass houses, and they eat great food. And everybody
and it's everywhere. It's from Africa to Cuba to
Venezuela.
Yeah. That whole.
Have you ever hunted in there?
I haven't, but I know I will. I could go on this show and I'm not like one of those guys that's like thinking about an elephant or lions and all that. I love the fun because, man, to be able to, when my boys get a little older, we can do a proper 2 month. Currently, sports and my children have ruined my hunting life because my boys are going to play all the sports. But when we can get I'd love to do them a gap year and let's go do a true safari.
Yeah.
And not when I say safari, that doesn't mean I want to go like hunt 60 days. I want to do like I want to see all of the Serengetis and all of the animals and take in the animals for a month and have like about 2 or 3 days where all the boys go get the true plains game. Yeah, and I would look. It's a cool story. My pilot, my lead pilot is South African, and during COVID, man, to tell his mother bye. And at this point, I just kind of got to know AJ, and man, I always heard that South Africans are pretty badass dudes. And at the time, I was learning that AJ's a pretty altogether. No, well, he got with me. He goes, look, man, it's still, it may have been his mother or his wife's mother, but I called some local guys, some local Congress guys in Tennessee, and we can permission to get down there, and he had to tell, it's like, Luke, I now owe you a Cape Buffalo. And I was like, what? He goes, my family has a big ranch. We're over on Cape Buffalo, and one of my Cape Buffalo. So, dude, that's just kind of the way he's wired. But he's gonna help us with some safari stuff.
Don't they call them the Black Death?
Yeah, now they are bad. Yeah, you don't just go running up them.
Yeah,
like with your not your shit together.
Yeah, it's like a 1,800-pound animal, right?
Maybe bigger, and like
all muscle. So Cam and Adam Greentree, they went up to Australia. Australia has like an infestation of Asian buffalo. They have I forget which type of buffalo it is, but so someone introduced it, like all the animals in Australia. Yeah, a lot of the mammals were introduced, and they have no natural predators. So they have these buffalo up there everywhere. Cam said he shot one, and they went rock lakes, like bathing in that shit, filtering water, eating whatever fish they caught.
It's Cam's new version of pushing himself. Now he's gonna.
I think it was Adam's idea.
Oh, okay.
He's a psycho too. So both of them are perfect together. So he said he had just chewing up. So that's how tough they are. He said it took forever to eat that thing.
The true form of that's even a whole nother level of it's going to take you. You feel.
Yeah, but there's no dry aged buffalo.
Oh, that's a big sound with the taste of.
I mean,
because most plains animals in Africa, they say they are far beyond animals as far as the meat, like your kudos and your. I'm drawing a blank on all the next. This is stuff that I'm like totally elementary in because I don't
want to eat, but all delicious.
Right? Yeah.
Like I shot a meal guy a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And tigers eat them.
Right. Did you ever eat the meal?
Yeah, it's delicious.
And the meat is like a more vivid red color to it than even all elk and stuff.
Well, it's all delicious. So my favorite is still elk, but another one's axis deer. They get hunted by tigers. They're some of the best tasting animals. Axis deer are delicious. Well, I think cats are smart, just like bears are smart too. Salmon's delicious.
Sit there and pick them off.
They know what
well, have you done Africa? Are you going to do it?
like to. I'd like to go over to Africa.
So Cam was he kind of your catalyst, and God, I mean, it's like you had
Jordan teaching me.
Yeah, Michael Jordan teach you how to shoot free throws. Yeah, it's so fun though. But even with guys, I tell you what, Martin, the duck hunting, and you talk about. I mean, learning to blow a duck call. When you get next to somebody that blows a duck call, and you blow yours, and the room starts laughing at you, like. Take your duck call off and put it in your bedroom and leave it when we go hunting. And I'm like, dude. I've been working on this, and it's so funny, but
It's like elk.
yeah.
Someone who sucks at Googling, like you hear like what the fuck? What's that?
I mean, it's like you walking in with a tutu on.
I love duck hunting too. I've never done it, but I love the idea of it because you're sneaking.
I got given a chocolate lab about 8 years ago. And here comes this wormy ass chocolate lab into my home. Scrawny. And since then, oh my God, that damn animal has thrust me into.
Yeah. Have to go for the dog.
Yeah, for the
The
dog.
dog needs some duck hunting in itself.
And my wife is he's pushed a porcelain pound cake, ate the pound cake and the porcelain dish, and X-ray 100 shards of porcelain. The vet's like, put in the yard, and if he makes it, if he lives, call me back. He lived, and now I have duck. My boy, so, and we're in the house blowing duck calls. My wife's like, my wife's like the 4 boys in the house, all blowing duck calls. She's like,
so do you have one of them setups where you're like hiding in one of those shacks?
Well, yeah, we have elevated blinds that are brushed in and some brush, and then we have pit blinds that are, when you get down in a pit blind, water level, and then, we have, there's experiences where you wade in the wood, down in the woods, and man, it's just, and it's, the thing that really makes duck hunting with let's just say you got your buddies from way back, and there's 5 of you, and you're sitting there smoking cigars, and it's very social too. Drinking coffee, it's 15 degrees, coffee, you work the ducks, they light in front of you. Kill them, dog gets some, brings the duck back. Yeah, this is pretty good shit right there.
Are you good at cooking them?
Yeah, man. The thing about it, when you do, your grain ducks, your ducks that feed on rice, and you eat like a diver duck that eats essentially minnows. Yeah, you don't eat that. You can cook a goose. You know the story about how to cook a goose?
No.
Well, you get a big pot and you put a bunch there, and you boil the goose, and you pull the goose out and eat cinder block. You can make.
I thought goose was like
a Christmas
goose.
A speckled goose, speckle bellies, but like a mallard and a wood duck. Oh man, with jalapeno and cheese and bacon wrap. Nothing's bad when you do that. But
my friend
Jesse Griffiths, who runs this restaurant out here called Die Due. It's fantastic. And he serves a lot of wild game. And Jesse came on this hunt with us with Steve Ranella down in South Texas. And Jesse cooks in diver. And
whoever the hell Jesse is,
he's a wizard. He's a real chef.
Ryan Seacrest, he's like, hey man,
Ryan Seacrest, the radio guy?
yeah, my guy, yeah, at American Idol. And Seacrest, hey, I've got like, he goes, dude, I booked this at EMP 11 Madison Park, number one restaurant downtown. Adam was Ryan was taking me and Katie and Lionel to dinner, and I've never been to certainly the number one of the kitchen. And dude, they have ducks, wall, because all of your French cuisine, the real centerpiece is duck. That's like the Dutch cuisine. Well, dude, I see these. I see all these ducks, and I'm like, what are y'all doing? He goes, man, we're aging. So they get these. Now they're getting probably they're getting farm raised organic and their own ducks.
I've heard of that. Like pheasants too.
Of the guts, pull out of the meat.
Well, it adds a flavor to it apparently.
And dude, man, I eat duck.
Sketches me out.
And, well, here's the tricky part, because dude, I don't even know if I enjoyed my meal because I picked the chef's brain because I wanted to figure out what works in all my ducks I killed and age them properly. But what you do got to worry about is when you shoot them, you're putting, it's good. The guts are going right through, kind of in the meat a little bit. So that gets
that's different.
I ain't got that good all headshot yet, but
when these guys are aging them, what's the temperature in the room?
I think it's like a just above. They're not freezing them. I think it's however you would dry age a cow. So like 40 degrees and 13, 15 days with the guts in it. And then
15 days with the guts. I've heard that people hang their pheasants until their heads fall off. That's when they cut them up. Who figured that out? Like, who was the bold bastard?
It's the guy that 15 days. Right. Yeah, and it is fascinating in pheasant. And when you look at pheasant and quail and shuckers and Hungarian partridge, you're talking about the end all of it. Not being the top of it. That's what you're like. Well, I think when you look at the pheasants, they call them prairie chickens, and they're beautiful, wider, and less gamey. So,
if you have Sandhill crane,
yeah,
I didn't have it, but it's crazy. Look at it; it does look like steak. It's a red meat,
and they're creatures too, man. When you take your lab Sandhill crane hunting, you gotta fit them with goggles.
For the poker around.
I just got in a golf course property down in Florida, and we sold our beef to this place, and I fly down to tour the property, and I'm like, yeah, what did I do with all these Sandhill cranes? And they're like, what do you mean? It felt like that's the rib out of the sky, bro. He's like, he looked. What? They are on this one.
You can't shoot Sandhill cranes at Florida, but you don't shoot alligators?
Unless they're lying to me because they're scared, I'm going to go, have a psychotic episode and go running out there to the golf course with the guns.
Maybe it's just the area where you're at. You couldn't shoot.
They may be in certain counties, but even in Tennessee, Florida Senate taking
the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
Look at that shit.
Wow, state rule, blah, blah, blah. Intentional feeding of Sandhill cranes is prohibited. Wow,
in Tennessee we have guys that got them, and I think it's a draw tag. You can draw, you can put in to draw a single crane tag, and then they make a very distinct something like that. And dude, you can hear them, and I'll hear them coming over my phone. And God, if that's the wrong one I just made, I'm gonna get. Sounds good. I'm gonna. You got it. Whoa! I love this guy. I didn't even want to. That's them. No, that's yeah, that. Yeah, hear that?
Yeah. What a fucking cool animal. It sounds like something from Avatar.
There's beaks.
Yeah.
Those are Labrador Retriever blinders right there. They're
How big are dogs?
man. Oh my gosh, this is like
We're gonna find it.
Samuel Crane goggles for labs. That'd be great.
Does it? How's it secure on? I'm thinking about a dog's face.
I guess you've seen those dogs in those sidecars on the motorcycle. On the motorcycle, probably that rig. But
I think that's the same.
that's like that's an Aspen.
That's your dog's.
You can tell me you can hire a guy and they'll take you and they'll kind of get them coming in an area. Like I think those Snuggies are probably the same.
Look at their goggles all scratched up too.
Right.
Dogs need to have their eyes protected.
Yeah. So when you get when you got your golden, but man, if you get your lab, you beware of that because
I'm sure I would be. Also, I love duck.
On the grill, marinated probably for a day or two.
That's the difference.
You got to plan.
That's the duck. I'm telling you, this duck is sensational.
Well, and that's what you got to watch in all wild games, man. Plan it, preparation, and man, you just can't beat it.
Yeah, you got to know what you're cooking, how to cook it, especially if you're cooking something that has low body fat. You got to make sure you cook it nice and slow. You know, that's one of the great things about things like the Traeger. You can just set it for 265. Leave it. The new one's fantastic. Everything on top so smoky and delicious. If you know what you're doing.
Dad, 4th of July. I think he was drunk and had us on 4th of July because he stayed up smoking the Boston butter. And man, he had that old charbroil out there. And he'd get up with his vinegar and all this shit, and he would wake up all night before the 4th and smoke them butts, man. And now you just walk out, put that thing on 220, and wake up at 8 a.m.
The app tells if you're low on fat.
What are we doing?
It's crazy. It's so much easier. There's something that men are attracted to, like cooking over wood, though. Like an actual fire.
We're in the heart of it here. I mean, these guys take a damn, they glue 4 propane together and have a smokestack. And the guy that, what's our guy that does our charity event? I can't believe. I'll come up with him, but Mark texts me. He comes and
he's got some awesome rubs.
He's got all that, but then what's funny is, he pulled up to our charity event with his big smoke on Musk style engineering on this thing. It's pretty, man, they get up there and they'll look at not like us. That's our version of having a tutu on.
Frank Black's is the #1 barbecue place in the country. It's on the country. And they have just line after line these giant propane tank smokers.
And they're just churning it out.
Ribs and spare ribs.
When I moved to Nashville, I'd never even heard of brisket. Really? We only knew pork barbecue, and it's just so when I moved to Nashville, and then like there's some dude there with a Texas brisket restaurant in Nashville. I'm like, what are you talking about brisket? And this was 2001. I moved to Nashville. This is how we talk about the ways of the world changing. I mean, it's like, dude, I lived in a section, and everybody, not at Georgia, Alabama, they didn't. Brisket was like,
I think brisket was originally a German thing. I think it's like with the sauce of the meat. Well, the smoker thing came certainly from German immigrants. They came to Texas. That's where the origin of the barbecue out here is. And the cuts that nobody else wanted. They take these cuts that nobody else wanted and turn them into something. They just had to do it over time, and now it's like a preferred cut. You know, if you go to Terry Black's, the brisket's sensational.
Probably cooking, the preferred cuts of like which cut of the brisket would you like, not the old blank meat down there. You probably get the ribeye and all that.
Just how long you cook it for. How do you cook, what temperature, and they wrap it and they unwrap it. They have it down to a science. And then at the key is you want to be able to fold it over your finger and not like.
See, our deal was just always smoke a big pig, smoke a pig, not the ones big as this table, but
On
and walk up there on the family reunion, and all the women were grossed out because you're just pulling the big pig, the big You can pull that meat off a pig. It's like that.
The good thing about wild pigs too, so they're always like the person that you can hunt wild pigs.
So
you're always awesome.
Our place in we've got a quail hunting place in down the heart of South Georgia. Tons of swamps. We were which all the math, and I'm sure you brought it up on how many 30 days. And then we would have them roll through our front yard, $30,000 damage.
Yeah.
And for anybody out there listening, we mounted lights in all the trees around our whole lodge. When you split and had one wild hog root up our yard fence.
Really?
They will not. It's a great tactic.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and when somebody told him, some good old boy told him, you would walk out 300 land right before our looked like a cluster.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, they're bad.
In Texas alone, it's millions and millions of dollars in crops every year. They shoot them out of hell. You ever seen it? You ever done that? The most unfair type of hunting that's ever existed.
My boys. And, I hope you have gear for that E4 warfare after doing that. I'm like, but the guy that you get to fly around and man, he has to thin them out every year. But it's so fun doing it out of a helicopter. You don't want to thin out because you keep wanting to, you keep wanting to do it a little bit. But it's you hadn't done that yet.
No, I'm still. I just mostly know that.
Well, our pig stuff in Georgia, it's fun because you can go on a deer hunt, and shoot some deer with a bow, and then we'll take a rifle, and late in the evening, the hogs will come in, and
I know a lot of guys shooting with nighttime.
Yeah, and then we have guys with trap doors that trap them and stuff like that. So, I mean, they're wildlife. I never will forget, right when like maybe iPhones come out and you get your iPhone news updates, and then I never even knew what the magazine like the New Yorker was, or like going through and I see feral pigs, and it was a huge article done by a guy, editor of the New Yorker. I mean, he did a great job with that article and just went through. Years ago, I read that article about, the feral hog problems, and you would think I don't know. I would think the New Yorker leans quite left, but the fact that this guy wrote the article from a perspective of huge problem need to be dealt with was pretty badass take on it. So,
well, once people see the sheer numbers, they're so overwhelming that you go, wait a minute, how are you gonna stop this? How are you gonna stop it from multiplying continually every year? Well, you're not. There's places that you're not going to get to.
Well, in Georgia and these swampy deals, you can helicopter them there. So that's when you get these old boys with your dogs, and they run off in the
That'll help, but even then.
So Joe, here's another thing. You think about this. So when I started my high fence, the year that I started it, our turkey population in Tennessee, which it's been going through hell, and you'll hear this. The turkey population in Tennessee was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I mean, eastern turkey hunting, one of the most beautiful things in the wildlife the state of Tennessee has. And my turkey population is amazing and still is, but we hired a guy and he put 110 traps out. 110. And night one had over 100 varmints, coons, possums, armadillos in the traps night one.
So they're just killing the turkeys.
They eat the eggs.
Yeah.
They're a turkey lays 12 to 14 eggs. Now listen, I found this out this year. This is going. If I can get a couple of nuggets that you hadn't learned yet, that's kind of the goal for the day. So, and turkey does not lay their eggs all at the same time.
Really?
They lay their eggs one day at a time. They lay it next to a water source. They go to the water source, hold the water in their mouth, drip the water on the eggs periodically, using the water to hatch them at the same time. Because a hen turkey, if she had to hatch, all the eggs hatch at the same time. But if she had to hatch them for 12 days, she could never keep them corralled. So she manipulates with water. And if I'm wrong, now this is a biologist that told me this. Now, I heard this year. Totally blew my mind. So in the nest, and I've walked up on them, they got 12 or 13 of them sitting there beautifully. And whatever that hen does, she manages those eggs to hatch at the same time. And maybe, now like a tortoise, I guess, or a beach turtle or whatever, I think they spit them all out that night. A hen turkey does not. Well, so one armadillo rolls by that nest. That's a wrap. She just lost them all. And so there's a big study that went on in Tennessee about the decline of the turkey population.
So what do they do about that? They
first of all, trapping now is so rare. Trapping, the art of trapping has gone down quite a bit, and the arm of and I'm not even bringing up coyotes in Tennessee, but so yeah, if they can loosen up, Tennessee can loosen up their trapping laws and make it more available, and you just got to thin out those. Armadillos in Tennessee, you would never. Man, we woke up and we can ride around and shoot 30 a night. Really, armadillos 30 on a crazy. Man, I wouldn't recommend touching them. They say they do, but That may,
People eat them?
I've never heard of that, but you probably can find
They
somebody.
definitely eat raccoons.
They definitely eat raccoons, and definitely, I don't know about possums, but if you're eating a possum, your ass is hungry. So, raccoons, I mean, in Georgia where we grew up, had several old timers, man, that get McCain. It was always a kind of a party deal, you know.
What does raccoon taste like?
I've never had. I mean, well, we got an old buddy down there. He's like, you know what bald eagle tastes like? Owl. So I guess you could say raccoon. You know, I had a buddy of mine tell a game warden that joke. It didn't go over well. So, but there's a lot of shit that people eat. The people would go, what? Yeah, I mean, you're talking about. Yeah, I saw somebody do the pig deal with a full gator.
Oh, I've seen that before.
And I hadn't done that. I've had gator tail, but I hadn't
take
had
a giant smoker and put a gator in
the
there.
whole thing.
Yeah.
They skin it and all that.
So its mouth.
Yeah. You know what's crazy in Georgia? There's a place, rural. So all the chicken farms down there, huge chicken farms, all of them. Well, what do you do with the chicken cars? Well, I mean, there's a lot that used to grind them up, feed them back to chicken. Some of them, they feed them to gator farms.
Oh wow!
They put them in a limb shredder.
Oh wow!
Now you talk about the most foul smell on the planet. Go into a gator farm warehouse. Just, buddy,
just rot.
Nothing can replicate. Maybe the Surstramen challenge can replicate. You know, the whole Surstramen joke thing. But what's that? You've seen where the guys pop the lid on the Swedish fish?
No.
Oh, dude. Surstramen? What is it? Oh, we did it at our deer camp. It's like an aged Swedish fish that's rotten in a can.
It's aged
for years, like a sardine. And so, yeah, the Surstramen challenge. Dude, we caught that, man.
Do people fish with them? They use it for bait, like for
look. That people eat that. Wow. And if you can stay in the room with it,
have you tried it?
Dude, no one. I was outside 15 yards from it, throwing up in front of it.
All right, we gotta order some games.
I'm glad I didn't get you.
Might eat it on Fight Game.
But
well, Denver's they're on the verge of passing a no fur law. So if Denver passes a no fur law, what are they gonna do about cowboy hats that have beaver skin lining? And then if you're gonna say no fur, how are you gonna say no fur but you're allowing leather? So skin is okay as long as you take the furry part off. Is the furry part? If you know what you fucking the chaos that would ensue if you outlawed leather. Everybody's belt is illegal. Everybody's shoes are illegal. All Air Jordans are illegal.
Calling it illegal.
Illegal. Yeah, they're trying to pass a law. They're trying to pass a law where they ban fur.
Sorry.
They've done it. I mean, they've done it other ways.
Like I said, where is it? Joe, I don't.
It just keeps going. That's the problem.
When I'm in America,
it never fucking ends.
When I'm at a I'm not.
Keep pushing. It'll get to you can. It'll get to. You can get as crazy as you can ever imagine. There's animal rights people. The thought that you would have biological males competing against females in high school sports, and that's everywhere. And if you complain against that, you're a bigot. You're seeing the craziest of crazy things. It's people that think that pedophiles are minor attracted persons. And talk about this as university professors teaching classes. It's been recorded. People have seen it. It's not everywhere, but it's enough where you go, I see where this goes if it keeps going. Because nothing. The transgender person was a rare person with gender dysphoria. It was very rare, and there wasn't a lot of hatred towards those people. Wasn't a thing that people worried about. Now there is, because everybody's like, what the fuck? Why is this in schools? Why are you having them? There was a recent pool tournament where it was a women's pool tournament. In the semifinals, it's two trans women competing against each other. Two men, two biological men that wear lipstick, competing against each other in a women's tournament. It's crazy. So I would have never thought that would be possible. So it can get to the point where there's like meat. It can get to the point where meat, there's this demonization of meat. You keep hearing about it all the time. Meat is the number one source of carbon. It's fucking complete total horseshit. It's not even number two. It's not number three. It's not even fucking close.
Cow farts.
Yeah, it's the dumbest shit ever. And by the way, all of that is factory farming. Regenerative farming is actually carbon. There's a whole reason why there's a balanced ecosystem of cows eating grass and the grass fermenting in their stomach and them creating manure. And that's actually good for the environment, and everything feeds off everything. There's a system that nature has evolved for millions of years. That's the normal way it's supposed to be done. And we're living in a crazy time.
Yeah, when you think of Denver and Colorado and the outdoors, man, you kind of appreciate everybody's opinion of, the it's a so old term, the granola is, but it ain't granola no more. I mean, it's
We're getting a lot further than granola. Granola used to be normal until they see, the thing is, those people are weird, and you can say there's only 10 of them in this town, 5 of them in that town. Well, now there's hundreds of them. They think that they're activists. So they think that they're doing something good. And you start saying, no meat, no more meat, no unchapped meat. What are you going to do with these cows? What are you going to do? You're going to let them go extinct? You're going to castrate all the bulls? Or are you going to let some of them breed? How are you going to make this distinction? What are you going to do with all those people that work at the butcher shop? What are you going to do with all those people that work at the meat process? All those jobs, all those families, all their income, all their business. These people have like the most minimal understanding of the system and these wolves. They think wolves are beautiful. Yay! The governor is releasing the wolves. Like, yay! He likes the happy.
Yeah, they're gonna be saying yay when they're down. I don't know, dude.
The dog's getting eaten.
Dog, everything.
Yeah.
Dude, let me tell you
Well,
something.
not only that, they brought in wolves that had a history of killing cattle. The wolf they brought into
It's
Colorado.
no different than the grizzly focusing on humans. And man, I live just south of Nashville. We got 180 acres. I've got neighborhoods all around us, man. About every now and then, email goes out. Little Fluffy's gone.
Coyotes.
We put 6 coyote traps out on my farm one night. 6 for 6.
Wow.
And let me tell you what else is a little vicious son of a bitch. A fucking otter.
Oh, yeah. Otters will fuck you up.
Let me tell you, buddy, those things are, I mean, Joe, I'm so, we should do all this stuff. Man, we'll have otters come up into my bass pond. I'm talking about they're fucking gone, the fish, in 3 nights. The fish are gone. And the otters eat one and play with the other ones that they keep.
Wow.
And like you go by my lake, like I have an all-female bass lake at my house, which this is a whole nother fun deal. They will roll through there and eat my all-females and just throw them up on the bank. There's carcasses. Well, you get 4 otters in your pond on a 17-acre lake. They'll eat 20 bass a night. And the problem is you don't know you've been got till you've been got.
Wow.
And to grow a 10-pound bass is about $3,000. And think about it, I've been loving on these damn fish. I've been walking out there making sure they're happy, so them up, catch them. Yeah, and them otters roll. So if you have an overflow, a spillway on your farm, and it runs through your farm and dumps into a major river body of water, and that otter swims by that water, dumping in that river, he is up that river, he's up that spillway into your land. He has got you. Wow. And we'll put traps out there, and then we just keep coming. Wow. Keep coming. And I'm talking about otter pelts. I mean, like the prettiest thing you've ever seen.
So do you turn them into coats or anything?
I mean, we've got enough where, we've got them skinned out in freezers and rolled up in our freezers, and my farm guys, I mean, I think but the sad part is the mark, because everybody's scared to say they got a damn otter pelt.
Yeah.
But
yeah, fur, it's fur, man. If it's got hair on it, leather's fine.
None of it's fine.
But leather's fine with people. No one has a problem. Nobody gets mad at leather. All it is fur with no fucking hair on it. The same.
And them little rascals drop on that
You're
river.
running wildlife management.
I love it, man. It's so fun. It's so damn fun. It's totally, and it is not for myself. You can't. My enjoyment is to watch the kid, my buddies, my children's friends come enjoy it too. Yeah. My sons will bring a buddy home from school, and next thing you know, Tate and his 13-year-old buddy are shooting bows in the front yard all weekend. And this kid, who doesn't have a dad that hunts or has the ability, next thing you know, I got my Tate's buddy James, his 8th consecutive weekend at my house hunting. Just live shooting bow and arrows.
You show him how to shoot correctly.
Got him dialed in. He shot his first doe this weekend.
Nice.
Just so fun. And so when you meet these guys that they don't let anybody else enjoy it, I don't like those guys either.
Yeah.
And I love to enjoy it with people. The bass fishing thing's a blast. But my lake in Georgia, it's going to be about 35 acres, and I think we'll do an all-female lake down there.
Why all people?
So
that way they can't breed.
Your females are you put them in, and if you don't let them eggs, and when they lay them, they just have a male, not the eggs.
That's right, of course.
So if you get a male in there, then you have a natural thriving.
He'll eat the babies too, though, right?
A bass will forage on themselves.
Yeah.
And but male bass. Now I have 3 lakes that are naturally their own ecosystem, where we have to. I've got an 82-acre bass lake that we have to catch 35 bass a year just to keep them from not choking themselves out.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's friends. Dude, we have bass roundups, and we get out there and we catch them, and we'll load up coolers and take them into the wood towns and give them, giving them a problem.
It's a weird thing with largemouth bass, too, because a lot of people don't eat them, and yet they're delicious.
They're good. They're great. They're great.
They're basically the same as bluegills.
Well, bluegills, like all the bluegills at my lake we feed them pellet food, so they'll get big. So the bass will be parked under a pellet.
Yeah.
But a little wild bluegill stream or a little natural creek where I grew up in Georgia, like shell crackers and bluegill that eat like a cricket or that are eating live stuff. You fillet one of them real small creek or river bluegills and fry them up. Oh, nothing better than that. flaky white meat.
So much they want you to release them.
We spent our whole life. My dad would catch bass. We would fillet them. He'd put them in a Pyrex dish, saute them, bake a lot. We'd eat largemouth bass. You know, you could either have sand croquettes that stink up the whole house, where you knew your mama was cooking them, or you can have fresh bass. So we grew up.
But isn't it a weird animal, a weird fish rather, that a lot of people don't eat? But
You wouldn't want everybody fishing your big reservoirs. Like Texas is the best big Bass Lake Reservoir state in the country. You would want everybody out there keeping them. You want to practice. You want to practice catch and release on your big public reservoirs.
Right.
But when you've got a private impoundment where you want to keep your bass. Because your bass, you'll wake up. Let's just say you've got a nice brand new bass lake you built, 10 acres. You stock it. You spend $50,000 to put the gill, all your fish in there. Well, then you just don't ever catch it. Within 5 years, you've lost it. You're done. Your lake's done. Your 3-pound bass didn't have enough fish to get to 4 pounds. Year growing, or she missed a year growing, and then you just put a $50,000 investment in your bass lake, and then you're out. You might as well drain it, start over.
You know what I really like to do? Get a place in the north and have a lake with pike in it. I think they might be my favorite. Ruthless. That's such a ruthless fish. And fucking dinosaur. They catch. They fight hard.
Jesus.
I've never caught one of those.
Me either. We got a little. Yeah. See, I'm not that big. Now I'll wait and I'm not a I don't have to have the biggest best animal my whole life. Like I don't roll. Some people they're like
they get into numbers or size queens.
Or score. Let's catch a lot of fish. Let's keep a lot of action.
Yeah.
Let's keep the kids engaged.
Yeah.
From 5, I take them. You don't want to take them out there on their first 3 bass fishing trips, and you burn them in the hot sun and they catch 1 fish.
Right.
Want them
engaged,
and get them going. But pike and all that steelheading, that northwest steelheading. Catching 1, man, I hadn't done that. I can't do that.
That's a release fish too.
Those are high on the list. Especially like sea run steelhead. You have some that are kind of locked in the reservoir lock. Mm-hmm. You get those big sea run steelhead, and they really hold them, and they should hold them in high regard. You shouldn't. You need to leave them alone and let them come and go.
Yeah, but then why you catch them? Why are you fucking with those fish? Because it's a little bit of that. I get it. It's fun. I'm not opposed to it. I get it. But if I catch fish, I like to eat them. That's the whole reason why I'm catching fish.
So I would still say you're in the majority.
Yeah.
You're in
around shooting deer with tranquilizer darts. Like I got them.
Well,
weird. Weird.
Yeah.
Does it prove that you did it?
They make bumper tips on those. You doink deer in the ass and run them off.
Well, it's like clubhouse. Shoot squirrels and birds.
Yeah. Well, man, listen, dude. I grew up at my Leesburg, man. I mean, every year I got a pellet for Christmas, and I got a full. Put my new pair of Chippewa hunting boots. I put my new set of I put my new set of neighborhood, walk around with a pellet gun, shooting the neighbors for them. And you know, we'd eat them. You know, we'd eat them every now and then. This little lady naval cocks, we'd skin them and she'd fry them with some wild rice. And if you cook a squirrel, do it right, man. There ain't nothing wrong with a squirrel.
Isn't that crazy that most people don't know that?
Right?
Squirrels are delicious. Squirrel hunting is like very popular in parts of the South.
Squirrel dumplings. Yeah, instead of chicken and dumplings, squirrel dumplings. You know, you get a squirrel and clean it right and brine it for the night and cook it with dumplings, put some onions and celery and all that, and you're off to the right.
They have like fluffy tail privilege.
Rats. The tail.
Because you see a rat. Rats have those slimy tails. Like, that's disgusting. And they see that fluffy tail, like, oh, so cute. No, you know?
Well, the fact that, you know, I could run at 9 years old through the neighborhood riding my Honda 50, you know, through people's backyards, you know, chasing squirrels, and everybody's like, thank you. That damn thing's been in my attic after insulation for
That's rural life, right? That's
yeah.
rural. People well, that's people that understand what's going on.
Yeah.
That's the difference between did that in a neighborhood in Manhattan. What the fuck is this guy doing? Look, we need these squirrels. If they caught you in Central Park with a pellet gun, you
First round ticket. Do not pass go. Do not.
something will happen to you. They'll let you right up.
Yeah.
But if you get caught in Central Park shooting squirrels and eating them, you're going to get in real trouble. It's wild. Strange, distorted version of what human beings have been experiencing for most of us.
No, well, I think it's all treated too. I think now the beauty is now the education of, I mean, you look at carnivore diets are being, I've never done like a big old carnivore. Have you ever done a big carnivore?
Oh yeah.
Did it change your life?
Oh yeah, that's mostly how I eat.
Great.
I eat fruit and meat.
Great.
99%. I fuck around like my daughter likes to cook cookies. I had a big ass cookie the other day. Things. I'm not religious about it, but most of my diet, like 90%, sometimes after I work out, mostly it's just food.
Well, what you do here is you give everybody their platform to talk their way.
Yeah.
And your platform is enlightening me. I mean, dude, I've never, I was around some dude that was talking about, microdosing mushrooms and all that. Dude, I never saw a drug. I never saw a drug until I was 30.
You see moonshine?
Saw moonshine a lot.
Drug.
Well, that is
the fucking drug.
yeah. Well, and you're right. I mean, you are Mason.
Oh yeah. That's the crazy thing about alcohol is
it gets
put things. This is a drug,
and when I have these,
it's a nice cigar, by the way.
it's perfect.
It's very good, very mild.
And man, when I was 39 years old before I did any hep. Levi fried. The only time he wasn't chewing meant he had a life insurance policy. He didn't want to fail his life insurance policy. But I was 39. My mom's a character. She, but never did tobacco, never dipped. I put one dip in one time and threw up outside my high school. This old boy threw me a dip in, and dude, big old Kodiak, and I threw up outside the high school gym.
Remember those bricks, little squares of chewing tobacco? You bite a chunk off?
All those. And well, what I was getting at is I was sitting. We were celebrating an album release. My best buddies brought a nice Davidoff Churchill cigar. And any cigar I'd ever done, I had smoked a cigar like in Vegas, and most time back then, I done drank a handle of Crown and smoked a cigar. You wake up the next morning, you're like, your life's essentially probably the handle of Crown.
Right.
Well, we smoked that cigar, and I sat in my rocking chair and just smoked that cigar, and I was like, man, this is kind of like therapy right here.
Most people smoking cigars aren't stupid. There's got to be something to it.
And it chilled out.
Yeah.
They are chilled, universally chilled out.
But it's a drug.
Oh,
It's a drug.
Yeah, let's
It's a
don't.
drug. We're drinking coffee. That's a drug. The problem is there's a lot of drugs. Some of them are really fucking bad for you.
Here's the deal. My buddy that bought me, he was a lifelong Copenhagen and cigarettes here and quitting. I'll call him periodically. I'm like, USO, I'm stopping at a random cigar shop. I've gone 4 days without a cigar, and I'm riding down the road, and I determined right now I need one. You weave across 4 lanes of traffic, find and then smoking a grocery store, a gas station cigar. But
Like I said, I think it's one of the best things.
I don't think you need to smoke 12 of them a day.
No. But I know people do. I know people just go one to the other. There's folks about
Another big Salem Ultralight 100s, 3 packs a day. Four Bud Lights a day, her whole life. 4 Bud Lights.
Is she still with us?
She's
That's the thing that always gets people. They're like,
man, dude. She curb the beer a little bit, but she'll do is she's gonna have a 1 or 2 Bud Lights
every day.
every day. She's gonna 3 packs. It's like if she's walking in to the top of it, litter the parking lot. But she fries or ribeye. That's probably what's keeping her alive. Pan fries or ribeye, fries some shoestring French fries. That's her damn meal. 4 to 5 nights a week. And is ready to chew my ass out at any moment.
And how many
Hope she's probably at about. But man, when you do the math, when I used to sit her down and do math, her on her own, I'd sit her down and do the math, pan fried ribeyes. It becomes a damn number. And
I think the ribeyes are fine.
what? But through the years, I've gotten Miller Lite endorsements. I would get Miller Lite, there's Miller Lite truck pulling up your house. It's going to deliver your power and Miller. Just try. Fall in love, get home 2 months after the pallet got there, there the pallet sits. But it is
A lot of people. I got a personal crisis when there's that Bud Light. Bud Light.
and then he fell in it in his balls.
Drink some. We drank.
He's been a damn good buddy of mine, and it's come to my charity event.
He's a wild boy.
He's awesome.
I love it.
Oof.
Imagine being the CEO of Bud Light, seeing that, like, oh my God, Kid Rock just shot our beer
With a fucking automatic.
like, no! And I mean, that
alone probably cost them billions of dollars. Just having
when our beer is political, we're like,
not just our beer, but Bud Light. Bud Light, the beer that sponsored more boxing matches, more sporting events, more people been drinking Bud Light. I mean, think about all the people who swear by Bud Light. Post Malone's always drinking Bud
and
Light.
then, you know, my wife's dad is a Budweiser, fucking 12-pack a day dude, man. And you know, he had to hear a little shit from his buddies about it. But
People getting fights in bars. Here on the bar. We stopped carrying at the mothership because nobody was buying. We stopped carrying Bud Light because nobody was buying Bud Light.
have we checked on where
It's come back.
fully?
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so. I think there's a bunch of holdouts. It was forever. But the lady who came up with the idea, the whole marketing team behind, they're all gone. Anheuser-Busch is an American company that's employed American people forever. It's great fun to get caught up in the mind virus.
Anheuser-Busch taught us that beer is wonderful for Christmas, and Clydesdales and Dalmatians are the equivalent of.
Remember those Bud Light guys, the real American genius guys? Remember that? That great commercial.
Dude, I would cry over the Dalmatian Clydesdale commercial. You remember the little puppy?
Yeah. Like,
Oh shit! It's like a friggin' Hallmark.
you would never think that company could get taken down. Bud Light, I think it was good. Here it is. Let's see. We're going to get our sweet.
There we go. No,
Oh, the puppy.
listen up. Music.
Oh, the puppy got out. Oh, poor puppy's lost. This is the beer.
Yeah.
Poor little puppy.
Wow, what a commercial.
Horse to save the puppy from the wolves. Have a bus. Very effective commercial, you know, real quick.
Well, yeah, and then there's the one where it's a Dalmatian, the old Dalmatian, and the young Dalmatian sees the old Dalmatian, and I think the old Dalmatian kicks the bucket, and then the new Dalmatian, and then you're like, oh my God, that's the thing ever.
Yeah.
Well,
By having a transgender woman under a can. Well, it just shows you how proud it is that he even got into Bud Light. But you know, the lady who was responsible for it all basically shit on the intent to have a fratty sense of humor, and we need to update it, make it more inclusive. And like, do you know what you're saying? You're alienating all of it and counting on people who don't buy it and love it, start buying it and loving it. And maybe that'll work. But you just alienate the time.
the worst one. Well, you know, when you look at country music, I mean, it is when you gotta love on what it is, and then you gotta grow it too.
But it has to be up to the artist to express themselves honestly. And if the artist is a country artist perspective, let that be. But leave all the.
With every successful music artist that's ever lived, they may affect you out when any genre, but country's tough because once you show any unauthenticity, yeah, buddy, you're done.
I could imagine.
Like, dude, I mean,
Yeah.
like, dude, my biggest, like, when I, like, man, you know, it was tight jeans. You wouldn't have me wearing tight jeans and how much that pisses people.
Well, it's because you're handsome.
Well,
That's part of the problem. You good-looking guy up here shaking that ass, showing that bulge. Get out of here,
dude. And then I'm like,
bring
well,
back more. What the fuck is this?
So, Joe, you know, my biggest hurdle ever in my career, and it still breaks my heart to this day. You know, back when my only way to make is you gotta stop people, gotta grab them vocally, visually, musically different. You gotta get them to stop for 2 seconds. Go, what is that? What is that fucker doing right there? And when I came out with Country Girl Shaking from on the CMA, shaking my ass, I mean, I had to do it that way. This is my moment to show Country Girl Shaking with me, and I'm the guy that dances and let's have some fun and come along for the ride. Georgia boy at the time, and I was talking to these people. I was talking to everybody. Well, then at some point, a label for me became Bro Country. Had you never even heard that term?
I did because of you. Yeah.
Well, I heard it and I'm like, well, Bro Country. Well, then I started seeing the people making fun of Bro Country, and I'm like, this term's fucking pissing me off. And then some other artists start getting looped into this Bro Country phase. Well, when I was in my form of coming up as an artist, I don't live on this long, but you'll be amazed, dude. So I would go play Georgia college teams in the Southeast, and even I played Auburn a little bit, Alabama. And that school, I always wanted to break into Auburn and Tuscaloosa because I was always a Georgia artist. And now, well, dude, I'd get done with a college part. I'd walk off stage. The first thing is, 369, damn, she's fine. Give it to me one more. And right when my set got done, hip hop went to a nightclub. And I'm standing, I done walked off stage, went to the bar, this is me play Merle Haggard, Johnny Cash, all the classics. My couple of new songs. We're all together in this country. That made that top. It made it top. To a little bit. Yeah. And then fucking biggest song when I heard at the time when Jason and I, me and him are like, we're like, this Simpson one year, and he broke all of Elvis's indoor records. We did it for 2 years, and rap we were playing rap before the show, and then Broad Country comes along. Dude, I wake up on the bus one morning, and I got a fucking underwear, and this dude calls me with Hits magazine, and he goes, well, Luke, you know, man, this Broad Country thing, here's what this is. And I said, better. And at the time, no one hated my ass. I believe that. I mean, because I was coming to Billy Bob's. I had Texas. I'd go to Bozeman, Montana, play Country Girl Shake It For Me. I'd go to everywhere. Well, and I don't know how to be an outlaw. I'm not. I'm a college dude that played frat parties, country music. I was like, I fucking did not go sit in a prison cell like Merle Haggard and write songs about guys going to death row. And I didn't go to Folsom Prison. And man, I listed all that. I like Willie Nelson. I don't do Willie Nelson. They're outlaws. And I said, if it's Broad Country and that's what I'm labeled as, I haven't spent the night like sleeping on the street. And I didn't say, like Johnny Cash's song, Sunday morning coming down. That's Luke Bryan says outlaw country people are basically drug guys. And I think Waylon Jennings' daughter went real public to be on him. She's fucking mad at my ass. Indeed. We all know what all those guys are because we got to watch all the documentaries about those guys, and we got to be students of those guys.
Yeah, that's the problem with interviews. Is first of all, they're trying to get you. Look, you're in
interviews, and no one's gotten popped more than you because they'll take our. Man, I hope we're sitting here.
right.
So what happened, man? That thing started growing. Man, I had motorcycle gangs wanting to burn my hand, articles. Then the article of this was not as it was becoming clickbait. World of clickbait was getting. But what I did, called Waylon Jennings' daughter and said, I said, ma'am, I just forgot my and I think she had said that I called of what I text. He said, the best reply. He goes, I called. What doing and it was and then but by then the narrative always tell that it's that one whole thing. I probably would have kept that whole faith. And then, oh my God, he wears tight jeans, and he must, he must, as I'm posing with my American family,
He's gonna bet this place, please don't shoot up the place. Because I see some ladies tonight. You be having a baby.
Because there's so much money in country music. Country. Are you gonna come in and make something?
I worked on an album for 3 years. It's called Mind of a Country Boy, and I put it out like 1st of October. And I didn't want to put the damn album out because when every artist hits their peak, you know it. I mean, I sang about I was selling out football stadiums first day, 3 or 4 years at the peak. Probably. I know it. I'm not going to even say probably. I'm a realist.
It really is.
And I said, you know what? No album sells. Nothing sells in it. So I knew there was going to be a negative album. I mean, something negative to come by me putting the album out. It didn't do. It did what I thought it did. As me being the artist where I'm at now,
especially in this world of sports.
I did 20 hours. All the stuff.
What you want to do? Want to be ballers, shot callers, brawlers, blow in the Jake, in the Taurus, trying to get my hands on some grants like Horace. Yeah, living the Rabbi, but still. Anything's real in the field. Don't knock me for trying to bury 7 zeros over in Rio. Dictionary ain't nobody's hero, but I want to be heard at 9-7 every day. That's my word. Women and women with their own condominium. 5 + 5. Who drive? Money. It's all about the Benjamins. What? I get
shit. This is what I said.
I did, and then
even make your video. And those people should be shamed. It's a terrible. Evil, ugly thing you do. You crush people's.
You know.
Yeah, it's all about the Benjamin.
Kids.
Yeah. What you want to do? Want to be ballers, shot callers?
People don't like that. I just don't think
living the raw deal. Now leaving you